you one thing is that our experiences is real and we have been excluded. That's all I can say. And this is the story, not just in Africa, it's across the globe. So that is, for me, is more than a business case.
That's a sharp close to this conversation. I love it. So let's promote that book. Where can people get it and why must they get it?
Okay, so you can get it on Amazon. She disrupts a Black woman's journey to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths, and AI industry. Why should you get it? It literally is the foundation to understand the historical developments of STEM, the impact of AI across in Ghana, America, the UK, and what does it mean? We talk about the issues around the sustainable development goals, climate change, and it really gives you a deep dive into my personal journey and how I was able to navigate through it. And it would be a foundation for you to start with, and then you can develop on it, and especially be able to ask questions. It will help you to build your confidence and also get you to follow me. So She Disrupts a Black Woman's Journey in STEM and AI industry, and you can get it on Amazon. You can also find me on LinkedIn, Paulette Watson MBE, or paulettewatson.com, and check me out and follow me, and even on Instagram. That's how you get it, and that's the reason it will impact you positively, and you will be included no matter what. I'm your girl, Paulette Watson. Thank you for this opportunity, and well done to you. Keep going. Keep going. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you very much. I like your energy. I like your clarity of thoughts. I like your vision for young people, which is anything about young people really gets to my heart, because I can understand what it means to not have direction. And so my job, my work, my goal, my aspiration is to give direction to as many young people that I can get in contact with. And that's the reason why we do this, to bring individuals like yourself who have unique experiences that make them uniquely qualified to talk about certain topics, and give them the audience to speak without filter directly to these teeming young people, light them up with inspiration that can help them become part of the conversation. So thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Likewise. It's been awesome. Anything for the young people. Take care.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Back to Accra. So we are transitioning to a teacher, and seems like we've been talking to teachers recently. Since Evans is unreachable, we are glad that another Evans is in the room. He came very early ahead of his session. Maybe we'll do a double session with you, because we've known for a very long time virtually. Huh? Come again. Emmanuel, please come. Emmanuel? Okay. Yeah, so his own session is still at 4 to 5, right? Emmanuel is 2 to 3. Is Emmanuel on? Yeah. So Evans, this is 2. So 2 to 3. And then 4 to 5. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Wonderful. My man, it's been a long time.
Very long time.
I've known you for about 10 years now.
Yeah.
Virtually. But this is the first time we are getting to have a one-on-one.
Yeah, right.
Wonderful.
All right.
So for individuals that might be curious to understand why you decided to go to, choose a career in the classroom, or in education, I should say.
Yeah.
What do they need to understand about you before we go into that deep conversation of education. We'll talk about communication at 4 to 5 session.
Yeah. So for me, not just education but language. Language education.
Language education.
It's very difficult to do anything without having the ability to communicate whatever you are doing. So even if you're a student, and recently I was having a conversation with a friend about the recent comment by the Minister of Education about using the local language.
I was just about to pull it up here.
Yes, I mean using the local language to teach, and whether we'll be able to excel, very debatable thing. So for me, children or students generally, or learners, having the ability to understand and express what they learn is also very important, and that's why language education to me is one of the most essential things about education.
Right.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah.
How did it start? Is it a matter of fidelity to your country and your origin? How did you get into this experience of, okay, this is what I want to do with my life? Because sometimes maybe we read something, we saw something on the news, or we had unique experiences that informed the choices of career. What was it for you?
Interestingly, I didn't want to become a teacher. I mean, right after secondary school, my father wanted me to get into teacher training.
Right.
And I declined and said I wanted to rather go to the university because I wanted to break a certain jinx in the family, and that I was the first of my grandparents, the first grandchild of my grandparents to get to the university. And at the time we didn't have, I don't remember we had any university graduate within that extended family as I knew. So I wanted to be the first to enter the university. It was the reason I decided not to get into teacher training.
Right.
And my father insisted. We were at loggerheads for quite a longer time until I proved that I could go to the university, and then we got back together. But for me, even at that time when I was still thinking about getting into university, I had entered into education. But this time by serendipity, because one, I didn't have a job, and I wanted to become someone who could take care of myself because my father had declined sponsoring me through university. And that time, being a pupil teacher was the easiest.
Wow.
So I got myself into a pupil teaching job with the Ghana Education Service. That time, teachers were in short supply, way back in 2000, 25 years ago. Yes, 2001.
Right.
So whilst I was writing my remedial to be able to get access to the university, I then decided to have education as more like a part-time teaching. And then that's how I ended up in the classroom. And then right after university, I still got back to education. I did my national service with Barclays Bank at the time, now ABSA.
Right.
And then ABSA decided not to pick me on as a fresh graduate. So now I said, let me get back to the classroom. So it's always been some kind of a second choice thing that still got me into the mainstream education, and now more than passionate about education.
Wow. Okay. So obviously there are so many things to unpack before we get into the other side of it.
Yeah.
Teachers have some, well, right now things are changing speedily, but teachers used to have this stigma on their back that they are broke, they are this, they are that. Did that affect you at any point?
For a very broke guy, I didn't think that whatever amount I received at the time was any problem. So it wasn't really about I think for me, money wasn't the motivation, but it was because it was the easiest access to getting money at the time, because teachers were in need. And I thought that once I entered education, that time, my salary was about 400,000 cedis, which is equivalent to today about 40 Ghana cedis.
Right.
And as a pupil teacher, the salary difference was about, in today's currency, 30 cedi difference.
Wow.
So I was receiving 40,000, which was like 400,000, which was like 40 cities, and the trained teachers were receiving 700,000, which was 70 cities. So a 30 city gap, and that was really big for me.
Yeah.
And I thought that so money was also kind of a bit of motivation. It did not really matter what I was receiving then, because I thought that that was my job. That was the one I could get. So there was nothing I was looking at or comparing with. I didn't have any other benchmark, nothing apart from the fact that I could receive something at the end of the month. So it wasn't about. I don't think that I even understood the impact of having that difference of 30 CD at the time. I didn't think so. Yeah.
Interesting. So from that survival mode, when did it kick in that, was it because for people who work with young people, I know mostly is the experience of the young people.
Yeah.
And then you begin to find joy in their joy.
Yeah.
Was it how it worked for you?
It did.
Okay.
It did. I was posted into a very rural place in the Ashanti region. Rural in every sense of it. There was no water, very limited access to electricity at the time. And so even the school I was teaching in liked a lot of things. But I was fortunate. My father lived just about 5 or 6 kilometers from where I was teaching. So I came back to live with my father to be able to teach, because I couldn't pay rent. But then I realized that the students were so much deprived that most of them became more like my adopted children. So on weekends, instead of going to the farm, they'll come to my home, where I'll introduce them to games they'd never played before. Like I was fortunate to come from.
Recording stopped.
Even though my father was not a very rich person, we were still introduced into very middle class stuff, like playing Monopoly and other things. So these kids came to my home every time, and they became a real source of inspiration to why I thought they needed the kind of support that they needed.
Right.
Plus, they were not. I thought that they were so far behind, because there was very basic things that I'll show them that they were so much intrigued, and and I asked myself why they didn't have such exposures. So then I got more interested in getting closer to them. I formed even a football club at the time.
Wow.
Because I thought that, and invested my own little money in buying football jerseys, which were extracurricular, but I thought there was something that would make them feel special. Because nobody had a football jersey in a rural place at that time. You rather would be asked to bring, if we are going to play football, come with a white shirt. If we are a team wearing white, come with a white t-shirt from home.
Right.
So it could have different writings, anything, but then once it was white, the opponent was wearing red. And so you also came with any other t-shirt.
Yeah.
Right. But I decided to give them a uniform and went to town to
How
invest.
did you get the money?
From the little money that I got, I went to town to buy jerseys, proper jerseys, a set of I think 16 at the time. And from the little team, I also love football. And then, so it was not just about the educating them in the classroom, but educating them off the classroom, and it was all about enlightenment and advancement. So I got more endeared to them because of all the gaps I saw in their development. Holistically,
right.
Not just anything I saw in the classroom. On weekends, for example, I'll let them come and eat. And so my passion into education also got even more clearer when I realized that there was something missing that kids need, and that I needed to remain in the classroom.
Right. If you were posted in, say, Accra, do you think you would have had the same impactful career?
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think so, because right after after leaving or even before I left that primary school, it was more of sadness when I gained admission to the university, because when I even got admission, I didn't know whether to I was torn between going to the university or continuing teaching.
Right.
So I asked someone, a very advanced teacher, experienced teacher, whether I could be like this forever without going to teacher training, and he said yes. And that there have been a lot of people who have been people teachers for 30 years and retired as people teachers.
Right.
And or I could advance later on, get into another teacher training after my 10 years experience. And so I was contemplating whether to go back to the university or now remain as a teacher, because I'd become so passionate about the job that I wasn't really interested in even going to the university anymore. And I missed them when I went to the university. I really missed them. And I kept, till today, I still am in touch with almost half of the students I taught. That time they were in year 3. I'm still in touch with them 24 years on.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm still in touch with them.
You talked about football. Do you like football a lot?
I do.
Okay.
I do, yeah.
So when Ronaldo went to Saudi Arabia, I really knew that he was going to be happy. And how I knew was my experience with a contract I did in 2021, I think. So it was a British Council contract.
Okay.
And I did it in 2 places. One was at Impact Hub with the city young girls and young guys. Yeah. Then eventually they had another one at what they call Nima side.
Okay.
So at the Impact Hub, you know, it had some guys who came from Canada for a holiday in Accra. Okay. You have some people who came from UK, you know, they signed on to British Council program and they joined the program. You know, they've had amenities, they've had access to these trainings almost all their lives. Yeah. They weren't really taking it like an opportunity, you know. Yeah. And for you, you know, they are looking for grammar mistakes in your mouth and things like that. So then I went to that Nima side. Every morning, by the time I come, they already gather together. And if they are late, people are calling on phone, you know, and they are so appreciative of your time. Yeah. You know, I earn more at Accra training than I earned there. Yeah. But I had more value at Nima. Yeah. So it got me to understand some people who don't have all the access that some of these individuals have. They get to have appreciation for when they receive it. So that's why you had that impactful career with them. Yeah. Because they saw you are willing to give, and they haven't seen anybody who took that much interest in their lives. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, in 2016, when I returned from the Washington Fellowship, I got into a Vaki Foundation sponsored project with, that time it was Teach for Ghana. Yeah. Now Lead for Ghana. Right. And I was in charge of ensuring that 32 fellows came out with very good literacy teaching foundation. And one of the things that shaped that, I designed a curriculum for the literacy teaching, and also not just design the curriculum, but also administer the curriculum. Right. And of all of these 32, one of the greatest things that I did that I was happy for was that I designed a program which I called Living in the Shoes of the Student. Now, these were teachers who were trained, and I think I was shaped with my background from the rural education or the rural teaching experience I had. Yeah. So these teachers were university graduates who were posted to very rural places in Ghana. And they were first class or second upper students. Right. Very good degrees, who were supposed to go out there and impact children in very, very deprived communities. But then in preparing them, one of the things I thought of was, will they be able to understand what these kids really experience? Luckily for me, Ashesi is also located in Brekusu, which is Brekusu may not be very rural, but part of it is quite rural. Right. And part of, maybe, I don't know whether we can say it's peri-urban, but maybe descending towards Accra is peri-urban. Yeah. But the larger part of Brekusu is rural. So the first day at Ashesi, most of them came
Ashesi is, elitist. So almost everybody who came wanted to experience Ashesi. You didn't need to come with, there was no air conditioners, rooms were cold, and there were hot showers. You took a hot tub every evening and morning. But then I felt it was too luxurious for them. So we decided that we'll take them on a trip to also. So the first and second class sessions, they go there and some of the students were late. And they were very angry. You are not supposed to be late. Listen to me. This is not how you go. This. And I said, okay. So the next 2 days, I decided to take all of them to go and live with the kids in their homes in the morning before they come to school. So the bus will leave Ashesi at somewhere around exactly 5:30 and drop them in the homes of these kids that they were teaching. Now, when they got there, they were supposed to do everything with the kids till the kids came to school.
Right.
Some of them were trekking on foot almost 5 or 6 kilometers every morning to school. But before they even did the trekking, they had to fetch water or fetch firewood or go to the farm, spend 1 hour or an hour and a half before they come to bath, eat, pick their books and come to school. Now these teachers were made to live with them. So the teachers were carrying water with them. Some of them had to travel 1 kilometer to fetch water to the home before they could get to the school.
Right.
So these teachers went with them, fetched water, and some of the kids were carrying pans that these teachers could not carry. And these were year 4, year 5 students.
I can understand
so
that.
They went with the teachers. You fetch the water for the students. You also fetch one, carry. The child would carry. You both trek to their homes. You would fetch the firewood with them from the farm, bring it to their homes, and walk with them to school.
Wow.
Every teacher was late. Every single one of them was late.
The experience what the kids go through.
Exactly. So when they lived in the shoes of the students and they came to their classes, they came tired. Most of them were exhausted. And they said, can they have some short 1 hour break before they can? Then I said, but would you have allowed these kids to have an hour break if they trekked from home to the school? Now these things shaped the perspectives and how the teachers were tunnel visioned about what the kids were supposed to, what kind of life they were supposed to live. Now they allowed room for these excesses and they understood that when kids come from school, they are not supposed to immediately get into the classroom. So now the teachers themselves, we asked them to innovate and come up with what can cool off these kids. And now they came up with a greeting that can now energize the kids. They came up with having a 5-minute talk outside regular academics and talk about something exciting that could prepare them for classroom work. Now, the perspective of the teacher was shaped completely.
Yeah.
And that is why I understand that teacher training education allows teachers to live the life of a student. So you are not allowed to braid perm your hair as a teacher in a training college.
Okay.
You are made to braid or cut your hair, just like a student will do in a classroom, so that you live that life. You would weed as a teacher trainee.
Wow.
You weed, you weed.
It's quite intense.
Yeah, you weed. You do everything that a student will do. So that when you go there, you experience exactly what and
that's the program.
Yeah, exactly. That was what we were doing at Ashesi. And we did this for the teachers. And when they went to the rural areas, they had already lived with these kids for 2 months. And they did that continuously every day until the program ended.
Wow.
So when they got to the rural places, when a kid was late, they themselves could offer them something that could, wave off the kind of energy that they had already exhausted or dissipated before coming to the classroom. So those experiences really shape students, and it shapes teachers and how they get into the classroom to impact knowledge. Yeah.
Impressive. Wow. This is amazing. You know, you are very good in telling stories. Tell me more.
Yeah.
Which other story, you know, have, you know, lived in your head as a cherished experience of your time there? You know, sometimes, by the way, do you intend to write a book at any point?
Definitely. I have to write about. I have two stories to write, personal and something professional.
Right.
And I think that for most teachers in Ghana, we've not really experienced life, especially in the modern day. That is why I am not particularly happy that government decided to strike off the licensure exam for teachers.
What is it?
So the licensure exam simply is teachers, just like medical doctors who finish their professional education and still write a professional licensure, an exam that gives you a license to be a medical doctor.
Right.
When you're an engineer, you go to school for 4 years. You still need to write an engineer's exam to earn a professional certificate to be called an engineer.
Right.
So you have a degree, which is academic. As a pharmacist, you go to 6 years, pharmaceutical or whatever school, and you still finish and take a 1 year licensure, a professional exam.
Wow.
And teachers globally would also need that licensure. So Ghana started a licensure also, so that teachers could have that professional outlook. Because nurses, you can't be a nurse in Ghana without holding a license, but you teach in Ghana with just a degree. And so government thought that no, you need to find a way to make a teacher more professional.
Right.
And what that included taking the licensure. Right. So the teachers in general go through the licensure in a way that also shapes not just their professional outlook, but also their mindset. Right. And even their professional capabilities. So for me, it's something that I think every Ghana must embrace, especially, or Africa must embrace about. We think that education is something that must be done by anybody. Anybody can enter the classroom.
Right.
Why is it that we won't allow anybody to be a medic, go and operate? Because to be a teacher, see, so let me tell you a story about, there was a story in Canada, a very old story where Canadian teachers were underpaid.
Right.
They were the least paid in all the public service workers. And then one time all of them came together and said, let's show the parliamentarians and the big guys in town that we control their kids.
Right.
So when my kid comes from school and I tell him that, Harvey, you are not supposed to write this, he says, no, that's not what my teacher says.
Yeah.
They trust their teacher more than the parents.
That's true.
So the Canadian teacher said, okay, they don't believe that we are that powerful. So now when we get to the classroom and we are teaching kids of animals, when it's a lion, let's say it's a giraffe. If it's a tiger, let's say it's a monkey. If we find a piece of paper, let's call that paper water. They started from a very young age. So an MP was a member of parliament, was watching television with a daughter, and then a monkey came on site. And then the daughter told the MP, "Daddy, look at the paper running." and the MP said, "What do you mean by this is a monkey?" He said, "No,
my teacher said
it's a paper." And now the MP went to parliament to talk to the other colleagues, and they said, it looks like that's what every one of our children are doing. What's wrong? Then they went back to the teachers, summoned the head of schools, and asked them what's happening in our schools. And they said, what's happening? They said, the teachers are teaching wrong stuff. And they said, but did you believe that the teachers are that powerful to teach wrong stuff and they can mess up the entire system? Now, government in Canada decided that no, they will sit up. And then decided that no, we need to take teachers more seriously.
Yeah.
Now, what that means is that just as you believe a medical doctor can conduct a wrong operation and kill a patient, a wrong teacher can kill the dream of a person.
You know, you are a Yale alum, so this is fitting conversation.
Yeah.
In the US, there are so many. There's an ongoing conversation now about some of these LGBTQ content that were introduced in classrooms, even for children. So some parents even have no say in terms of what gender the teachers or individuals.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, it's a big issue that sometimes we don't know how powerful these organizations and individuals are.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen such a thing, in our maybe African context in general, where some content that are so off are being used in the classroom without consent of parents or guardians?
Maybe not the content necessarily, but how the content is delivered.
Right.
So, of course, we are culturally sensitive people. So you'd understand that if there is a content that a parent sees, they are going to raise concerns about it or raise the alarm. So it's not really much of the content, but how the content is. And I think the problem with Africa, we keep saying that we don't have good blah blah blah. We keep talking about it. I don't think our cognitive ability is much different from what the Americans have or what any other part the Chinese have, but it's all about how they prepare their students. There's a Rastafarian guy, Achimota story, my guy, who is in Pennsylvania now, UPenn, and is talking about the differences he's seen in his engineering class, and that the science he learned at Achimota looks like he was joking. Because, and it's something I also experienced. I think the problem with African education is not really about, because we've had education influenced by foreign curriculum, right? But it's how it's delivered. Because when I went to Dartmouth for my fellowship, we started learning about leadership with a Formula One vehicle. I didn't know why leadership was supposed to be about Formula One. So the first day we did design thinking. What has leadership got to do with design thinking? So we're taken out to the School of Engineering, and we're asking ourselves, we are here for leadership and business. What are we doing in the School of Engineering? Then we got to the Formula One vehicle, and the Formula One vehicle had been disassembled, and they asked us to try to fix it. We were put in the groups, and I'm like, this professor, we've never, because I'm not a student of engineering, nothing, but there was something they were teaching us about the process of
thinking through
problem solving.
Yeah.
And what we experienced, there were so many activities that we did that we thought were not related until the end of the program. For example, we're asked to climb Mount Everest, and in a simulated video, and in climbing Mount Everest in 3 days. And we have to summit Mount Everest in 3 days. And the 3 days was represented in 3 hours. So each hour for a day. And it was all about decision making. And I was asking myself, what kind of education is this? Now, by the time we were done, we saw everybody's weakness, everybody's strength. I still don't understand why in Ghana, my first son is a German. And if you talk to my son, or when my son visits us in Ghana, recently he was here for the summer holidays, and his brothers in Ghana, you could see a vast difference with them, because they are doing the same things,
right?
But Ezekiel Wood has all the tools and apparatus that he can practice something at home. For example, Ezekiel's mom, who is my dearest, would sit and pick science equipment and try to create a volcano. My children know volcano, but those in Ghana would normally ask, Mommy Frida, can you tell us more about how this volcano was created? And these are my partner would pick a powder, a substance, pick this, pick that, and do a beaker, put something there, and all of a sudden we are seeing a bubble coming out.
Right.
Now, my children are learning volcano in real time. But unfortunately, even if we can't learn in real time, I know that elsewhere, before they came up with these science equipments, very handy ones, they still show them videos.
Right.
Right. So if we tell you how a volcano is formed, you are taken to a video, a multimedia room, and then you are shown how a volcano erupts.
Yeah.
But I never understood what a volcano was.
We used our imagination.
Imagine
that the mountain is smoking.
and how can I imagine that a mountain is smoking? And we say lava. What is lava?
Yeah.
Then they give us a long definition of lava. But today, my kids can tell me that, and we are watching a video, and they can say that, can you see the lava come out? I don't think I could have identified what a lava was at that time. Right. So and that is why the modern day children are becoming a bit more smarter than those children of old and our time. And the things that they are learning today, my son is learning LCM and HCF in year 3. I did it in GSEW or sometimes maybe class 6 in the 90s. But they are doing that in year 3 and year 2 today. And what they are doing is crazy. And so they are too smart. And now they are becoming a bit more sophisticated.
Right. And
they understand a lot things a lot more better. And I think if we are able to add a bit more of ethics and integrity to their learning, we probably may have the best leaders than we've had in the past.
That opens some thoughts in my head. I hope we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Let me read you this article.
Yeah.
So it was a month ago from The Guardian. These results are sobering. U.S. high school seniors reading and math scores plummet. The average reading and math scores of American senior high school fell to their lowest levels in 2 decades in 2024, according to the new national data released last week.
Yeah.
The results from the National Assessment of Education Progress, NAEP, found that on average, reading scores of 12th grade were 10 points lower in 2024 than they were in 1992, when the test was first administered, and the math scores fell to their lowest level since 2005, when the math assessment began.
Yeah.
The test administered by the National Center for Education Statistics, NCES, which is part of the U.S. Department of Education, assessed roughly 19,312 graders in maths, 24,300 in reading, and 23,000 8th graders in science between January and March of last year. So, it's just tied to what we're discussing now. And I'm thinking to myself, their performance, academic performance, is falling behind countries like China.
Yeah.
And we are wowed by what they have with the falling academic levels.
Yeah.
So what does that say? Because again, okay, in parity, you have some of, I can guarantee that if you were enrolled in a degree course there, you would have graduated with a first class. And many of our brothers and sisters that have gone there have graduated with first class degrees. So even with our limited access to these tools and gadgets and instruments and modern teaching mechanisms, we still go there and beat the natives in performance. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, yes, this is the smartest generation that have existed, and they have these modern toys, but are they really making as much progress over our generation compared to the advantages they have over us?
So there is an inherent inconsistency in that I mean, in this article and others, we have a very smart generation that is not rote.
Right.
So you can't compare a time when calculators were not being used.
Right.
We are in an era where AI is changing the world. And when calculators were introduced, it was classrooms banned calculators from the classrooms because they said it made work too easy.
Yeah.
So don't use calculator, use your head.
Yeah.
So what they defined by smartness or intelligence was your ability to even memorize those things and be able to tell the multiplication table without looking at them and all of those things. I think the areas are changing.
Yeah.
And using the same benchmarks or assessment criteria to measure those generations is wrong for me.
Okay.
And so I've seen that that argument going around. I've read similar articles about what they are comparing, that in these test scores were better, etc. But the things that these kids are inventing, we never invented them there.
But they have much advantage.
Exactly, and that is why we cannot tie them to using the same things that they may not be reading, but they are more exposed.
Yeah.
They may not be reading, but they are listening more. See, the things my kids, I'm amazed at the things that my 7-year-old boy is able to tell me about. A friend lives with me now, and in our home, and he was asking me why I don't take my boys to church on Sundays, and he thinks that it will make them morally bankrupt, blah blah blah. And I asked him why. He said, no, when we're kids. I said, no, don't talk about us. Because when we were taken through Christianity and all of that, but our leaders are the worst in that generation. We have been the worst from across every part of corruption everywhere and all of that. But my kids today, I think, even in as much as they have been exposed to very dangerous stuff, if you expose them to some morals, they are also very, very sophisticated. When I'm in a car going, or we are driving somewhere, and one of my children calls one of the boys, that look at the poor boy. One of them is able to tell him that you can call him a poor boy. And he says, why? They are debating. I wasn't watching. I did not interrupt. And the little one asked, Harvey, why can't I call him poor? He's poor. He's begging money on the road. He said, no, but that's a very wrong way to classify him. Just say that he's struggling. Don't call him poor. If he hears you call him poor, he'll beat you. And this is a 9-year-old telling a 7-year-old brother. I didn't teach him that.
Right.
I have never really sat them down and taught them that you don't call this poor. So I asked him, Harvey, when did you hear that? He said, I was watching a YouTube video and they were asking us to have empathy. Now, do you think I was taught empathy the same way as this? I don't think that we are much empathetic than these kids. And that is why I think that using different generational benchmarks to look at what is happening today may not work well. I agree that there is a lot of decline in a lot of things, but the kind of things those kids are also able to do in this age. So we need to look at how to realign them so that they can, because today they may not be reading, but they are doing a lot of observation and listening. How do we take advantage of that observational skills and those things to advance? Today they learn a lot more by watching videos.
Right.
We may not like their screen time. It's agreed. the screen time, of course. But I took a course with Cambridge 5 years ago about using videos in the classroom. And it's been if you use videos and music in the teaching of English language, it's easier to get language better when you watch videos and listen to music than doing grammar.
Because it appeals to sense of entertainment.
Exactly. And that's why we learn rhymes.
Yeah.
That's why we were taught rhymes. Why have we stopped using music and videos in the classroom? When I'm teaching you I'm teaching you prepositions,
right?
Sit, on, besides, away, and all of those things, we were not taught better. Today, when I'm watching, or when I see an action in a video, and I ask the child to write all the prepositions in the action, they're able to do much better. So I think we need to take advantage of the tools we have now to advance learning, rather than thinking that they are inimical to education in general. I think that we have the greatest advantage today. In fact, the world is healthier now. The world is
it?
Yes. In fact 50 years ago,
statistically,
the world is healthier today, because you see, if you look at
are we talking about particular countries?
No, global. No, because you see, life expectancy 50 years ago has increased to today across the world.
Let's see.
Yes, you can check it. Life expectancy across the world today is better than in the olden days.
Life expectancy today compared
to 50 years.
50 years ago.
Yes. And see what comes up.
Let's see.
Okay.
Global life expectancy is significantly higher today compared to 50 years ago, largely due to a decrease in child mortality.
Thank you.
Well, we have cleaner environment, it makes sense, and improvements in treating diseases like heart disease and cancer.
Exactly.
For example, the global average life expectancy was 73 years in 2023, compared to around 66.8 years in 1969.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are healthier today,
but the incremental progress is not there.
No, you see, so that's what I'm saying, that if you look, we are richer today.
We have all these inventions of evil by individuals that want to monetize technology and create medical solutions that are not. There was no COVID in 1968.
Yeah.
There was,
but
there was fewer autism.
No, but there was a bigger pandemic 100 years ago that killed more people in the world than COVID did.
And that was also invention of evil, because most of the pandemics have origins in human error or human.
I agree. I mean, these are biological engineering, right? That and to everything, right? If you want to look at. And I keep saying, it's like having the debate about whether science has done more good than harm.
Right.
And you would always see that it's done more good than harm. The advancements we've had in science, that's why life expectancy today is better. Even in Ghana. Because you see, a disease that killed a child in the 80s, today won't kill a child in Ghana. It won't kill a child in Ghana.
Even because of the water sanitation.
Exactly. So that's why I said that we are healthier today. But if you use the concept of recency bias,
right?
What we are experiencing now, somebody will say we are not even healthy. We are eating junk food. We are eating this. But even though we are eating all the junk foods, we are still living much better.
Because we have a lot more benefits.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's always there is always a balance that we miss.
It's amazing.
Yes, and that is why I say that we may say that we are not working much better than those who were working 50 years ago. Why were they still dying?
Right.
When they were working every day.
Yeah.
Right. So it means that it's not just about one aspect of life that gives you, and I mean, bringing it back to education. The things our kids know today, same year, 20 years ago, didn't know them at that same level. Right. And so even if you go to China today, for me, and again, that's why I talk about balance.
Yeah.
My son in Germany is into sports.
Right.
He goes to a sports school. Izzy does everything, does academics, and still practice sports, and also has a greater discipline. And every time I meet Frida, I keep talking about how she's able to do it in Germany. When we say that in the Western world, kids are the most spoiled. They are this, they are that, they are this. But when my son visits Ghana and he sees a man whips the boy, he's asking, Daddy, why is Baba's father beating him like this? Then I tell him that because Baba is doing something wrong and Baba has to learn about discipline.
Right.
Then he says, but when I do something, Mommy makes me do it without beating me and I still do it. Right. So, and again, that is why I keep saying that there's always a balance.
Yeah.
We have always had the cane.
Right.
We are the most indisciplined people. But we've always used the cane for centuries.
Right.
We are still very indisciplined. Right.
So
yeah. So
where do we find that kind of? I was looking for a video that I want to play for you.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're making valid points.
Yeah.
As I see all the tools and amenities and resources that this generation have at their disposal,
Yeah.
I'm not out of this generation anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not that old. I'm still part of.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
I saw this and it encapsulates what we are dealing with.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Patrick's, the guy shared, the lady made a good summary, you know, and I think that is what the young people are going through every single day.
Yeah.
Let me see. Not this one. Oh, I don't know if I will find it. Let me give it 1 more minute. Oh, I wanted to show you this video when you come because I know we'll be talking about education. I didn't save it properly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I find it, I'll share it with you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be glad to see.
Impressive. So, for parents who are raising kids today, you know, we've already talked about how dangerous it could be to outsource the responsibility of raising your child to schools, thinking that, oh, I'm too busy. So let's say someone who is starting a family, you know, and is too busy in the kind of work environment that we have today. So how are you, you know, getting involved in the life of your children to ensure that they still maintain your values, your principles, and you have oversight into the software running in their brain?
Yeah. I don't think it's even any different from how parenting was done several years ago. Maybe the technique might be the same, but then the approach, you know, of implementing that technique is what might be changing now.
Right.
I am always, unlike before when our parents did not sit us down and have a conversation. If I have a problem with my son,
right,
we sit and talk, even though they are 7 and 9.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I call them. When they come back from school every day, I ask them, and their mother also asks them, what made you happy today at school? What made you angry at school? And these are questions they answer every day when they come back from school.
Wow.
So even though their mother is in Germany, we are always, we have a family WhatsApp group, and because of technology, all the kids are using phones now. So once they come home, they put on their phones and they are responding to that question. What made you happy today? What made you angry today? What made you sad today? Who did you make happy today?
Okay.
Now, so all of this, they need to answer those, and that question is bookmarked. And so when they come, they go through the questions and they answer. When they are answering, it becomes a question of accountability.
Right.
now we are able to understand what our kids are going through.
Right.
So you need to have a set of questions that you are going to engage your kids on when they come back from school. When they are sleeping, I normally put them to bed. My wife is in Germany. She would also put Izzy to bed. Before we normally would have a video meeting and talk about all the issues that happened today. And they're always in conversation. Now, we are asking them questions that makes them accountable. So we are able to know what makes them angry, what makes them sad, and how they were able to even overcome that sadness. And we talk about this every day. So if it keeps repeating and we see a pattern, then we're able to understand that no, there's something wrong.
Right.
So Frida can call and say, Evans, I think you need to check something about Percy. Then I asked, and she can also randomly call them and ask them, so this happened today. Yesterday, one of my children, the one in Germany, called. He texted and said, Harvey is getting on my nerves. Can you talk to Harvey for me? And I said, what is he doing? He said, please ask him. Then I called. So I normally when that happens, and I'm out of the house, I'll place a conference, and then we'll talk together. Now that's communal living. We're able to resolve conflicts. When I have a conflict with my partner, right, my son can ask me, Dad, I haven't seen you call mom in a day. Is everything fine? And then I'll tell him, everything is not very fine. He says, but I want to see you talk to mom every day. Now these are the things that we do that makes us play a part in the kids' life, and they also play a part in our lives, right? So you need to have that set of questions that would draw in accountability from your side and from the side of the kids, and that is the only way as a family you can advance and know. And
obviously you need to live up to those expectations
and live up to them as well. Yeah.
You know, I just checked and we have 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Is Emmanuel online? Just 1 second, please.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that we've already got into the conversation was getting to. Anyway, we have round 2. Yeah. So Emmanuel is on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to show you this news information. Son loses case. Eventually he won.
Yeah.
I think this is the older one.
Okay.
Son loses case against parents over move to Africa.
Yeah, I read the story. Yeah, I read it.
The sheer bravado in this guy.
Yeah.
You know, I had a gentleman here, Henry. I've mentioned him twice today. We were having the same conversation. He had same experience. You know, his parents brought him to Ghana to, you know, start living in Ghana because they felt like the way he was going, things might go wrong.
Yeah.
And it was exactly what happened to this young guy.
Yeah.
And he decided to take the parents to court.
Yeah.
And I think it's also part of what we are driving at you know, the exposure that
these kids,
the generation have, and how empowered they feel.
Yeah.
So eventually in June, this same young guy went to a legal win for son tricked into moving to Africa by parents. A teenager who was tricked into going to boarding school in Africa has won a significant legal victory against his own parents.
He came to Ghana, I think that's right.
He came to Ghana.
Yeah.
He sought the case. Initially, he didn't win.
Yeah.
So he went to London.
Yeah.
And he filed another one.
Yeah.
And they gave him victory in London.
Yeah.
So now, I'm thinking about it. Why was he able to win over there and not over here?
Of course, because of the cultural differences.
Right.
You know, but so a place like China, a child cannot determine what he will do in a day. Because we have democratized our family system so much that we are losing instilling values.
Right.
Because at certain ages, children, of course, are children. They can't make very decent decisions. So we can't always ask them. That is why a child in the UK was able to fly when he was 12. She was 12 to go and fight for ISIS. And then when that child wanted to return, the UK had stripped that child of nationality.
Yeah.
Why did they do that? If you taught the child that they are right, why did you do that? So it means that there is a limit to where a child can have their rights. In China, I'm told, I read recently, I watched the documentary, a father draws up the routine for the son or the daughter. Martial arts is compulsory. You don't choose not to do or to do. It's compulsory.
Yeah.
Reading is compulsory. Having a vocational activity is compulsory.
Yeah.
You don't choose it. You don't choose it. And that is why someone can go and shoot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And think that
he's a person.
And people today, when the judge read Charlie Kirk and said that people are abusing the rights of Charlie Kirk, the killer of Charlie Kirk, because he had been tried in the media, and so he feels wearing a prison uniform makes him feel like a criminal. So they have to remove he wants to come to court in a civilian clothing. And
wow.
Yeah, and the judge granted it and said yes, because you've been tried so many times in the media.
Wow.
Right. But you wouldn't have that in China. So and this emboldens people in places like that to keep shooting,
right,
and killing people.
Yeah.
Right. And so over democratize can have very damning consequences. And I think maybe we need to find a way to yes, of course it's good to democratize, but even in the US where there is democracy, the highest level of democracy, still when the people elect a president, you still need an electoral college to go and endorse the president. Why is it that after you've elected the president, people have elected? Because Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but lost the electoral college. Why must it be so?
Right.
So it means that they themselves don't believe that the people themselves hold the power. Right. So democracy in America still has certain checks where they believe that the people did not really do the proper selection, right? So we need another group of people to go and now endorse the president. Donald Trump lost a popular votes and won the electoral college. Yeah. Right. So, I mean, I can see our time is already up, but then you always can't over democratize. It has consequences.
We'll have a round two.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
Let me play this as we are transitioning. So you hold the thoughts in your head.
Yeah.
When we come back, we'll discuss it. So.
Of feminism and the decrease of feminism and the decrease of Christianity is to blame. Now, unfortunately, everybody that is in power is feminine. I do believe that there's an agenda that's being pushed through social media, through politics, to emasculate men. The rise of feminism and the decrease of Christianity is to blame. It's an attack in the family because they're dividing the man and the woman. Women don't need a man. Men don't want to commit to women. They don't want to provide. And quite frankly, most of them think to themselves, why am I going to get married? If I get divorced, I'm going to lose everything. It's not a good deal. A man should lead, provide, protect, provide peace, financially, spiritually, physically, emotionally. That's what a man should do.
Let's go into...
We'll talk about it when we come back. Yeah. For now, let's go to Emmanuel.
Yeah.
It's been a nice one. Yeah. Hi, Emmanuel.
Hey, Tom-Chris, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing well,
Wonderful. Thank you for joining on. It's been a wonderful day, and we're still kicking and going.
Yes, man. Let's keep this thing going. Let's keep moving.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, how is the USA today? The good old USA of A.
It's starting to get cold around here, man. I'm on the East Coast of New York, and it's starting to get kind of cold around here. But, we're maintaining.
Right. That's impressive. Okay, so for anyone who is just joining now, I like to always say, what do they need to understand about you to appreciate what you're bringing, your message, your delivery, and the topic we are going to be discussing? What do they need to know about you to understand it better?
Yeah, my name is Emewulu. I am an African historian. My father's from Cameroon. My mother is from Chicago here in the United States. My mother was affiliated with the Black Panther movement. My father played for the Indomitable Lions back in the 60s. And he came to this country in the 70s. And he lived with my mother. And, you know, I'm an example of the African diaspora on both sides. So on Cameroon as well as in America here. So I started this journey about 15 years ago. Changing the narrative of African history on the worldwide level. I did my TEDx talk, which is titled Untold, the Golden Age of Africa, back in 2023. And my goal was to change the narrative and show that African history is more than colonization, more than oppression, more than transatlantic slave trade, but it actually started with ancient kingdoms that set the precedent for all civilizations that followed.
Wow, impressive. Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing introduction. So what's missing in that conversation that warrants your new voice?
Yeah, what's missing is 5,000 years of history. 5,000 years of African history has been subtracted from world history. And you can't have world history if you don't have African history. Because whether we go through science, whether we go to biology, through genes, or whether we go through biblical studies or Abrahamic faith studies, we find that Africa is the center of all of these things. And it's the common denominator that connects all human beings. Science mentions that Africa was the first place where humans started to emerge. Biblical studies mentions that ancient Egypt, which is in Africa, was the first mega civilization. And biology talks about how the first human beings started with the dominant genes, which is the black skin genes, and then began to spread through all the four corners of the earth, and people took on features based on the environment. So it's very important and essential to world history to have African history. So at our company at Ancient African Antiquities Research Institute of America, we call it ARIA, and I Black Pharaoh Universe. We plan to bring this narrative to the world because it's been missing from the world history.
Wow, impressive. Obviously, it seems your quest, your journey was informed by your heritage, you know. So when was the first time that you got awakened to this mission?
Yeah, you know, when I started as a young man with my father used to come to school, and he was very proud African, and he would come to school with his garb on, and people would ask questions. What is Africa like? What is Africa? You know, and in America, they have this very skewed view of Africa. Like everyone's running around in jungle or in the village and things like that. And I wanted to educate the brothers and sisters here who had never been back home to help them to understand there's more to Africa than what you see on TV and things of that nature. So my father and I, we were working on a school project, and I was about, maybe 10 years old at this time. And we wanted to make a sculpture about a person in history. So we grabbed a mannequin. We painted the mannequin jet black. We went and got some cardboard and we transformed it into a headdress of an Egyptian pharaoh. And I brought it to school, and I got a B-. And I was kind of hurt because I believed that my project was the best. It had the best effort. But my teacher told me that it was historically inaccurate. And that began the fire in me then to prove that ancient Africa, ancient Egypt, was a part of Africa, and it shouldn't be separate from Africa. Because if you go to Egypt to this day, you can look on the walls and look at these brown, black-skinned brothers and sisters from ancient times that built that mega civilization. And that mega civilization was copied by the Greeks, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and even to this very day. If you look at the dollar bill and the American dollar bill, you can see a pyramid on the back of it. and that is African history. So I felt it was very essential to prove that ancient Egypt was a Black African civilization. So that was the beginning of my journey.
Wow.
Now, as I became an adult, I started to look back on the things that I was seeing, but what really got me going was the Black Panther movie. When the Black Panther movie came out, I started to see so many diasporans started to have a sense of pride about being African again. And I decided this is my time now to really take it to another level, take the education into another level. So around that time is when I started Ancient African Antiquities. I already had a book out called I, Black Pharaoh, Rise to Power, which I started writing in 2016. And that book is also about ancient Egypt, about the great Pharaoh, Queen Pharaoh Hatshepsut, and the male Pharaoh, the dominant warrior Pharaoh, Tutmosis III, and these were Black African people. So I started these things and started making these movements known to the world that it was very important and essential to world history to center around Black Africa.
Wow. Impressive. So what has the reception been like? My apologies. It seems I was muted. So what has the reception been like so far?
Yeah, well, at first it was, it was a lot of conflict.
Right.
I received hundreds of hate mail, death threats, saying that I was blackwashing history, different things like that. And I found myself in a predicament where I had to really think to myself, is this something I really want to do? Is this a battle I really want to fight? And my father told me, he said, you already put this out there to the world and you have to stand on it. And that's something that I really took to heart. And as I stood on it, and then people became more aware, more woke, so to speak, then I started to notice that people became more and more receptive to it. And now I'm at the point where I became a best-selling author and also a TEDx speaker. And once the TEDx came, that really changed the game for me. And now I'm speaking on worldwide stages all over the globe about African history and continuing to change that narrative. And we're really working with Buffalo Public Schools right now in the city of Buffalo, which we're helping the children and teenagers embrace their African heritage.
That's impressive. Yeah, you're right. You definitely have a message. I used to listen to there's this lady, African History by I'm trying to remember her name. Obviously, we have a lot of untold stories and individuals like yourself who are going deep in the jungle, so to say, excavating what might have been buried and suppressed and forgotten, are important in the conversation. I'm curious to find out though, what were the surprising discoveries you made when you began exploring and sharing these facets of information, unearthing it and making it public for everyone to know and understand?
Yeah, as I started to study through the different civilizations and travel to these different parts of Africa, I started to understand that there was some commonality between all Africans and African civilizations. Some of the headdresses that were worn, the staff that was by the king, the divine king or divine rulership by kings was seen throughout the African continent. These were very similar things that were happening from ancient Egypt all the way down to Zululand. So I found these similarities to be very interesting. And I started to say, North Africa and South Africa, East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, they're not as separate as the world has made them seem. So I really sought to look at the commonalities between all of these different African civilizations. And what really got me into it was Cheikh Anta Diop. Cheikh Anta Diop was one of the greatest African historians of our time, of our generation, to really started to bring these things to light. Cheikh Anta Diop, he in 1974, he went to UNESCO scholars to debate whether ancient Egyptians were Black African people. And when he did this, he was able to prove through testing different people of ancient times in Egypt, testing certain mummies, and prove that their melanin levels were so high that they had to have been Black African people. He was not allowed to test the pharaohs, but when he gave his dissertation, he literally blew out all the Eurocentric scholars that were saying that they were something other than African. So that was another inspiration for me. There was Chancellor Williams, the miseducation of the Negro. There was Malcolm X. All of these different stories really motivated me. But for my own personal work, is studying these people who came before me, Kaba Kabane, Runoko Rashidi, these African scholars, Dr. Anthony Browder, were very, very hardworking, and it really showed the beauty and the majesty of ancient Africa and how it still sets the precedent for how things are done today.
Right.
You can see some of the temples today, even in America, that kind of mirror ancient Africa. The Wall of Benin, that's not talked about. All of these different things, monumental African constructions, when we've been told that we have produced nothing. So all of these things that were coming to the light really made me want to share it with the world, because I couldn't keep these things to myself.
Wow, very impressive. Okay, so, when I was listening to Zainab, have you heard her at all? The
Yes,
African
Zainab,
history.
yes, on her documentary Africa.
Right.
Yes.
So I think there is this so to say rift. So what I don't understand is, for those of us over here on the continent, we are always excited to see this new information, but sometimes you read the news, and I'm asking for your opinion on this. Is there an actual rift between African Americans and Africans on the continent, or is it a perceived rift? Because it seems like Africa is often a place where, again, I might not phrase it properly, but it seems to me like is a celebrated concept than an actual reality in terms of the experience. So I see some news article here from OK Africa. The ongoing rift between African immigrants and African Americans. The fiction between Black Americans and the African immigrants is now glaringly and painfully playing itself out on social media platforms such as Clubhouse. This is old data in 2021. Could Pan-Africanism be the way forward? So with all this conscientiousness that individuals like yourself have about the continent, why is there such misnomer? Shouldn't it be an embracive relationship between the two divide? After all, we're one people, unjustly dehumanized, and now we are awakening to our true selves. What do you think about this?
Yes, absolutely. I was on Clubhouse, and at first Clubhouse was very positive.
Yeah.
Because it was an opportunity for Africans and African Americans and Jamaicans and all the diasporans to come together and have a place to talk, right? And as those talking started, you started seeing division begin. And this happens in African countries, as you well know, and it also happens in different tribes and, what we call tribalism in the world today, where, some people were saying different things back and forth. It's said here on the continent, and in the continent, it's said that African Americans are violent. It's been said that they are in the streets or drug dealers or this or that or violent people. And then on the flip side, what's being promoted to African Americans about Africa, it's being promoted that Africa's a jungle, that Africans have no civilization, that there's no resources there to benefit African Americans. So on both sides of the diaspora, we're seeing the media playing a crucial role in dividing the diaspora. So I would say the rift that has existed is based on miseducation. When you're growing up in America, and I can't tell you how many times people asked me that I have a lion in my backyard in Cameroon. I can't tell you when I come home to Cameroon how many times people ask me, oh, are you in the streets? Are you committing crimes? Are you robbing people? Are you doing these things? And it's all because of the media has perpetuated these narratives and fed it to the continent and also fed it right here in America too. So miseducation, when Pan-Africanism is mentioned, and it's not just for diasporans, it's also for every human being. And that leads us to our topic of discussion here, which is one race, the human race.
Yeah.
When you break down all of these things, every single human being genome leads back to Africa when it comes to science. Every single biological DNA leads back to Africa. Biblical studies lead back to Africa. So that is the common place for all humanity. So I wouldn't particularly have to call that Pan-Africanism. Right. I would just call that life, because life leads back to Africa.
Impressive. So now, what's the way forward in your experience? What's the way forward? Is it proper marketing? By the way, you're right. When I was growing up, some of the movies that we saw, the gang movies, and everybody had an oversized t-shirt, sneaker, baggy jean trousers. We wanted to be the boys and the hoods, and those are the materials that we received, the content that we received, and those were the aspirations that we saw of the Black Americans. Everyone has some fake accent of tough guy, dealing dope, I think. Yeah. So what's the way? What's the way forward?
The way forward is education, man. We have to re-educate our educators.
So
on both sides.
What is the education really?
We have to re-educate. We have to use our platforms like what you're doing right now, my brother. You are doing this on a worldwide level. And when we have opportunities, we need to take those opportunities. And people who've never been to the continent, they need to go. If you never left the continent, you need to try to do so.
Yeah.
Because you'll find, once you spread your wings out just a little bit, you'll find the beauty of different cultures right within the African diaspora. I think that those two things are very, very important. And we also have to support our African historians, our scholars. We have to support them, because if they're doing the work to try to help restore this bridge that has been broken, whether it be from colonization or transatlantic slave trade, these are things that were pushed down on African people and forced into our heads that we're our own enemy.
Right.
And it's been one of the hard things to deal with. Now, when you even talk about race, when we're talking about the One Race seminar that I do, is our campaign seminar, we start with the education that before the 1600s, there was no such thing as a white person or a black person. But around 1681, we started to see scholarship of 4 great races, what they called it: the Negroid, the Caucasoid, the Mongoloid, and the Asiatic. And with that, they began to formulate different subgroups under that. Okay. And that was the first time in world history, documented world history, that people started to be labeled by skin color. Whereas in before, people were labeled by their religious belief, people were labeled by their culture, people were labeled by their city that they lived in. That's how people were labeled before. But in the 1600s, 1681 specifically, you started to see a formulation of theology that started to label people by skin complexion. And that's what they call the 4 great races. So around that time, around the Spanish Inquisition, is when you started to see these things take forward. And it took some generations for people to kind of really accept it. So what we have to do to kind of combat those things is, I personally believe we have to get rid of that term race, because it's not a real thing. It's really not. We are one race. Whether you believe in biblical studies, as I do, you will come to know that every human being traces back to a father and a mother. And that means we're all brothers and sisters. Now, as people started to move into different parts of the earth, they was what you call natural selection. They basically began to adapt to the environments. So if a person of my skin complexion moves into Europe, and I began to, and it gets really, really cold in certain parts of Europe, over generations, my descendants will begin to lose their genetic information of high melanin. And when that happens, their skin will get lighter, their eyes will get lighter, and their hair texture will get lighter. And that's it. But if I do the opposite and move further closer to the equator, you'll see my skin getting darker and my descendants also doing the same thing. That's the only difference between human beings, my brother. The only difference between human beings is heat and ice. That's it. It has nothing to do with intellect, nothing to do with any of that. It's heat, ice, and genetic isolation. That's it. So this type of education needs to be known to the world, because if we all understand that our common ancestor was from Africa, we would see less people degrading the history of Africa, degrading the people of Africa, and the descendants and the diasporans directly connected to Africa. They would have to change that theory. They would have to change that thought process, because now everyone comes from there. Everyone knows that this is the true motherland of all humanity.
Absolutely. You know, Zainab used to say, if you're not an African, you are an African export. And I really agree with that. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of re-educating, especially the next generation, to understand their value, their place in the world. So I'm thinking to myself also, has there been any interesting discoveries you've come across in terms of origins that could link to origin stories of, you know, where we came from as human species? And you know, some people were like, the Garden of Eden could still be discovered. Has there been any of such interesting discoveries that you came across or you read about?
Yes, well, it can get real deep, and we can go on for this conversation for a long time when it comes to biblical studies. But let's talk a little bit about it. The Bible says that Adam was created from the dirt. Right. Soil. So what color is soil?
Brown.
Rich soil. Yeah, it's brown. It can be brown, it could be dark red, rich soil.
Right.
And you would assume the Garden of Eden had rich soil, right? So he was taken and he was formed into a man. And I also want you to look at that term, human. Human actually comes from a term called humus.
Right.
Humus is the dark organic matter that breaks down microorganisms that is found in the soil as well. That essentially gives life to plants.
Right.
So if Adam was taken from this humus, we look at humus as being brown or black or red,
Right.
right? We know that Adam was that color. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we know biologically that the dominant gene, which is the black skin gene, can produce all races on the planet. There have been multiple accounts of people in Blackest Africa producing Caucasian children. And they found these things to be miracles, but it's called mitochondrial DNA.
Right.
They call it the mitochondrial Eve. Okay. And this mitochondrial Eve can produce, as I mentioned before, can produce every single race on the planet. So these things that we learn about humus, right? We learn about human. And then we look up the term Adam, which can mean red man or abstracted from the Father, from God himself. So all of these things really help us to understand how important Blackness is and also how important Africa is in the connection to the origin of humanity as well. Now, when it comes to science, science says that the first human beings came out of East Africa. It leads to that evolution theory. Some people agree with it. I'm not one too, but I do understand it. And it still leads back to Africa. So whether we're talking science, we're talking biology, we're talking biblical studies or the Quran or the Abrahamic faiths, it still leads back to Mama Africa.
Right.
So again, African history, you can't have world history without Black history because it is the origin of all history.
Which is why sometimes when you think about slave trade, it's difficult to conceptualize and understand that for trinkets, people were willing to do the impossible, the inhumanity that we have seen, in history books, and some of you experienced more closely. Have you been to Ghana before?
No, I have not, but I do plan to.
You should.
I do plan to. When they did the year of return in Ghana, it was really something that really warmed my heart. I planned to go, and when COVID happened, and unfortunately my plans got canceled because of COVID. So I will be making rounds there, and I hope to make an impact on some of the universities to work with some of the universities there in Ghana to bring this history. The Ashanti Kingdom is one of the kingdoms that I talk about in my conferences. A lot about the great history of Ghana and ancient Ghana and ancient Congo and also the Benin Kingdom and also Aksum and also Zululand and Carthage and Egypt and Kush. Puntland, all of these different mega civilizations that are not talked about, even on our continent to this day. I was very surprised to speak to Nigerians, and they knew nothing about the Benin Kingdom. I was very surprised when speaking to brothers of Sudan, and they knew nothing of the Kushite Empire, which they're descendants of. And that tells me the miseducation that's happening here in America is also happening on the continent.
Yeah, because it started here.
Those who have the ability to travel to the continent, it's very imperative that we do that.
Yeah.
We do go to these different, Zenab is one of the leading ones. when she did that documentary for Africa, and then me and Zanab are actually planning an event as we speak for the Sankofa Conference in 2026 in Buffalo, New York. We look to fly her into New York because of the marvelous work she's doing as an author, and also her work that she did at the BBC.
Right.
We're planning to bring her and Malcolm X's daughter to be on the same stage together.
Wow.
Ilyaza Shabazz. So
you do
we'll
want to
have
light a fire.
two sides of the African diaspora, two of these powerful figures on the same stage together.
Right. Very impressive. Evans, do you have any question? I'm guessing that you are tapping into the conversation. As a teacher and someone with deeper understanding of the kingdoms that he's mentioning of, you are a Ghanaian, you should be a titled man now. Do you have any question for him?
Yeah. For me, I think I'd like to know what his perspective is on the perceived dominance. Okay, so the perceived dominance of the Ashanti Kingdom against national cohesion.
Right.
Because
Did you hear what he's saying?
No, I did not.
Okay, maybe you can.
I heard the perceived dominance of the Ashanti Kingdom versus.
Yes, but versus the national cohesion, because people feel the Ashanti history and heritage is dominating and making others look, other tribes and others look, should I say, undervalued or underestimated. Do you think it's a valid point to make? Because people think we should sell Ghana instead of selling the Ashanti Kingdom or their language, which is Twi.
What do you think?
I think that, what was known to the world as a mega civilization at the time was the Ashanti Kingdom. Now, this doesn't undermine the other tribes at all. But it's just like in South Africa, how Zulu or Bantu is the dominant culture there. But there were many other tribes. There are dominant tribes because of dominant figures. When we talk about Sudan, we talk about Kandake Mani Reyes. We talk about Egypt, we talk about Hatshepsut, we talk about Zulu, we talk about Nandi. So all of these kingdoms have these great figures that people were attracted to, particularly Europeans. As Europeans began to come across Africa, these are some of the kingdoms that they came across, and they told stories about these kingdoms. So now that we're under a time where Eurocentric scholarship is thriving, if that was the main kingdom that they knew about, was the Ashanti Kingdom, that's the one that's going to be in the forefront. And that's just a part of how scholarship works sometimes. It doesn't particularly mean they were the only or the most important, but at that time they might have been the most dominant. So again, all of these things matter, and all culture and tribes do matter within the scope even of a dominant tribe as well. Because even no matter where you go in the world, you're going to have subcultures and you're going to have a dominant culture. So I think all cultures are important, but it's also important to recognize the dominant culture as well, because, from when most Ghanaians leave Ghana, they're going to be mentioned with the Ashanti Kingdom. And it's actually something to embrace. It's interesting. A brother asked me before, and he said, Kulu, why is it so important for Africans outside of diaspora or inside of the diaspora that don't live on the continent to identify with any African civilization? And I said, well, if you think that African people were just standing in one place in one part of Africa, you're wrong. Because Africans have been migrating and moving around the continent for thousands of years. So let's say for my family's sake, my father's from Cameroon, from Douala. And do I know 2 generations before my father was born if they didn't migrate from Congo or Ghana? I don't know that.
Yeah.
So these are things. So what I say all Africa belongs to me. And I say that to all of my brothers and sisters, that all of Africa belongs to us. Because as desertification happened in certain parts of Africa, Africans migrated to more tropical regions, you see. So Africans weren't just people that stayed in one place. And as they stayed, they began to create communities, what we call tribes today, that fit that family at that time. So it's very important for all diasporans to embrace all of African history, not just the Ashanti, not just Benin, but also the major kingdoms that made known to the world, that brought attention to Africa, but also those subcultures as well that you just explained.
Wow, impressive. So did you notice or hear about Ghana's trademark of the kente fabric as a historical element?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And, the kente is everywhere. It's become the standard of African garb throughout the world. It's become a standard, and it's a beautiful thing that it comes directly out of Ghana. Ghana has not just produced the kente, it's produced some of the finest coffee, and also when you think about Ghana and the things that have come out of Ghana, it takes you back to thinking of what you just mentioned, the Ashanti Kingdom, but it also takes you back to understanding how rich the culture is and how important the people have embraced it and don't even know where it comes from. There are people in Ghana, as you well know, that have never had a cup of coffee before.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they have worked on farms digging up cocoa. Okay? There are people in certain parts of Nigeria that don't have a car with oil. And it produces some of the clearest oil on the face of the planet. These are things that we need to know about our areas that we don't know because of colonization and because of exploitation and also because of miseducation. So these are several things. This is why when we lay a pipeline between those in the diaspora who actually have the ability to possibly travel and possibly do businesses with businesses in Africa, that's what Clubhouse should have been used for. It should have been used for opportunity to create pipelines throughout the diaspora so that wealth can be exchanged between on the African continent and as well in America. Malcolm X once said that the Black man will never be respected unless Africa is respected.
Wow.
And I think that's very, very important. If we do not invest in home, where we come from, and if home doesn't embrace its own, even though the ones that were taken and stolen and ripped and robbed from the continent, then we are going to continue to be divided and broken down into groups and subgroups instead of uniting with all of our talents, with all of our abilities. Just think about hip-hop music, amapiano, Afrobeat, drill, rock and roll, these things that were created by people of the diaspora, the arts, the architectural constructions, science, mathematics, astrology, all of these things that were created by your people, my people, our ancestors. If we had come to embrace what they call the Ubuntu and come to embrace also the Sankofa mentality to look back and fetch it. Look back at your past failures. Look back at your past successes, your ancestors' past failures, your ancestors' past successes, and fetch it and grab hold of it and hold it close. Our future will be even brighter. People always say, Kulu, when you're talking about the past, why is the past so important? We got to get to the future. And I say, allow me to take your mind and put it in a slingshot. We was just talking about David, right? With the sling. Remember David with the sling and David and Goliath?
Yeah.
Allow me to take your mind and to put it in the sling. And the further back I pull that sling, the further I can project you into the future.
Hmm.
You see the importance of knowing your history?
Absolutely.
Further back we go, because there's nothing new under the sun. So the further back I can pull you into your history, there's not many games that people can run on you that you don't know. You see? It's so important to go back and fetch it, like the Sankofa says. The Sankofa of the Akan people, which I'm sure you're very familiar with.
Right.
And project you into the future.
Okay. So you have this wonderful mission that you are on. So obviously your vision for the future seems to be one where everybody has a well-defined sense of identity. Does that seem like an accurate representation?
Yes. And to make this very clear, this is not just for Black Africans. This is for the world. Every human being originates in Africa. Every human being. Remember what Malcolm X said. Black man will never be respected unless Africa is respected. And there's another great man who had another great saying. His name was Marcus Garvey. He said, a person without knowledge of his past history, origin, or culture is like a tree with no roots. And I asked this in my TEDx talk. I said, if you had a choice to be a tree deeply rooted into the soil in a harsh windstorm, would you rather be that tree, or would you rather be a nice, pretty, beautiful tree that was mulched into the ground? Which would you rather be?
Right.
And I always say, I want to be that tree that stretches deep into the soil. So when that storm comes, I'm not moving.
Right.
I'm standing still. I'm standing firm. And that will determine so that those roots spread all the way back to the origins of humankind. That is the history of African people. So those people who are now identifying with Africa now are the people who have those deep roots.
Right.
It's important to try to get all people, all humanity on that level. Will we ever get there? There's a lot of work to do.
That certainly is. So in terms of that work, is technology playing any role in helping you disseminate this message?
Absolutely. When COVID happened, I was able to partake in 15 virtual tours, including the Slave Palace in Ghana. I was able to do a virtual tour there. I wasn't able to get there yet physically. But again, seeing these places, being able to speak to people who are directly there, make relationships with people is so very important. So we have to utilize these internet tools because right now in the age of information, we are in an age where these things are no longer kept in the Vatican. These no longer are hidden somewhere. You can, right at the click of your fingers, you can look it up. Who was the first, king of Ashanti? Who was the first queen of the Ashanti? We can look up these things now, right on the internet. We can use them now. Right now, we can be on Zoom right now, talking to our brothers and sisters on different parts of the world, building. We can be starting businesses together. We could be traveling together. We can be putting our heads and our money together to do different things, powerful things on both sides of the globe.
Absolutely.
UK. There's Africans in South America. There's Africans in China. There's Africans in the UK. There's the Aboriginal people in Australia. There's African people in India. There's African people all over this world that we can connect with through this internet. So it's very important to use technology to come together. Malcolm X also once said that when we walk into a room, it's very important to put our religions in our pocket because we're coming to build. We're coming to build with each other and find what we have in common and utilize those things.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Are you aiming to run for any public office?
I don't involve myself in politics. Particularly, I believe education is the way. There's a lot of corruption in politics, particularly. I believe it's all part of the same system that enslaved people. It's a part of the same system that started World War I, World War II. It's by the same group of families,
right,
to try to fit this type of education that supports all humanity when the system has been built to be against humanity. Being a politician is something I could never do.
Right.
But be an educator, that is something that I stand on.
Let's talk about your book. Are you still working on it? I'm not so sure if you say you finished now.
Yes, my book, I, Black Pharaoh, Rise to Power, the Golden Age edition, is out. You can find it on Amazon. It's throughout the world. You can get it anywhere. Just go look up I, Black Pharaoh, Rise to Power. You can also go to www.iblackpharaoh.com, where you can find the book and you can purchase it. It's a great historical adventure about the rise of the great Queen Pharaoh Hatshepsut. Many people connect Hatshepsut to the biblical figure of the king's daughter, the Pharaoh's daughter, in connection with Moses. Tutmosis III is considered to be the greatest conquering pharaoh of ancient Kemet, which we know is ancient Egypt today. So very, very powerful story. If you're into historical adventures, you're going to absolutely love it. Right now, we're working with a Hollywood producer as we speak, and in collaboration with a Nollywood producer to possibly bring this to a TV series on the big stage. So look out for that. The title will be called Sovereign Rising. Again, the First Kingdom. So it's something to look forward to. Hopefully 2026, 2027. We're still working out the particulars of that. Also, I have a children's book out, which is a Christian children's book, which is called I Dreamed of a New World to Come. Please also check that out. I also have another children's book called I Sing, which is about the talent of a young African-American young lady who's trying to use her talent to develop wealth in her life, in her young life. So all of these different things are expressions of African people in many different ways. The vision of a better life, also the vision of knowing who we were in our past and using that Sankofa mentality for us to move forward into a better future.
So when you talk to young men, what is your primary message to young men?
My message is to know thyself. If you don't know where you come from, you won't know where you're going. And if you don't know where you're going, anybody can lead you there. What does that mean? That means if you don't know who you are and what your ancestors stood for, you won't know where you're going. It's just like a GPS, or it's like a map. You know, if you're looking, just walking about and saying, hey, I'm trying to get here, anybody can tell you go anywhere, you won't know. But if you know where you came from, you'll know how to get back. So very important to know thyself, know thy history, know thy culture. You know, you'll be amazed at how many people right here in America have no clue that Africa even had kings, that Africa even had queens. In fact, Africa has produced more women rulers than anywhere else in world history. How empowering is that? Not just to young men, but to young women.
Could you say that again, please?
It's so powerful. I mean, it's also the first place in the world that women were allowed to rule. This is before any women liberation movements. This is before that. African women were the first women to sit on thrones, first women to be part of politics, the first women to be called gods. So important for us to know these things about our women, about our men, the great things that we built. To this day, they're still trying to figure out how the Wall of Benin was built. The Wall of Benin is 4 times the size of the Great Chinese Wall. How come that history isn't told? You know, this wall in Benin was considered to be the Guinness World Book, in the Guinness World Book of Records, what we're trying to do right now for you, my brother. It's amazing to know that that was African history. The solstice being lined up with the peaks of the pyramids. How did these ancient Africans know how to align the peak of the pyramid with the stars, with the Orion belt and all of these different things? It's just amazing, the history that comes out of Africa that has been suppressed, renamed, and repackaged and resold to us.
Have you taken interest in studying the pyramid? The Egyptian pyramid, to be precise. Okay.
Yes. It's not just in Egypt, though. Kush, which modern day Sudan,
right,
has 250 more pyramids than there is in Egypt.
Yeah, but it seems the one in Egypt is the one that really gets attention all over the place.
Yeah. They focus on the 3 in Egypt, which are the Step Pyramid of Dozier, the Pyramid of Khufu, Khafre. So these are right in Egypt today. If you go into Cairo, you can see them as soon as you walk in, those gigantic statues. And these things were, some people thought they were tombs at first, and now they're finding out that they were possibly power plants. I thought that was very interesting. There's no significant evidence, but they do believe that the copper peak of the pyramid was kind of like a solar conductor, so to speak, to conduct lights throughout the city. How true that is, there's a lot of study that needs to be done into it. What we do know about the pyramids is that more than likely, our theory at ARIA is that more than likely it was ancient concrete that was used.
Right.
And the solar lasers were used from the sun, the intense heat of the sun, that were used through some sort of giant microscopic laser, so to speak, that would help molten and make a form of ancient concrete to form it. Because to curry these 2-3 ton blocks would take hundreds of years. And some of these pyramids were built within 20 years. So if that is the case,
20 years,
they had to be using some sort of, they had to be built within 20 years. So I believe Hatshepsut talked about her obelisk was built in less than 5 years. So an obelisk is that big, long, triangular peak that sits in the sky. You can see them in different parts of the world now. But that was built in 5 years.
Wow.
So again, I believe it was some form of ancient concrete. It just makes more sense than currying these blocks. It would take hundreds, millions of people to do it, to put it in place, and then curry it and pull it up on top of each stone. It would just be a lot of work. So,
and the precision.
Our theory is that ancient concrete was used.
It's amazing. I've listened to some of the discovery talks, the precision, the angles, the new rooms that are being discovered. Somebody said there's a discovery of what seems to be or looks to be a city under the pyramid that extends to a wide range of distance, and It's amazing. The question is, was it made with human hands or was it made with some form of ancient technology that cannot be replicated because it's been lost to history?
I believe it was made with human hands.
Wow.
Was there a spiritual influence? Probably so. Probably so.
Right.
I'm not going to be dogmatic on that, but I know for sure it was made by human hands. There's a lot of theories about ancient aliens, and they say these things to really kind of throw you off, to say anybody but Africans did it. I said, well, it wasn't white people. It wasn't Arabs, but it couldn't be Africans. So maybe it was aliens, because they see the intelligence, the precision behind the construction of the pyramid, and it's never been duplicated.
Yeah.
Never been duplicated. But here's one interesting connection. There is the pyramids of the sun found in South America, which also new discoveries and discussions have been happening since the 1970s by a man by Ivan van Sertima, who believes that ancient African people had been traveling to the Americas thousands of years ago and helping the construction of the Pyramid of the Sun because it perfectly replicates the pyramids in Giza in Egypt.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I've heard of that in Joe Rogan.
By the exact same people.
Right. Yeah. Does any of those inspire you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Because when my sister Shay, she's a part of my team, she makes this connection between ancient Egyptian artifacts called the Gosford glyphs found in Australia. And that helps us to understand that these ancient Africans were traveling the world. Many people believe that Africans weren't traveling the sea. There's a story of Mansa Musa's elder brother, Abu Bakr, traveling to the Americas, creating what they call the Olmec civilization. And that could be how these ancient pyramids in America were built. Some even say that the ancient Kushites and the Egyptians were traveling the seas as well. But they're finding these African artifacts all over the globe. In fact, one of the pharaohs, he was found with cocaine, which is indigenous to America. The coca plant is indigenous to America. But this ancient African had cocaine found in his hair follicles. So what does that tell us? That ancient Africans had been trading and coming to different parts of the world, including the Americas, far before Columbus or Christopher Columbus was even thought of. So important to know this history. And it's empowering when they told us that Africans weren't traveling the seas or traveling the oceans. But there's two currents that'll take you right from West Africa and one that will take you from North Africa right into South America. One is called the Benguela Current. The other one is called the Canary Current. And Africans, according to the Greek philosopher, his name was Herodotus. He said, ancient Egyptians were great seamen. So they had great knowledge of the seas and great knowledge of directions through using the currents. So it is not far-fetched to believe that Africans had been all over this globe far before any European settlers began to do so. Indeed.
I can believe that. I can believe that summary. Wow. Too many things to digest,
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
Beautiful history that we have. Beautiful history that we have. And it's a lot to be proud of. It's a lot to reclaim. Our theme at ARIA is restore, reclaim, and reveal. And through a lot of presentations I do, my goal is to restore the truth, reclaim the truth, and then reveal the truth. Because once you know the truth you should never keep it to yourself.
Right.
You know, the Bible tells us in the book of Matthew, it tells us to go about, spread the good news throughout the entire inhabited earth, right? It tells us be at it and be at it urgently.
Right.
So when you know something that's life-saving, world-changing, you can't keep it to yourself. You have to do the work to push it out to the world, and that's what I do. I've done paid, I've done unpaid, I've done all types of work. I've done in person, I've done virtual. Any way that I can reach the minds and the hearts of different people across the globe to help people understand that we are one big family. It's just like dogs, right? You know, some people love dogs in America.
Yeah.
There's so many dog kinds. Let me ask you this. There's the original dog is considered to be the gray wolf. Now, there's dogs in Africa, short-haired dogs because of the heat. But if you go to Europe, there's these long-haired wolf-looking dogs, right? Why? Because both of those animals, they're both dogs, but they just adapted to their area.
Environment, yeah.
And human beings are no different. Just like different birds who live in different parts of the earth, they are different colors. Do you see them fighting about color? No, they're not doing that. It's a shame that even animals sometimes have more sense than human beings. But the reality is, we have to observe nature and observe how things have been able to adapt to their environment for survival purposes.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
That's the only difference between human beings. Heat, ice, the foods that are able to be eaten, and genetic isolation. And once we get there scientifically on a global scale, I think that would give reference back to Mama Africa.
Awesome. Wow. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. This has been a wonderful and an informative, exciting conversation, to say the least. Some of the thoughts that you've shared deserve to be common knowledge among everyone that have a black skin on them, especially because, you know, this sense of self sometimes determines how we participate in the global conversation. Keep doing what you're doing, keep spreading the message, keep carrying the news far and wide. And of course, when you are opportune to come to Ghana, we'll be very happy and thrilled to receive you. And I'll be also, also excited to see you experience firsthand some of these stories that you've told and the good news that you've spread to the kings and queens of this world. So bye for now, and we would stay in touch, hoping to reconnect soon.
Thank you for having me, my brother.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers.
Awesome. Okay, so we're going back to Evans. I see Ado Corentin. He's joined this session for a number of times now. Is it his turn on Zoom? Yeah, there's somebody in the waiting room. Okay, please mic Evans so that we can continue our other side of the conversation.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, he's very informative. He has deep understanding of the subject matter.
Yes.
So we're coming back from the USA to Ghana, and we're welcoming back on the stage Evans for the second part of the conversation, which is communication. Wonderful. So now this. The last part of where we left off was on the family angle.
Yeah.
How do you think there is really an agenda against the family unit?
It's a very controversial issue, but I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I am a firm believer that
Let's stand a bit for this.
yes. I am a firm believer that men are not supposed to necessarily dominate over women. When we use the expression dominate, then it looks like men are supposed to be superior.
Right.
But I like the part where it says that women, bringing women at par with men is a disintegration agenda.
Right.
And I agree perfectly.
Right.
In any normal society, there is orderliness.
Right.
Even in the animal kingdom, the female is subservient.
Right.
It's interesting that male organisms, male, whatever you want to call them, species or anything, within the biological ecosystem has dominance.
Right.
And there are instances where there are female traits that are very dominant but generally, even if you watch The Lion King, and it's not like men trying to create a certain patriarchy. No, I think that it's just a natural instinct that the world conforms to. Yesterday, I read some two terrible news in Namibia and Tanzania,
Right.
where someone made a very funny. I think it's not funny, but it's funny.
Right.
That the Namibian president stripped off the vice and took over some key ministries.
Wow.
Reported by DW, Deutsche Welle yesterday.
Right.
The Tanzanian president in the last election has technically banned everybody, arrested all the other opposition. These are things that when you do, people would say you are becoming a man. That should tell you that there are certain traits that are naturally masculine. So even if a woman tries to do it, it's not like characterization, but it is what it is. If you ask, they say that what men can do, women can do better, of course. But why is it that we are still asking women to be given leniency, to be given advantage? When a man and a woman divorces, even if a woman is working, a man compensates a woman. Yet we say that women are they are the weakest. Yet we are always saying that they have to be men. And I think once we are not able to draw that distinction and clarity and make sure that women sit in that place of, I keep saying that if I were a woman, I wouldn't even struggle to work. Because the reason why the law I read an article on BBC One some 3 years ago about the foundation of marriage.
Right.
And it said that marriage, the concept of marriage came because of inheritance.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was a very deep article. Maybe I'll share with you someday.
Yes, please.
But then they made a very strong point that men always created chaos after their death. And so marrying somebody, and especially marrying one person, was seen as a way of, because women were not working. Women were supposed to take care of the children.
Yeah.
Today, the home is getting disintegrated and all because we are trying to say that a woman must be like a man. And so if you are like a man, then I expect you to bring money. Because when you want to be a man, then do what men do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If there is divorce, compensate the man. But so it's interesting that at one breath we say they are weak. They don't go to war. Men go to war, but and when during war, protect women and children.
Right.
But why am I supposed to protect them if they are equal to me?
Equal to me.
Right. So I think the world must come to, and unfortunately, is men who are passing the laws that protects women. You know, so I think that I think it's a pure agenda, and in any society where women, my partner is a German. She would be in Germany and always think about servitude. She's always thinking about, how do I become like an African woman? Why would she think like that? If anybody thinks like that, they are trying to tell you that there are certain traits that make things work better in Africa. Right? That preserves marriage, that preserves the family, that preserves those values. That if you don't try as much as you can to find a way to balance that situation, then you are creating some kind of disarray.
Right.
You know, and you make it difficult for the family cohesion. Right. So I think that we should let women be women.
Absolutely.
Women should stay where they have to stay. And then men also, that notwithstanding, it's not supposed to say that women are supposed to be trampled upon.
Right.
They are supposed to be given all the rights that makes them human.
Right.
But of course not to play the role of men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to be a big fan of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Mr. Obama, President Obama was one of the people that I used to look up to, you know. And I began to notice, especially during Biden's presidency, you know, some of the literatures, the terminologies, where the definition of a woman became a contention, you know, where the lines began to blur in terms of women playing in, men playing in women's sports, and those kind of policies and things, you know, men using female bathroom just because they identify to be XYZ.
Yeah.
And it worried me, it concerned me a lot.
Yeah.
And at some point, I thought to myself, a party that cannot objectively define who is a woman, what is going on? What is going on? You know? Because it should be easy to tell us who is a woman and who is a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not difficult to tell that this is a lioness and this is a lion.
A lion.
It's something we've, and I always say that, and people make fun of it, that why is it that I can't say that I'm a Ghanaian? No, I'm an American, but I'm trapped in a Ghanaian body. So I want to go be an American. That one you say you don't allow. That's I feel that I am American, but I've been trapped in a Ghanaian body. So release me and let me get to my America. that one, when I come to them, but you tell me I'm crazy. Is that not it? You tell me I'm crazy, but you are able to say that I feel like, if you feel like, then I should be able to feel like an American.
Feel whatever I want.
Exactly, feel like an American. So, I mean, crazy world, yeah.
All right, so let's get to the other side of the conversation, which is communication. You know, you have trained young people in communication, and I think communication is one of the most important topics of today.
Yeah.
For entry-level job seekers, early career professionals, and even young entrepreneurs who want to understand the concept of communication. What do they need to know?
That's a very difficult way to summarize communication.
Right.
But I think it's all about, so today communication is about clarity and brevity.
Right.
You know, these are two core elements that's shaping, and that's why you can see that we are beginning to use icons in communicating things today much better than we were doing before. So the essence of using icons is to be brief and provide clarity.
Okay.
So if you're able to capture your statements and things you say like icons, then you can make things easier. But quite interestingly, icon design is also another thing.
Probably, yeah.
Because everybody, when we talk about vision, everybody is using two eyes. When you talk about precision or target, everybody is using the dot.
Right.
That's a very universal way of communicating, but some institutions are actually customizing these things to include other elements that even provide further information without necessarily having to say them. Right. So, for whatever it is that you are doing, I remember the first speech I did when I went for my fellowship in the US. No, even before then, Google for Entrepreneurs in 2013.
Right.
Google was in Ghana to start an entrepreneurship program, and they were asking everybody to tell their story like a tweet. You know, in characters of 140 characters, and it's so difficult to tell anything in 140 characters because 140 characters might be a very simple sentence. Maybe not more than even 10 words, 10 short words. So before you can be able to communicate more effectively, then brevity, clarity, just like you are represented in an icon and you're gone. If you're able to understand that, if you want to communicate something well, look at it like you are putting an icon there without interpretation. Can someone understand the icon?
Right.
So I always say that if you go to our hospitals, there is a concept in communication which is emerging, which we call information design.
Okay.
So, for example, in UK hospitals, or you see that application forms are evolving. Before, at the US Embassy, application forms were like 15 pages.
Okay.
Today, they are just about 3 pages. It took an information designer to reconstruct an application form, because there is a company that is in the UK called Text Matters. All they do is specializing in making signages, making icons, making things easy to understand.
Yeah.
And interestingly, they've done works for top organizations like hospitals, where they redesigned even directional and informational signs, because they realized that some patients died because of wrong signage in the hospitals. Right. Sometimes you enter a hospital or a big building, especially in our part of the world, and you struggle to locate even the reception.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Right.
Sometimes you are facing the reception, but somebody is asking where's the reception, because we are not able to clearly mark, use informational and directional design much effectively that people are able to understand in a blink of an eye that this is the surgical ward. Yeah. This is all of it. So, of course, brevity, clarity, and yeah, go on.
Impressive.
Yeah.
So, in terms of communication in the team or as a group, I'm a leader. I want to ensure, before I even go to that side, one of the things that really affected me doing virtual calls, Zoom calls, and the likes was I had a gap here, big gap here and here, and then up there.
Yeah.
So whenever I go on virtual calls then, and I look at this thing in my face, it was problematic for me then. Every Zoom call, I will be so, self-conscious about what my teeth will look like. At a point, I was like, nah, I need to fix my teeth. Yeah. Because I saw that it will help me communicate better, or even develop better appreciation of my face or my outlook to be able to participate in these virtual conversations. Yeah. And then I fixed my teeth, and it affected my speech because wearing braces. Yeah. You have one of the things that having these objects in your mouth does is you develop a lot more saliva, and then you have some lisp. And you mispronounce words a lot. So it was so much of trouble for me. Yeah. I thought, okay, when I remove braces, I will be all right. I went on retainers. It became even additional burden, you know, because at a point I got used to braces.
Yeah.
Now I had to remove the braces and go on retainers.
Yeah.
And incidentally, I didn't realize that the teeth has memory. So if you fix your teeth now and everything is set, you remove the braces and go on retainers. If you don't wear the retainers, you know, like religiously, or some doctors like my ortho, I had to switch to another ortho, and they made a mistake. They are supposed to fix a hard retainer behind it before giving me the one the glass, the see-through one. So they gave me only the see-through one. Whenever I remove it, because the teeth has memory, it begins to shift to the original place.
Okay.
So today I'm very good because my retainer has aligned everything. I communicate really effectively.
Yeah.
Then maybe I remove the retainer, my teeth shifts, and I begin to fight over my words again.
Exactly.
So I didn't really appreciate how much role our teeth plays, you know, in communication until I went on this journey.
Yeah.
So for individuals who maybe because of XYZ, have you encountered such situations where people have inferiority in communicating because of
their dental arrangements and all that? Yeah, of course. So in pronouncing words, if you do linguistics, if you study linguistics, you'd know that a lot of the words are pronounced with your tongue and the teeth.
Absolutely, yeah.
A lot of them. There are a few ones which are like plosives. You know, we have different types of consonants, different types of vowel sounds and consonant sounds. And each of them uses certain combination of, some they are called labial, meaning you are using your lips like to pronounce like if I pronounce I don't need to use my tongue and my teeth. But if I have to pronounce let's say a diphthong, which is two words which are put together for pronunciation, like T and H, which you pronounce as I would definitely need my teeth and my tongue. So it plays a role, and that can actually affect confidence. Because
it does.
You know, if I'm not able to say that, and I can say I have to say that. Because
it reminds me of this what's the name of this boxer? The one that has that big Tyson. Yeah. And so those things affect confidence. It naturally makes you feel weak. It makes you feel less competent or even incompetent, and can also affect communication. You know, apart from other factors that affects communication. But so there are some of them you can't overcome. And unfortunately, we have a very insensitive audience who may laugh. And sometimes it's not just about insensitive. It can be ridiculous. Right? Even as a teacher, you are teaching your students, or you are leading them, and one of them has a dental misarrangement or misalignment, and is not able to pronounce certain words well. Sometimes it can evoke a certain laughter even in the teacher. So to control it, you rather make a joke out of it and say, you know, but that's part of the classroom management. Students can also do that and affect the confidence of others. But for me, pronouncing the words well is not so much, just like Helen Keller said, that there are people with eyes that can't see. Right, and there are people who have such dental issues and are still able to pronounce words, not pronounce words as best as they can, but able to communicate their thoughts with so much clarity effectively that you don't even remember that they did not pronounce the same words well, or they did not pronounce words well. So all of this comes as a case of self-awareness, that once you may not have the money to probably get
your dental issues fixed, but you still have to talk anyway.
Right.
And when you do it over time and people see the sense in what you say, sometimes people naturally overlook the deficiencies in your pronunciations and all of that. And we have countless people like that. We have brilliant lawyers who can actually express in English as best as they can.
Yeah, I was going to that direction.
Yeah.
For people who are deeply rooted into, or maybe not deeply rooted, let me say, not as educated as they would want to. And it makes it impossible for them to be, say, fluent in English. You know, sometimes it becomes a difficulty for them to even take up certain roles because they cannot communicate as they want to communicate.
Yeah.
So what do you tell those kind of individuals?
Yeah, of course, it's not everyone is meant to speak. That's also something that we should understand. That's why in organizations, we have PROs. If the CEO could talk, then they won't have a PRO. The reason that we have a PRO is that even in a local traditional leadership arrangement, we have a chief and a linguist. Right, a kin or a chief and a linguist. So while the kin is speaking, the linguist finds a way to fine-tune what the kin did not say very well. So there are people who are trained purposely for something. You don't always have to force yourself to do what you are not supposed to do. You may have to cultivate it. For example, being an entrepreneur, you'll be pitching. And yesterday I listened to someone presented a book to a member of parliament, and the book is either you are pitch or you'll be pitched.
Right.
I think something like that.
Right.
And if you don't learn to pitch, then you're going to be pitched.
Right.
And so for everybody, you need to understand that you have certain limitations as to what you can do. It's good to cultivate it, but I'm not saying that you should draw limits or boundaries, but you can't talk as best as or as competent as someone who is a trained communicator, right? So it's okay to have limits, but of course you need to understand that when you are in a certain position, you need the rudiments, the baseline. You can't miss it.
Right.
For example, your ability to articulate your vision, your thoughts. These are things that you need to practice and learn. It does not mean you should be able to do a presentation for 30 minutes and do it with so much effectiveness and efficiency. You can actually be effective without being efficient.
Okay.
Right. And you can be efficient without being effective in communication. Right. So someone can say something so thoughtful and nice in a few words. That's efficiency. But someone can be effective of explaining something in a long way, but not being efficient. Right. So, but both of them would have arrived at the same thing. You would have enjoyed both of them, but you say that this one was more brief, this was quite lengthy, but I enjoyed the detail. Right. So you need to know your strength and master that strength. But at least you need to also know the requirements of your job.
Right.
And know where you need to master. It's so important.
So it's learnable communication. It's a learnable skill, and it's a skill that most people need today.
Yeah.
If I'm not good in communication, what do I need to first understand, and how do I become more effective communicator?
There isn't a one size fits all kind of approach to doing this. There are people who start communication with learning effective sentences. Right. Someone can, instead of saying that I feel sad, or the person can say that I'm traumatized.
Right.
But that expression may not be appealing to a certain
audience,
and not all audiences. So for some people would like to master what we call lexicon. what I need to say at what point in time. If I meet a certain audience, there are people who can't address children. When they are speaking to children, they speak to children like they're speaking with adults. And it's not their fault. And there are some who also want to mimic children because they think they are speaking to children and let them lose the adulthood in language. Right? So it is not always the case that you need to find a way to do this, but you need to, like I said, first understand the requirements of whatever you want to do.
Right.
If you are a salesperson, you should know that if you're going to pitch to someone, it's not just about your sentences. It's also about being crafty with language.
Right.
And that is another skill that you need to learn altogether. And that's why I say that you always need to know what the requirements are. And it's good to always understand that if I am a salesperson, what kind of language skill set I need. If I'm a medical doctor, what kind of, because when you go to a medical doctor's office, sometimes they speak like they are speaking to their colleague doctors. Right? Then they struggle, they say, I don't know how to explain to you in ordinary terms. No. You should be able to explain to me in an ordinary term. So being a doctor means that you need to also have the most basic expression for every complex thing that you want to say.
Yeah.
That's how you develop as a good communicator in that direction as a medical doctor. You get it? So it's always about understanding your audience, understanding your role, the role you play, and that's how you are able to know exactly what you need to do, to be able to become. Of course, there are principles in communication that everyone would need to know.
Right.
That's regardless of the, but for specialized communication, you need to understand what role you are playing and the audience is always very important. So that if I'm a medical doctor, even they say as teachers, if you are not able to break your lesson to the most granular level for the least of your children, because you have a mixed ability class. Today, I don't think in our time they used to have A class and B class where the brilliant students are sent, and then from C, D, E, and F, but now we have a mixed ability class where you can have a class of 30 with 5 very brilliant, 10 okay, 6 somewhat okay, and in that graduation. But if you're a teacher and you can't communicate for all of these kids to understand, and you use a common language for everybody, you are not benefiting. The students are not benefiting from your communication. And I think teachers are not just supposed to be able to, for example, I'm using teachers because I'm a teacher, to be able to say what they want to say in a technical sense, like mathematics. And that's why most of us struggle with mathematics. Because if we are talking about algebra, how is a teacher able to break down algebra for me to understand? Rather than saying, so you pick the highest common factor. What is the highest common factor? But you should be able to break it down and say that the highest common factor means A, B, C, D. Then even the poorest in class or the weakest, if I may say, is able to appreciate it and move.
With this new policy that has been introduced to teach the certain classes in local language, you say you like the policy.
No, I don't entirely like the policy.
Okay.
I don't entirely like the policy because I like the policy because it's been shown by research by one of the greatest linguists. He's called Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky said that in language acquisition or in intelligence acquisition, the best way to learn it is through your mother tongue, which in technical terms we call them L1. Now, L1 being your mother tongue, if you look at countries that are advanced, they teach their students in their local languages.
Right.
In France, they teach in French. Japan, they teach in Japanese. China, they teach in Chinese or Mandarin. Why are we teaching in languages that our children don't speak. It's sad that today, if you come to a lot of homes, like my home, my children struggle with the local language because in the schools they attend, everyone is speaking English.
Yeah.
And when they come home, they're speaking English with you.
Yeah.
And so the local language is gradually dying off. That's why, in one breath, I like the fact that teaching with the local language, especially at the very formative years, is good.
Right.
The challenge I have is that we don't have a local language development policy. What is the, if I'm teaching science and I'm talking about how do they call this thing in science, in chemistry, those terminologies. What is magnet in tree or in your local language?
I don't even know.
What's magnet in your local language? So if I'm a teacher and I'm supposed to teach students about magnetism, and I'm teaching them magnetism, are we sure that we can actually get all the expression to teach magnetism? No. Today, computing. If I pick this, what is the tree name for keyboard? Or what is the local language, Chris, or your local language for keyboard?
What is it? I don't know.
A screen.
Screen. The closest is mirror.
But it's not a mirror. So you realize that it's going to be very difficult to teach any subject, especially IT, in Chi.
Yeah.
Or in any other, in
Local
Zulu.
Yeah.
In most of the African languages have not been developed.
Because we didn't create any of this.
But you'll be amazed that there are so many inventions in America which have their local languages in French or in Japanese or in Chinese.
Because those were developed by those countries.
No.
Okay.
In those countries, they have language development boards that grow the language every year.
Yeah.
In fact, for French, everything that we invent that is new, there is a board. Ghana too has a board for language development.
Wow.
But we have never developed the language. I don't know why they have we have a Ghana, is it Institute of Languages in Ghana? But there's an actual board. I've forgotten it was initially headed by the former head of linguistics at the University of Ghana, right? And she was called Professor Dolphin. She even started with creating a tree dictionary, but it landed somewhere, and we can't
Bureau
find
of
it.
Languages.
Bureau of Languages, right? Bureau of Languages is supposed to advance our language so that if anything comes up, we will update our language. But
I never heard of this.
Yes, yes. In France, every word that is generated, they find a French version of the word.
Wow.
Yes, and not just there. Today, if you go to China, there are lots of things that Chinese did not invent. There are lots of things they did not invent. In fact, proper inventions in the world all started. Spacecraft.
Right.
Spacecraft. Chinese never invented spacecraft.
Yeah.
They joined the race in the middle, but they have a word for the Chinese word for spacecraft.
Wow.
Why don't we have a word for all the things that I imagine? Microphone. At least that one in Chi, we have a one for it's called Akasamu or something like that. But cable. If you're not careful, you call it ahoma, which is translated as thread, right? So you know, and anything that looks like a thread, it's called a thread. In one word represents everything, but you can get variety of words representing everything in every language. I don't think the Germans invented all the things in the world, but we have every word in English has a German expression. You know, so it's a deliberate thing, and once we don't do it, you can't compel schools to teach. So if I'm teaching a child multiplication table, right, and I'm doing the multiplication table at that level, I'll be able to do it. But because they are advanced at that level now, they do things that will require vocabulary development in our local language, which we've not done.
So how is a new language developed or new terminologies added?
We have a lot of ways. We have what we call coinage.
Right.
So, for example, we have borrowed words. We have coinages. Coinages are words like which we can't find a word in our language, but we try to just change the pronunciation.
Right.
We have a lot of them it runs through languages. You see that this same word is said the same, like hello. Hello in Spanish is hello. It's HALO.
Yeah.
But it's in English is HELLO. These are coinages. I get them.
Yeah.
So there are words which are coined around the original word, and then all other countries coin them. And we have borrowed words like boutique. It's not an English word.
Right.
It's a French word. But the English did not have any one word. The English did not have any one single word that could represent a lot of things together. So then when this boutique is French word, which means a lot of things at the same place, then this is a boutique. Then English borrowed the word boutique into the English language from Latin. There are so many of them that we've borrowed.
Yeah.
So we can also do the same. Like school. In tree is suku. School. The English word school in tree is suku. It's borrowed.
Yeah.
Right? It's borrowed and coined. Right? Or it's rather coined. Right? So you can actually coin or borrow words. There's so many ways of inventing words in a local language, and the experts know it. So it's strange that we've not done it over time, and it's all because we've not had a deliberate policy to advance. And these things are also cultural nuances.
Maybe you should write a paper about this, because I mean it takes one person. It takes one person to raise the issue.
Yeah, there are countless papers. There are countless papers around using how we can coin words, how we can borrow words, and all of that. Countless papers. And which, if organizations want to go and actually find and utilize, they should be able to find it. Yeah. Of course, we can add on to and also expand on it, but there are countless of them that we've not even utilized yet.
Sometimes also it's about timing.
Yeah.
So in a time like this, when this policy has been initiated, I think timing is everything.
Yeah.
Consider it. You never know. You might receive.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but I think sometimes I'm disappointed in our universities where they are supposed to influence policy. Right. So, for example, when a minister announces, we should have the university linguistics department issue a statement and challenge the minister that this policy is not tenable, but it's not doable, but it's nice. We can implement in maybe 10 phases. And phase one is let's adopt a mixture. Say mix it where you can have a word. But another phase is that another leg of it is that we should have a language bureau start implementing a policy of expanding our vocabulary or creating a dictionary. There has to be a multi-pronged approach to doing this. But the minister speaks and nobody comments. But I may write a Facebook post, it may have not much impact than if a university, for example, the University of Cambridge, every year they come up with a new word for the world. You know the word vape?
Right.
Vape came when the world started smoking e-cigarettes, right? And they said that it's vaping. So vaping is a word that was invented less than 10 years ago.
Right.
And every year, Oxford comes up with a word. Cambridge comes up with a word. And adds to the dictionary. And that's how language expands. Why don't we have the University of Ghana Linguistics Department championing this and coming up with words every time?
Well,
maybe the article should rather bash these institutions to wake up.
I mean, put them on a challenge.
Yeah.
Put them on a challenge.
Yeah.
And present it in a way. I was talking with early on. We were talking about investing and investment.
Yeah.
I asked a question about the art of follow-up because, sometimes you just want to see seriousness from people.
Yeah.
And then you want to see if they will follow up with this thing, because if they follow up, then they are really serious about it. So you can engage.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with following up is the channel also determines whether it gets to the individual that you're following up with. So I was like, how do you decide the channel with less noise and things like that? So I bring that up because sometimes, one, putting them on the spotlight has a merit in this case. But how do you know that they actually saw it? It could be published, but it might not get to them. So channel, of course, since we're talking about communication, message, channel, delivery. So think about it. You never know. This might be an opportunity for you to make a positive contribution in this sequence.
It makes sense. It makes sense because our universities are not influencing policy, and it's sad. Maybe apart from the economics departments, because we are always talking about economy. So you always hear someone called the professor from the economics department, but rarely do I hear someone called from the sociology department and discuss issues of trends in, let's say, raising children. We always we have so many people we call experts around who are moving and talking about everything without knowing exactly what their backgrounds are. And that's also hurting us. Security expert, but we don't know where they are coming from. They brand themselves, and so like you are saying, I think the delivery, the medium, and the approach and all of that is important. I'll look at it.
Yeah. Okay, so let me go to the last vector in this sequence of our conversation. So I don't have two glasses. They brought me wine.
Okay.
Nice. Communication. So for institutions of learning like ours that provide education materials to young people, and today, do you advise institutions like education providers? Do you advise? Do you do advisory role?
For me, before, yes, but I haven't been active about in the advisory for a long while. Just a couple of days ago, I was thinking of starting a project I started and ended, a community literacy achievement program. So that was initially, I used to run professional development programs for schools who were, in Ghana, teachers don't receive training on continuing basis. Once they are in school, that's it. But every now and then, the methodology is changing, content is changing, and how do teachers swim with the tide? They can't always wait until the world has gone, then one day they go and read something somewhere, then they go and research. So there was a plan to start a project, a professional development project, but you know how the system frustrates when you want a license to run a professional development program. Because the Ghana Education Service itself doesn't. I have taught in one of the, probably the best middle school in Ghana, arguably in advanced film school, and in my 3 years of teaching at advanced, I never received training. I never received training. Nobody inspected my notes. None. I never saw one. Right. So the plan was that so let teachers do self-development, and the plan was to gamify it and let teachers enjoy learning, and while they learn, they play. Unfortunately, we don't take that part of our education seriously in terms of improving the teachers' knowledge, expertise, and all. And it's something that I would love to go into and draw more experience. But I've published a journal before, which it was the first English literacy teaching journal, but it was sponsored by the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which was published. I did the first edition. I got some very fine writers from Cambridge. I got one from Dartmouth. I got one from a professor from Harvard, who I met on my fellowship. They were and then a professor from the University of Columbia in the city of New York. They did brilliant articles. It was volunteering. They took nothing.
Wow.
And then it was published the first time. But unfortunately, the selling didn't go well because teachers in Ghana would love that for free, or they want the schools to buy for them. But for me to come and buy a teacher's journal and read, for what? But then, and then there were borrowed articles I wrote with consent from Cambridge that were also published in there, fortunately. But we printed fewer than 5,000 copies, but we still couldn't sell 3,000.
Wow.
Yeah, because, and all the schools that bought, all the teachers that bought, it's the schools that bought for them. Few teachers, how many Ghanaians walk to shops to go and buy a book? So it was something that, you needed to convince them to buy and all of that. But hopefully, we'll get that back again.
Wow. I can't believe we're almost at the top of the hour again.
Yeah.
Let's see if the next speaker is already on.
Yeah.
And then we'll be talking about, George is there.
Okay.
Then we'll be taking your summative statement.
Yeah.
What would you like to say as a closure to this double sessions that we've had?
Yeah. Two things. I think that Africa is still not catching up with the world, unfortunately. And even though we're asking for permanency at the UN Security Council and asking for all of this, you don't just ask it because you want to occupy space, right? Because do we have the human resource that's capable? I don't want to mention it, there are government organizations where you move in and people can't, university graduates can't put a one-page report together. And even if you give them ChatGPT and ask them to give it a prompt, they can't even write a prompt. Because and that's another challenge, because ChatGPT is a very beautiful tool, but the kind of prompt you give it determines the kind of the quality of output it gives you. And so I and you will be using ChatGPT for an essay. Mine probably will come out better than yours.
Yeah.
And it's all because my language skill is better.
Right.
So your ability to even use ChatGPT effectively, even give it the command you want an output for. It's still about literacy. So for me, I think if it's sad that we are always playing down on for the past 10 years, 50% of students have failed in English language in Ghana.
50%.
50%.
Wow.
Yes. Even though they will tell you that it's only F that's a fail, D will not take you to the tertiary.
Yeah.
E will not take you to the tertiary. So technically, D, E, F are fails.
Yeah.
But they will say F is a fail. If you take only F, then 39% averagely have failed over the last 10 years.
Wow.
F. If you add E and D, it's about 50% every year.
Wow.
And the interesting thing, that has translated into other fields. In all other fields, you have about 50% of students failing. And that's
serious.
It's serious. It's serious. And until we are able to, because even if it's mathematics, to be able to understand mathematics, literacy is foundation. To be able to understand science well, literacy is foundational.
Yeah.
Because before I can comprehend a science a science question, I should be able to have the cognitive skill to dissect the question. And that inability to do it would of course produce very very weak students in all fronts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, literacy for me is the foundation of intelligence, and we as a nation, as a continent, embrace it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Evans.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you come by.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. And all the best.
Thank you. So transitioning to George quickly. On the virtual portal. Hi, George. Hi, George. Yeah, how's it going? It seems you're still muted.
Oh, okay. I've done that.
Right. How's it going?
I'm doing great, and you?
I'm all right. Welcome aboard.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for making me part of the...
Pleasure is all mine. Great. So our topic for today is raising pre-seed funding for your startup.
Yes. Actually, that's what I want to speak on because, I'll go by right now. We are trying to kind of do a PC fund in the next coming month. So we've been doing a lot of research and they've been talking to investors and venture capitalists. So, yeah, I want to share my experience based on the information we've gathered right now and what you can do to raise a pre-seed fund if you're also starting or building a startup.
Impressive. So let's start from introduction. If I wasn't acquainted with who you are, what do I need to understand about you, your career journey, to appreciate this conversation?
Okay. Thank you so much. So, my name is George Josapia, and I'm product manager and co-founder of Go By, a new food delivery that we are building in Ghana. But I started my career not in tech. I did political science and economics at University of Education in Univa. But along the way, I found myself in Web3 blockchain, like crypto side. So I work for some of the Web3 protocols globally, where I started my career at Near Foundation. I was the community manager for Near Foundation for 2 years. And then I moved to ICP, Internet Computer Protocol, to be their country lead for Ghana. So right now, I'm the country lead for ICP of Ghana, and I've started also working on my own startup, which is Go By.
Impressive. George, I've lost your audio.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
great.
please do get my introduction.
Yeah, I think your introduction was audible.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Great. So the project you are working on now, what do you call it again? Hello?
Okay, it's called Go Byte. Go Byte. That's GOBITES. Go and then Byte.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. And it's a food delivery app.
Yes, food delivery app.
So
Food delivery startup.
what's missing in the sequence of all the food delivery systems that we have that requires another one?
Okay, for us, we say like the food delivery right now is quite slow, and then it's expensive because we started the pilot in KNUST, And then what we realize is that even if you are ordering a food for 20 CD, the delivery service is also 20 CD. So if you are saying you want to buy something for 30, you are paying 30, like, it's quite expensive. And it's also taking length time before when people ordered it, they'll be able to kind of get their food. And then another thing we've also realized is that vendors, the food delivery that we have right now is kind of, I think, they just list the food vendors, they don't kind of digitalize the whole food vendors in Ghana. They just say, okay, we have a platform, but we are taking a different approach where we are going to help the vendors to also kind of sell more. So what we do is, if you're a vendor and then you come to go buy, we are not just going to list you and then try to profit from you. What we are going to do is we are going to make sure that you also make a lot of sales, like do marketing for you, make sure you improve your digital presence and a whole lot of that. So if you come to go buy, you say it's not just food, we are bringing joy to you. We are trying to connect customers, riders, and then food vendors. And then at the rider side, you realize that they don't integrate riders as part of the ecosystem. They feel like they are just using their service. But what we are trying to do is we are also making sure that we integrate riders into our ecosystem and then make them an integral part of everything we are doing.
Right.
So that they will be like, oh, GoBite is actually kind of taking care of us. So when the food comes early, we are going to do it as fast as possible so that everyone will be happy. So yeah, those are some of the gaps we found, and those are the reason we are building the food delivery app.
Interesting. Have you started already?
Yeah, we started already. We started already doing our pilot. We've made like 60 orders, and we have some food vendors we've onboarded around tech, like university, because we started from Kumasi, and we actually want to kind of make sure that we are strong in Kumasi before we move to Accra, because we did our research and Accra is kind of choked with a lot of food delivery system. Not like they are strong, but then you have some different food delivery people doing their own thing, and they don't have full market shares. Like there's a lot of stuff going on. When you check online, this was it, I'm doing delivery, this was it, I'm doing delivery. But when you come to Kumasi, it's not like that. So our strategy is kind of make sure that we have stronghold in Kumasi and then move to other regions and take full market share.
Interesting.
So we started already.
Okay. That sounds nice. All right. Let's get to the topic. So, did you say you've already raised your pre-seed or yet to?
No, we haven't. But what we are doing right now is that's the area we are, and that's what we want to do now. So me and my team has been kind of contacting angel investors about how to go about this. So we've been able to kind of gather more information, and we have experience in kind of doing pre-seed funding. Even though we haven't, because of we are in motion and we are in momentum. Able to know what
how do you have experience of something you
have to be in, the stage you don't have to be in.
How do you have experience of something you haven't done? You haven't done it, so you don't have experience. The only time you have experience is when you've done it.
Our experience has been that if you want to do pre-seed fund, then you have to be one stage ahead. Because looking at the number of ventures we contact, it seems they all want traction. At first, my point was, if you want to do pre-seed, then pre-seed is like, you have the idea and the investors are betting on your potential. Okay, this idea is good, and they want to bet your potential to be able to kind of give you some fun to do what you want to do, so that at the end of the day, we all win. But it's not like that. If you are in the field and then you start talking to investors, you see that if you want to do pre-seed, then you have to be one stage ahead. So that has been my experience. That's where we are on the field right now and trying to gather momentum, gather traction, talk to customers. Our app will be ready soon. Like we are trying to launch in 1 month time. Our app will be ready. these are the things we are doing because we are speaking to investors and they want traction, not just an idea. So my point is, if you are building a startup and you feel like raising a PC fund, especially in Africa, they won't bet on your idea. What you are going to do or what they are going to look at is the traction you have right now. Then for you to get the traction, if you are raising for pre-seed, you have to be in seed. And then if you are looking for a seed fund, then you have to be kind of Series A or something. So that has been my experience so far. Even though I don't have experience in raising fund, but yeah, these are the things I've gathered and these are the things I kind of know.
Interesting. So how much are you aiming to raise?
Oh.
Sorry, I was muted. How much are you aiming to raise? Hello?
Okay, right now we are trying to raise 250K, and 2 million post money valuation.
How did you do your valuation?
Yeah, how did I do my valuation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what we do is you look at the TAM and the SAM, like total market address, like total addressable market we have in Ghana and then Africa, because we are not trying to do only in Ghana, we are trying to go into other African countries. I can't give you like the detailed numbers, but yeah, that's what we use, the total addressable market and our potential and the things we can do in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years. That's how we came up.
Yeah, you never know
about those numbers.
You never know who is listening or who might see your interview and they might like to get some ideas.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. But if someone we have our page deck, our page deck is ready and it's in detail. We have the data and why we are raising the 250K, 2 million to 2.5 million post money valuation. But right now, because I did kind of different preferences, so I don't have like the details when it comes to the numbers. But let me see if I can put my page deck and then talk about it. If you want me to, I can do that right now.
If you are comfortable doing that, then that's fine.
Oh, so this is page deck. Let me see. Let me see. Give me some time to find it.
Oh, this guy is funny. Has Justice slept?
Taking a long time, but yeah, I'll be able to find it.
I'll have to use 1 hour and then push that 20 minutes to day 3. Because
putting the picture, sometimes.
no, it's looking for his pitch deck.
My time is running. They're like, listen.
It's okay.
Mm.
Have you seen it?
Okay, I found it.
Okay.
Do you want me to share my screen?
Okay, if you wish to.
Oh, okay, so
you can read it out from there.
can I share my screen?
Give him access to share his screen.
Okay, so looking at Google, what we are. Okay, so I'm going to look at our market opportunity,
Yeah.
The reason why we came about it, the market opportunity, Ghana food delivery market is 1.2 billion plus, and it's growing at 15% year over year. And the whole Africa food delivery market is projected to hit 18.13 billion by 2029. What we are trying to do is we are also trying to integrate Web3 in our system, where we are going to use this one as Web3 adoption engine. And looking at, because I have experience in Web3, we are going to use this one as the adoption of Web3 in Ghana is kind of slow, and in Africa it's kind of slow. So we are also going to integrate stable coins and stable coin market is.
There we go.
Around like 60 billion enough for how it comes to a stable coin volume. When we do that, people in abroad and people in other parts of the world who are not in Africa will be able to kind of use our platform as a form of gifting, where you can come to our platform and then gift something to people to people locally. So that means that you are also tapping in the remittance market in Africa and in Ghana. So looking at our traction right now,
I can hear you.
We are tapping into Web3 because I have experience in Web3. All my career has been Web3. I spent like 5 years in the Web3 space in Africa, where all my connection and everything that I've done is in Web3. So we believe that looking at the stage where Web3 adoption is kind of slow, we can be able to use food. That's an everyday thing to kind of bring people into the Web3 space, and then also help people who are in Web3 to be able to order food using crypto or stablecoin, which is another market we can tap. So looking at our traction so far, we've done like 60 plus pilot orders on WhatsApp. If you go to usegobuy.com, you can order something on our WhatsApp right now. Those are the things we did. We have 100 plus riders. We have 500 plus students with rate through GoBuy, and our app or Android app fully developed, and we are ready to launch.
Why the choice of Android?
Okay, why now? Why are we trying to kind of do a food delivery right now? Because we have Bolt, we have Hotel, we have other things and the stuff like that. Growing demand for affordable and fast delivery outside major cities. If you look at all the deliveries we have in Accra, in Kumasi, and those one, Bolt is the major one in Kumasi right now. When we did our research, they don't actually care about vendors. They just let them have no marketing, nothing. And then riders do more like they don't really care about them. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to build a local one that is going to care about vendors, that is going to show passion for riders and also make customers feel better. So there's growing demand for affordable, fast delivery outside major cities, and then stablecoin adoption is skyrocketing in Africa. Investors are looking for rare adoption cases for Web3. So GoBuy sit at the perfect intersection of daily consumers, behavior, and then crypto rates. So imagine you are blending delivery, cloud kitchen, and then crypto. It means we are in the future, And if you look at other food delivery platforms that we have, I think the innovation part of them has been slow. What they do is just come and order, come and do this. But we are trying to kind of be innovative, where we are going to bring something called loyalty. And then the loyalty form is going to be like a token, where you can exchange the token to other cryptos we have in the ecosystem. Our main focus is food delivery, but we are using food delivery as adoption engine. When I say adoption engine, we are using it as a way to introduce people to Web3 or to make people understand when they come to real-world asset tokenization and stable coins.
That's interesting.
So looking at our competition right now, I mentioned already, we have the GoFood, we have the Uber Eats, we have the Jumia, we have other ones. But what is our advantage is that we have delivery, payment, and then Web3 adoption in one platform. So when you come, it's going to be like full marketing if you're a vendor. And then right there, you are going to take care of you. And then if you're a customer, you make sure that your food will get to you on time. Business model, we are going to charge 10 to 15% per vendor order. And then we have the delivery fee this time. So when you do a delivery, riders are going to charge like 10 CD. We are going to take some commission on the riders fee. Like maybe if they are charging 10 CD, we are going to take like 1 CD, 20 CD from the riders fee. And then you're also going to take commission on the vendors when maybe you order some rice, and the rice is, let's say, 10 CD, we are going to add 5 CD to it to make 15 CD. So we are going to, if it's 10 CD, it's 10%. So 10% will be like 2 CD. But then if it's about 50 CD, we are going to add 5 CD to it. So that will be a commission. So this one means that if you are making 1,000 orders, we are making a lot of money. So that will be our business model on the vendor side. This one means that we are going to have 2 streams of income or 2 streams where we are going to make money. We are going to do vendor promotion, delivery fees on distance-based, optimized for affordability. We are also going to make money on stablecoin transactions.
On the same platform.
Stablecoin payment, where people in abroad can get something from. Let's say you are in UK and then you want to get something for your mommy in Ghana or in Nigeria or in Kenya. When you go through the normal system where you are going to use the traditional system way of doing payment, it's going to take a long time. And then the fees on that is going to be high. But then when we introduce stablecoin in our platform, you can just go there, transfer USDT, and fast. It's done. It's not going to take you maybe 2 days for you to order something on our platform. It's not going to take you like what? It will be like less than 30 seconds. You can order something on our platform.
This generation.
Please, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, when you are using stablecoin. So it means that we are tapping in the remittance system as well. That's why we are introducing stablecoin transaction on our platform. It's mainly for people in abroad, people in diaspora, so that they'll be able to order something on our platform. It's as easy as possible without going through any difficulties or any challenges. Our platform will be streamlined for people who are in abroad, diaspora, and the people who are in local. In local, we are going to accept CDs and things like that. In abroad, people in diaspora. But when it comes to people in diaspora, people in abroad, what we are going to do is we are going to introduce stablecoin, which is fast, easy, and convenient. That's also to make delivery fast and easy, like convenient, joyful for both people in Ghana, or local people, and both people in abroad. So that's why we are introducing stablecoin in our platform. Another area we are also going to focus on is embedded fintech. The embedded fintech is what we call Go Bite Boost. We did research and then we spoke to a lot of vendors in Ghana, and they were like, sometimes they go out of stock, so they are unable to come to the market to come and sell and things like that. So what we decided to do is introduce something we call embedded fintech, that is Go Bite Boost, where we are going to look at the number of sales we've made on Go Bite to say, okay, we can give you a loan to cover the number of days you are unable to get some stock or get some ingredient to prepare for your food, because we believe that the more you make money as a vendor, the more go back to also kind of make a lot of money. So we are introducing this embedded fintech in our platform to help vendors to be able to come to the market to make more sales, even if they don't have money to buy some ingredients. So with this embedded fintech, you're also going to make money from it because it's going to be like a loan where we are giving to these vendors to be able to sell more. And the payment is going to be easier because we are going to subtract from the number of sales we are making on GoBuy. It's not like we are going to chase you up and down and say, oh, why you not pay this and that. The more you make sales on our platform, the easier for us to kind of collect the loan. It's going to be like MTN mobile money where the collections of the loan is easy. Because the moment you deposit money in your account, they start deducting.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same way. And we're also going to help them sell. So these are the things we are doing and this is how we are going to make money when it comes to our platform. And these are the things that kind of shoot us up because we are not building just a food delivery, and then we are building a whole ecosystem.
Wow.
For riders, customers, and food vendors. It kind of shoots our valuation up to be able to hit that 250K at pre-seed and 2 million post-money valuation. When we even did research and kind of spoke to some people, they said the things we are doing, this valuation is small, but we don't want to aim so high and then shoot our valuation like so high. Because we are in Africa and we understand how the ecosystem works in terms of trying to tap some capital to build this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing. That is really amazing. Okay. So finally, what are your timelines? So for someone
we have some timelines. You know, the kind of things we are trying to do is even some people here are just with delivery, but then we are aiming higher, and our timeline is I would say messy right now. Messy because
Messi.
Yeah. It's like coming to the market. We have full go-to-market strategies that we are implementing right now.
Okay.
Our first stage right now is kind of activate the ecosystem for what we are doing. So right now, we started our social media campaign, and then we have also started some ambassadors. And we're also looking for ambassadors in Tomato, where we are looking for food.
Yeah.
Those who are doing food content on TikTok. So our timeline looks like I'm using our GTM, like our go-to-market strategy.
Yes.
First is to kind of do some activation. And then activation, we are starting from TikTok. We wanted to start from like Twitter and stuff like that, but we realized that the youth where we are targeting are spending more time on TikTok now.
Mm-hmm.
So our timeline one, start activation, even though the app is not ready. Start activation and then grow our wait list.
Wow.
Our wait list is around 500 now.
Okay.
Our TikTok is almost 1K, even though our app is not launched. So these are the timeline GTM.
So
the timeline name. So after the activation, next month, which is November, middle or end, we are going to launch our app. And then when we launch our app, the next thing we should do is the next thing we are going to do is to kind of scale the app to 1,000 downloads. Not 1,000 users, like 1,000 downloads.
1,000 downloads. Hey.
8,000 downloads for the app.
Charlie, you're serious?
500 users. Yeah. 500 users. That's 500 users in first month of launching the app.
Hey.
In first month of launching the app.
Wow. So which one is the messy inside?
So the messy side I'm talking about is we want to embed the fintech side as soon as possible, and then we don't have the pointers.
Okay.
you don't have the pointers like what to do because you know how the fintech the fintech side is when it comes to getting licenses and those kind of things. Because we feel like we have to support our vendors as soon as because we are going to pay attention to like small businesses, and then we have small team like 5, and then you are doing all this thing at the same time.
Wow.
Without funding, you are just bootstrapping. All these things are coming from like some of us our own money, and then my team members we are bootstrapping. When you are doing all these things with small team, people from me, I completed like 5 years ago, but all my team members are still in school.
Wow.
Yes, all my team members are still in school. So when I say it's messy, this is what I mean. What you are doing things with
messy style.
I would say they have experience, but then the experience is not like people who have worked in corporate where they have a lot of connection. They can just make phone calls and things are happening. You see things like that.
Yeah.
But this one, you just have to make your own connection. Go to Agra Kamba, go to Kumasi, speak to someone connect me to this person.
And the messy thing is working, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's nice. This is nice. I like the messy thing. So now the challenge is to get somebody to say yes to you.
Oh, really? That would be amazing. Like that would be the happiest thing for my team because
I know
it will be. I don't know how to say. I came to speak and right now we are getting funding. Like,
not from you. I'm saying. I'm saying the challenge now is for somebody to say yes to you. To buy into your vision and now support you.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to make someone say yes to us.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nah, not from.
I said, even though we're talking to some investors, we've not actually made like real application because we want to get all the foundation right.
Okay.
Before we start.
Yeah. But George, I think what you are doing is really an ecosystem. It's interesting. It's very, very, very interesting. Yeah.
Yes. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. You are looking at what I said earlier, trying to kind of build this whole ecosystem. It demands a lot of work.
But why don't you take it small?
Interesting.
Why don't you take it small?
Oh yeah, we actually taking this small.
Okay.
I'm actually sharing our whole vision, but we actually taking this small.
But with this messy, I didn't see any small there. I don't see any.
When you may say small, in your point from what I've said, maybe small. What does the small mean for you?
Do one first. Do one first. If you finish the food one, then you can talk about the Web3. Then you can talk about the other. Like right now, you told me like 5 things.
Yeah, for sure. Those are the things we are doing. Like we have 5 things that we want to do. But yeah, we are taking it from the food delivery aspect because that's our main focus.
Okay.
That's our main focus. I like that you are saying we should take it more, and we are going to take that into consideration. This is not the first time I hear this. Since 19 members have also spoken about taking a small thing. So we are going to focus on food delivery, which is our core, like our core thing to do. And then make sure that people know that when it comes to food delivery, then it go by.
Yeah.
Then I think going forward, we can integrate or bring up other products that we have in our roadmap. That look good, and thank you for that advice. You're going to do that.
Mm-hmm. Delight for you. Yeah, I think if you start somewhere, and then get the food one, at least get it on, then you can start thinking about the Messi, the Web3, all the other aspects. Because right now, Messi is a big man. Or if you start chasing his strategy, you might have difficulty. But I get what you're saying. You have a lot of things in your head. Sometimes these things keep you up at night.
For sure. Actually, I've been having a little sleep since I started this one. And I start to have some gray hair in my hair. I started having I'm having some small gray hair.
You're chasing basic strategy. So
right, I'm having some small gray hair. I'm like, it's not going to do to me.
You're chasing basic strategy, so it's understandable. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yes, you actually going to take one thing at a time.
Yes.
There's also other platforms. There's a lot. I think you have to do that, like we're saying. You're actually going to focus on the food delivery side. You make sure we take some market share in Kumasi. We're able to take some serious market share in Kumasi.
Yeah.
You know, Kumasi is more boat.
Yeah.
You know, the boat has like, they have a lot of money. Let me say it that way. They have a lot of money.
Yeah.
So my own point is, in a situation where they feel like, oh, Google is trying to take some market share using local vendors or small vendors, they are going to speed up or change their strategy, and that might take us from the market. That's my worry, because maybe they are kind of sleeping right now because they haven't sensed any competition. But the moment they sense some competition, they are going to push in a lot of people, do more hiring.
Yeah.
These big companies do, and then take you out of the market. I said that's my worry right now, but I pay get money and then be able to compete them.
So the question is, if you don't,
and feel like you have to outcompete these people and then take them out of the value, because if they have money, they can do a lot of stuff that if you don't have money, you cannot do. Unless you have money and maybe government want to protect you or something, you don't know.
Yeah.
But when that time comes,
you will see how it goes.
Maybe they will just do some acquisition and buy it from the market, or I don't know what they are going to
do. Judge. Okay, so here is a question for you. If, God forbid, you don't get your expectation, what are you going to do? What will be your next?
So right now, it's me. I plan on building. Since I actually want to do something, especially tackle unemployment, because we solely started it because we feel like a lot of people are not building a lot of stuff out of nothing.
Yeah.
Especially in Ghana, because in Ghana, when you finish, you go to school, find a job, and all that.
Yeah.
So if you are not able to meet expectation, and then it means that we are unable to find product market fit, or the competition is too high.
Yeah.
And there are other, from our experience and the things we did, we can gather the experience to go and do another thing.
Well,
so for me, if
do you have another thing in mind?
It means that along the way we'll be able to find something that will work, and then we are going to channel the energy there.
Like what?
The idea is to actually do something.
Like what?
Good. That is going to support the Ghana ecosystem, help people to get some job to do, support you yourself, and then be able to kind of help people with whatever we are doing. So in case we are unable to meet our expectation of go by, I know there's other areas you can go. We'll pivot.
Like what?
We'll pivot.
Messi.
Yeah.
You will go Messi.
Yes, we pivot to something that will be able to find a product market fit that people will pay for. Yes.
Okay. It's good. It's good. Keep that fire burning. Keep it burning. Keep it burning, because it's a long journey, eh? It's a very it's a very long journey that you've embarked on.
Very long.
Yeah.
Very long. And I'm happy that my team are also, we are young people too. So I know we can go, we can take the journey, like, and be in the system for a long time, for lab to work for us. We know it's not going to be easy, but I know that if we are consistent and then we stay in the game for long, lab will work for us. I told my team every day, like, it's not going to be easy. It's not like we are going to make money as soon as possible, or we are going to get investors coming out our way, even though we have all the traction. But if we stay in the game for long, I mean, like, will work for us. Maybe grace, I don't know, something will work. Something should work. Something's supposed to work. You can't stay in the game for long. And then say, at the end of the day, we are out of the system, or if you go out of the system, it means that we are going to be a man without vision, and that should be right now. You should stand for something. I'm not the only one speaking this way. Almost all my team kind of had this kind of vision where they believe that
really
stay in the game for long, something will work.
Really? That's nice. That's nice. That's very good. Okay.
Sure.
It seems you're very motivated. What gives you hope?
Sure, we are motivated. We are motivated. And maybe you have some invested in the ecosystem, or some people in the ecosystem that are kind of trying to support some youth, or some people who are really motivated to take the idea to the next step. We can introduce us to them, because for real, whatever we are doing is not even about us. We are just trying to kind of support ourselves, do something great in Ghana, travel around the world and tell people about what we are doing. Make sure people are making profit, people are living their life because of us. That's why when you look at our tagline, it's not just food, we are bringing joy to you. We actually want to bring joy to people. Like, you hear go by and you are happy, like, you are happy. Oh, go by, you help me, go by.
Wow. Wow. Hey, the vision is clear.
Yeah, you actually want to bring joy to people, like joy, like everyone are like, oh, joy is coming.
Joy is coming, yeah. I hear you.
So if you have people, some investors, maybe some investors are listening to us, some investors are going to watch this call or this video or this meeting after my session, and they are trying to bet on some youth who are actually ready to take the idea to the next step, build a unicorn, stuff like that. You can speak to us. If you speak to Tom, Chris, I'm sure he's going to direct the research to us.
Yeah, sure, I will do that.
Talk. We share our ideas and see how best you can support us.
Yeah, I'll definitely direct them to your office.
Sure, you have an office in Europe?
Myself?
Okay.
Okay, so so let's be rounding up gradually. What else do you have up your sleeves?
Aside building work, I'm actually doing learning product management, because I don't want to take the product management aspect of the whole thing that we are doing. We have some engineers, we have some designers, we have some other social media guys that are supporting us. Well, from research and some of the things I've done, if you actually want to kind of scale this, me as a co-founder or me as a founder, something, how to be able to know how to do product management, be able to manage the product to wherever we want it to be. Because what I've seen is that engineers sometimes don't have clarity. If you are a CEO or if you're a co-founder, you should be able to give your engineers clarity about whatever they are building. All these things that I'm saying, some of the engineers don't know what to do, they don't know stable coins. By me, I know about them.
Right.
Some of them don't know like who did it, but they know the code behind it. So for you to be able to kind of coordinate all these things, social media and things like that, you have to be able to understand the product. And how will I be able to do that? It's about learning how to do product management. So right now, I'm taking some product management courses. So I've been co-founder to be able to manage a product to the level you want it to be. And I think I'm in my second semester right now, and I'm taking those courses seriously. I'm doing some Nigerian online platform that teaches product management, and I'm loving it.
Wow.
I'm loving it. So
Well done.
Some of the things I'm doing to kind of be able to do whatever we are doing right now. All those things go back to go by the startup we are building. Right now, it seems everything I'm doing, wherever I'm going, is like, how will I be able to scale this? And it's not easy. Like, I didn't even know it's going to take a toll on me like that, because you have to think about everything from how to get users. Those people building a startup, they are doing all. It's not easy at all. Even this one that we are just kind of scratching surface. It's not easy because you have to think from social media to the vendor, maybe making only one, making only one sale per day. Because even someone is making one sale per day on your platform, and then you are saying your strategy is to make sure that they sell more.
Yeah.
And someone is selling only one per day. It's a headache for you. You know? Why is it that someone is on my platform, the person is only selling one? You are thinking about that seller, and you're also thinking about how to scale your infrastructure. You're also thinking about how to talk to ambassadors. You're also thinking about how to talk to social media influencers. We are thinking about, even if you have people kind of handling this, at the end of the day, they all circle back to you to get your idea about how they should go about it. So, because you are the one kind of carrying the vision, and your co-founder is there, you are there, but you do a lot of meetings and it gets to toll on you.
So how do you take care of yourself?
If there was something that is under my, is to take more courses, like aside what I'm doing, to get knowledge about different things. So that when I'm speaking to team members, I'll be able to speak to them in their language or the thing they understand.
Yeah. How do you take care of yourself?
Oh, right now, I do take care of myself. It's like, I would say, when I was, because I'm the country for IPP, and I started working when I was in school, I would say I've been able to save some amount of money. So I don't really have a full-time job. And then right now, all my attention is on Go By. So even if I have like the whole day to focus on Go By, I will have some small time to think about myself. Because I don't think about any other thing, like apart from Go By than myself.
Do you eat healthy? Do you?
Because I'm not working full-time.
Do you rest?
Because I'm not working full-time and things like that.
Yeah.
I go to gym 3 times per day. I have a membership. Because I can't show you my muscles in this video. I'll show you. I'm actually kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, buff. Yeah, I see.
People say when you see that I've been going to the gym and like have that muscle, you know.
I see.
I go to the gym and I sleep. Even though we are doing a lot, we are able to take care of ourselves.
That's nice. That is very good. Okay.
We take care of ourselves. Maybe you want to show. I wouldn't be able to do like this is public. Like if you were to one-on-one video, I'll show you my money and that.
No, don't show that one before they will ban our video. Yeah. Don't show that one, they will ban our video.
So let's say the gym, let's say 3 times per day. It's 3 times per week.
Okay, 3 times per week.
3 times per day. It's 3 times per week. I can't do 3 times per day. Like
I know. It will be too much, right?
You're not even 3 times per day. You can't even. I don't know. Does anyone go to the gym 3 times per day? No. 1 time, but I do 3 times per week.
Okay.
I'm sure I said 3 times per day. No, I do 3 times per week.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 times per week.
Well noted.
Yeah.
Very, very.
I think I'm pretty want to mention that don't wait for everything to be tangible. I'm happy that the team understands. Sometimes I forget some stuff and they will call me and say we have to start going. Don't wait for things to be right. When we start to go, we didn't even know what we were doing. We just got there and then we did some. We said everyone should go and do research in the ecosystem. What we should do. They come back and they say we should do food delivery. Actually, what you wanted to do was go sharp. Go sharp is something you wanted to do to change how Trotro works in Ghana. On TikTok. Yes, we had go sharp first. So go sharp. If you type, I think go sharp.africa, go sharp.africa, you see go sharp. The website is there. That's how we started with. We go sharp. And then along the way, we were doing more meetings, and one guy came back and said, yeah, done some research about food delivery in Ghana. And we can revolutionize that industry more than, because Ghanaians really understand food delivery more than bringing something new, like totally new into the system. That one is going to take us a lot of longer time to find PMF. So we should go the food delivery. So if you just go sharp, I think we'll be able to find something about, and that's how we started with, like go sharp. And then we changed to go by. That's what I'm saying. In case we are unable to find PMF, we'll be able to pivot to something else.
Yeah.
To do something that will be able to help us find a product market fit.
Okay.
What I'm going to pass across it, don't wait for the market to be ready, and don't think too much. Just do it. Whatever that you think will be able to kind of help you scale. Talk to people, talk to users, and then try as much as possible to find a team that believe in whatever you are doing. And also don't just pick. So you see some people, when they like to start up, they'll go to some event and then say, oh, come and be my co-founder. These people I'm working with, I'm flown there for like 3 years. So even though we are not getting paid, we don't even have our equity and those kind of things structured. But we believe in ourselves. You know, if you are working somewhere, they will be like, oh, what's the equity for me? And then we don't even have those equity structured, but we know that no one is going to kind of cheat anyone, because we are not friends though, but we've worked for some time now. So find people who believe in you and work with your friends, work with your friends. I don't know why it seems some people kind of bitter friendship, and friendship is bad. Friendship has helped me. Most of the things I've done is through friendship. Even if I get all the projects, go by ICP work and my KPIs, I can't meet it. Friends will just call me and say, you can help me meet the KPIs after talking to them. So guys, form great things with your friends. Even in dating, date your friend. That's why we are doing that.
That's nice.
Date people you know. And let people you know support you. Friends is not a bad thing. It's actually one of the things that can help you scale to wherever you want to be. Right now, I'm thinking to Tom like this. I don't know how we are going to go.
Yeah.
But I know this is the first step of kind of knowing each other.
Yeah.
And it's going to escalate to something, a different thing where a lot of things can come up. So
Yeah.
these are the things I want to pass on.
You know what? Let's keep it going. Since our next speaker is unresponsive, I would like to hear more about your colleagues and, you know, some more about your journey as well. So let's keep it going.
Okay. So for me, you know, I was with DeFi Africa. DeFi Africa was decentralized finance Africa. I was volunteering there. We started it, but it's a volunteer job, you know. And along the way, when we were doing DeFi Africa, the founder brought one guy to be the social media manager. So when that guy came, we kind of formed, because I was doing programs management for DeFi Africa. So that guy connected with me so much. All the things we're working on. You know, social media is more like, it's more like doing programs, because everything we are going to do, you have to go across your social media, and the social media manager takes it and then do the publicity about it and things like that. So if you're a programs manager, you speak with your social media manager a lot. So I was speaking with that guy a lot. That was 2019, 2020. That's how we found our friendship. And when I go to Accra, we meet and then we talk. And yeah, so he's coming to my house. I was going to his house and we found our friendship then. That's a friend. He's doing pharmacy at Guinness, you know. He's in the final year. Final year. And we're connecting. So through the when I started working as continued for ICP of Ghana too, I felt we brought one guy to be developer relation. The developer relation guy was a computer science student at Kenya University. You know, for you to be a developer relation, you have to know a lot of things about development. So we hired this guy and we started connecting. That guy too also became our friend because developer relation. ICP of Ghana, everything is about development, like developers. Yeah. So all the KPIs is based on developers. So even though I'm the one leading, the developer relation guy who cannot do all the job, it's more like what is the number of developers that are based on ICP. And before you can get that KPI correct, developer relation has to teach them like the core stuff about ICP. So I was speaking to that guy a lot, like the things we should do and things like that. He was coming to my house and we were talking, and that's how we became friends. And we started thinking about ideas outside the things, outside ICP or outside Web3, outside. Yeah, so that's how we got to know each other. Aferi and Osei, and then Tob. Tob is also a computer science student in Kenya University. He finished this year, so he's been doing national service at Hamali Tech.
I see.
So that has been the experience. That's how we came about forming team. And then, you know, at Kenya University, they have a place they call Kenya University Hub. It's like a place where you can, it's a workspace where you can go there and then do a lot of meetings, talk to people, you know, see if you can get support and things like that. Yeah. So when we go there, that's where we do our meetings. Okay. We do our meetings at Kenya University. The Kenya University Hub is an office where we do our meetings. So everything that we are doing, we've been piloting it on the campus because that's where a lot of people are. A lot of people are on campus. Anything you want to do, you can just pilot it there, and then you get it there. You get people trying to support you. you get people trying to support you, and I don't know where those founders got their motivation, or because when I was in school, I wasn't thinking the way they are thinking. It's like they are more motivated even than me.
Wow.
I don't know what they have seen. I don't know whether it's social media. Right now, these students are not.
Are you talking about? Are you talking about?
Put your touch and like within 2 minutes, within 5 days. The other, some of them haven't had like full-time job before, where they have had people coaching them, like our mobile app engineer guy. Like this, he hasn't had experience working with maybe like corporate, where they have developed mobile app experience.
Yeah.
Even without that, he's able to do some stuff, and I'm amazed. Like, guy, how are you able to do this? Because we don't have those experience. And he said, oh, he's getting it from the project work he done in school. And then he was able to bring another person to come and support as founding engineer. From his department, that guy is absolutely amazing. I don't even know what that guy cannot do. Like, from AI to what? You say something and the guy is like, my father, like, I've picked it, I'm going to work on it. So, if it's amazing to me, because anyways, some of us were not really good like that. I don't know whether it's the school I went or
but it was the same KNUST that you went to.
And Uniba is different, I don't know. But this is how we came about, and this is how I knew my founders, and they are doing amazing. They are doing amazing, like super amazing. Even though we are not paying ourselves, like, if not them, I wouldn't know how we'll be able to we go over, because I'm not a technical person. I can't do a lot of coding. I understand a lot of stuff, but able to come up with some stuff from website to a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I see.
And also I want to pass, even before trying to, I've learned a lot of stuff. Like I said, I'm picking up a lot of stuff already. So when they speak the technical stuff, I'm able to understand, because I know I did AWS and I have certificate in AWS Solution Architect, like cloud engineering. So I know a lot of stuff about cloud engineering. And along the way, I did product design too. So in a situation where you feel like we can't do some design, the design is not good, I pick it up and then I do it. I also did digital marketing. You know, when you are finding that's why I said if you are not able to find PM or pivot, because pivoting is not something that's how for me. But I've pivoted in different careers, like my personal life. I've done a lot of pivoting, from digital marketing to cloud engineering, and now I said I'm doing product management. Like when I try to do something, I put my eyes on, unless I'm able to kind of put through. I won't stop. When I started the cloud engineering, I said, if I don't get solution architect, I should switch. And AWS is hard, because you have to know a lot of services, a lot of stuff, because before you can pass, or it will fail. But I was able to pass.
Wow. Which year was that? Which year? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, which year? Which year was that?
Which year was the AWS certificate? Yeah, I got it in 2022.
Oh, okay.
The cloud engineering, I had it in 2022, yeah.
Okay.
And then I had it in 2022. You know, AWS, something they call AWS Restart. That AWS Restart is a classroom version of taking online courses. And I did that too. That one was organized, that one was done by Kofi Annan ICT Center in partnership with Kumasi Technical University. And we were about 20 people. We started like 50, we were 50 who started. And on the day, only 20 graduated, and I was part of the 20.
Wow. Why was that? Is it that serious?
That one was 2024. That one was just last year. AWS Restart was just last year.
Wow.
Yes, the AWS system was just last year. And I was able to put it. So when I'm speaking to founders and when I want them to get something done, I'm able to put something together for them. And then when they are speaking to, I'm able to understand whatever they are talking about. And I'm able to kind of say, this one, how engineers will do, they will say, it can take 3 days. Meanwhile, I know this one is not hard. This one can take like 1 minute. Like, guy, what are you telling me? That this one will take 3 days.
Wow.
I don't think kind of them when they are doing. So that's how we're able to form our team, and leading team also means that you have to know a lot of stuff.
So tell me about your experience in campus.
Experience in campus when I was in university.
Yes.
Oh, when I was in university, what I say, my experience, it was mixed experience. Like when I say mixed, I'm not actually coming from like a well-to-do home where I'm the first one to, and I'm not coming from we are 5. And I'm not coming from like a rich family, not even middle. You know what I'm talking about? Not middle class, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like down there somewhere. So in 1100, it was messy for me. Like we go to level 100 and a lot of stuff, we don't have a lot of stuff to eat and things like that. So in level 200, I went for one event and they were talking about digital currencies. That's what we call Dash, digital currencies and things like that. And when I went there, they spoke about looking for an ambassador. That's when my journey in crypto started. They were talking about looking for ambassadors. So when I became the ambassador for Dash, they have something they call a proposal system. And that proposal system, you'll be able to submit a proposal and then tell them what you want to do in your school about promoting digital currency. So that event that I went to, and then became ambassador, changed my whole life in university. I became rich.
Wow.
Rich as in at that level.
Yeah.
At that level in school, like I became comfortable,
Yeah.
Because at that time, they gave me around $6,000 to promote their coin, their token, like the digital currency they are talking about in my school. And they also pay me monthly. So when I got that money, I did the project and then they said we can continue to do. So from that time, I think from level 200 second semester, my life changed. And then my life changed. And I've been kind of eating better and doing all sorts of stuff. Going to parties. Like I enjoy school after that time. I really enjoy campus because I had money. Campus is not about having money. I have money. That's how my journey in the crypto space started. Even though it wasn't a lot of money at that time because we were using it for projects. But being in school and then having something like $500 per month, like, yeah, I'm rich. I'm the richest in campus. Like,
wow.
The richest.
That's a lot of money.
How, my life started, and that has been my experience in campus. So after level 200, I wasn't back to my normal days where I was finding difficulties 2 times, or 1 time I was speaking 3 times a day and things like that. So after school, after the dash thing, crypto space go down, then it comes up. When the token go down, they stop funding the ambassador thing. By that time, I've completed university and I was doing my national service. So when I was doing my national service, I was down a bit too. I didn't have money because my job was taken from me, something like that. When I was looking for where to go and then where to find a job, I found business development management. Right after national service, I found one Nigerian project. They were called Television Africa, who wanted to come to Ghana. So they called me and they said, oh, they like my background about things I'm doing. So they hired me as your business development manager for Ghana. And that place to my national service was super amazing because I was not even relying on national service money, just like that.
Wow.
So that has been my experience in national service, and it started going up and up and up. And somewhere after the business development management, then I became near protocol committee manager. And then the near protocol committee manager, they were paying me, and then I wasn't taking profit. When you say take profit, I wasn't taking profit. Thomas,
I'm here. I'm here. Go on.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't taking profit.
You are not taking profit. Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm following you. Yeah.
And in blockchain or in crypto, when they pay you, if you believe that the token is going to go high, so you leave your money there for it to go high. So for me, all the amount they were paying me, I wasn't taking it out. I was doing something called staking. And then the staking means that you are supporting the network. If you are supporting the network, it means you are going to add like some token to your amount. So it's more like you are doing investment. So if you add your money, you are using your fund to support the network. The token will be going up in a bit. So in a year you can grow, you can get high. And along the way, we had some issue in the ecosystem. FTS, I know some of you know FTS.
Yeah.
FTS was an exchange. The founder was squandering people's money and things like that. So when the news kind of come out, everybody started selling their tokens. And the tokens were going down, like down. So if your token price was like $3 when they paid you, right now it's at 0.1. So let's say if you have $15,000, right now you're not going to have $15,000 again. You're going to have like $900 or something when the token price are going down. And when you do staking, it takes you 3 days for you to be able to unstake to withdraw. And the whole thing happening, I think, in 2 days. So in 2 days, I moved from something like 15K to 1K. All my money is gone. In 2 days, I moved from, so right now, somebody I was just enjoying my life, like, right now I'm broke, you know?
Yeah.
I'm broke because I didn't take the money and put it in a bank because I was somehow, let's say, greedy or something like that.
That's so sad.
I was broke, so I didn't even know what to do. I don't know. I became stressful. That was some of the challenging parts of my life because, you know, you've moved out of the house. Right now, I say you're a big boy, please give me money and move up from my heart. And I didn't actually stay in Accra. I was in Kema, but I relocated to Kumasi because I felt like some of the things in Kumasi and in Accra are very expensive. So I moved to Kumasi and right now, all your money is gone. Right now, all your money is gone. So it kind of became hard time for me. And I was also laid off too. From me, because when the taking goes down, they try to cut down the number of people that are working for them, and they were doing the layoff.
In the same period.
So your money is finished, you are laid off.
Wow.
That was some challenging part, like, that was some of the challenging part of my life. Like, your money is finished, your money is finished, second, they are laid you off, and things like that.
Wow.
So
just like a blink, you were a rich man and then you went. Yeah. So did you get any money from there?
No.
You didn't get anything eventually?
And then when they laid you off, okay, when they laid us off, what they did is, they said they are going to, even though you are laid off, they're going to pay you for 3 months. So every month, you're going to get your salary for 3 months. But you are not working. You are not working for them. You are laid off. But they are going to pay you for the next 3 months. So there maybe in the next 3 months, you are going to kind of find something to do or something. But in 3 months, I couldn't find a job in 3 months. So what I did was to kind of learn a different skill.
Wow.
To pivot to different area. Yeah, but it was actually a serious time for me because looking at your saving go to zero without buying anything, like I should have used it to buy something, like just buy this, buy that. You know those things that go to your head. Oh, you don't know your money is gone. You should have bought this. You should have bought that.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was kind of the challenging part of my life when I started my career in the occupational field.
Wow, that's interesting.
Right now, I've moved from campus experience and then I've gone to the national service to, my early days. Look at a lot of stuff. If you have any more questions for me, I'll be able to speak more on some stuff before even the next speaker come. I'm really enjoying this soon.
Yeah, me too. I'm enjoying the session. Go on. We can keep going. When it comes, then we can transition to them. I'm wondering also, now your money finishes, you look for a job. So what happened next?
Oh, so what happened next is, I think after 3 months, I was not able to find any job. But in Web3, it's more about community. Everything's about community. Because community is a community project to Kinshasa. So I was in other Web3 community. So I joined one Web3 community, they are called Akash. It's kind of a blockchain project. When you get to that stage, it's what you need is to kind of influence. When I say influence, I mean you shouldn't run out of amount of money that is coming. You should have something like money coming to you always in those people, especially if you don't have money and then you've left house and things like that. Money for food. It's no money to build a house, money to kind of do a lot of big things. It's just for money so that you don't go hungry. So I was looking for something simple, something like $200 per month or $200 per month, just to kind of pay my bills before I find something big to kind of hold those. So I found one community they called Akash. And then the Akash people, what they were looking for is, they do a lot of meetings. And the meeting, they do a lot of community meetings. So the community meeting, they wanted someone to do like notes. After the meeting, someone would do notes for them. Like summary of the note. They were doing like, I think 8 meetings per month, 8. Someone would do the notes for them. So when I was in the community, I had a chat with one of them from US, and I said, I can do this meeting, so I can do this meeting summary for you people. How much will you pay me? And they said, this meeting, just 8 meetings, we'll pay you $300. So I took that one. I took that one, and I was using that $300 to pay my bills, like food, bills, water bills, and because my rent was paid for like 2 years, so I was using that one to pay for my bills, water bills, and stuff like that. So I wasn't stressed that much because I knew that money was coming, and I was using that money to pay my bills, food, and things, and then trying to pivot to another career. That's when I started pivoting to cloud engineering. And along the way, when I was trying to do the pivot, ICP found me and they hired me. And I'm still with ICP now.
That's nice. Wow.
It's when I said, because I did the cloud engineering, and then when ICP was trying to come to Africa, they said they need someone with cloud engineering background, because even though ICP is kind of a few project, they are doing the decentralized version of AWS. And for you to get high, it means that you have to be someone who knows a bit of AWS, or who has education in AWS. And so that means that the course I took for AWS, and I was able to get the certificate, was able to help me to pivot into this role that was able to get high, using the $300 per month to pivot to another big role. So yeah.
Wow.
That was what I did to kind of get to be able to pull through when I got laid off. Because when you get laid off, and then the only thing is the money shouldn't stop, because when the money stop coming, you are going to go broke. And then maybe you start begging, or I don't know what. Maybe you start calling friends like, guys, send me $1, send me $2, guys, send me something, let me eat. And I didn't want that to happen. So my idea was to get something coming in, even if as small as possible, something should come in.
Yeah.
And something should come in. So and I was able to do that.
Make something happen.
Work for me. I don't know whether it's like or it worked for me, and I was able to get something coming in before I find a better role.
Interesting. Is that also how your other friends are managing their own experience of life?
Oh, for them, I know everybody, because, but for them, I think I don't really know. I actually don't ask now. Like, I don't like asking like personal questions about them, but from my experience, I think their parents are good, man. They are coming from a good home, I come from a good home where they have been taken care of. So they have the luxury to do whatever you want them to do. But there are people where they are not coming from, let's say, a better home, and they don't have money. When you ask them to do something, it's kind of hard, because you're going to act like, I don't have laptop, I don't have data, I don't have that, I don't have this,
Right.
Being poor or poverty can take a lot of things from you.
Yeah.
And that experience, like, I didn't have laptop, but I think level 200 when I had the accident.
Yeah. But
for these people,
I'm sure you would have gotten all those things now.
Even though I've been kind of asked personal questions about their life, their family, and things like that. From my experience and how we've been talking, like, they are coming from a better home. So, like, life experiences has not been, I won't say it has been harsh on them, but there haven't been any experience. Like, some of them have even asked me, like, John, they know, like,
yeah,
up there, to just send me something like that. And another thing I think that's supporting them is, ICP Hub Ghana, I'm the country lead and the hub lead as well. So I do hiring as well. So I pay them. I didn't even mention that. I pay them until the year. I pay them until even though they are in school, they take salary. They take salary.
Okay.
Especially the social media manager for ICP Hub Ghana, he takes salary. DeFi, from the DeFi guy, he takes salary, and the guy
George,
who's doing developer meeting also takes salary from us.
George, thank you for holding the fort. Our next speaker is in now, so I'm going to be saying bye-bye to you. So we'll be transitioning to Nigeria.
All right, yeah.
Thank you for holding the floor.
And my last word, in case some investors are there, we are ready.
Yeah. Let's look.
Investors in your pipeline, please connect us.
Don't worry.
So
let's look for that 250K for you. So when I say something, I will link them to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. No, thanks.
Yes. George. George is a serious guy. Yeah. He's a serious guy. Yeah, he's raising $250,000. Okay. Honorable, you've kept us waiting 6 years for you.
I'm so sorry. So very sorry.
No problem.
Very sorry. I miscalculated my time.
Okay.
That's the truth.
No problem. All right. Welcome. How is your morning going?
Oh, very well. Yes.
I'm still alive. I'm kicking and about to complete 24 hours. Now we have 109 minus 24 hours. What is it left? Yeah, so do the math.
109 minus 4.
Yes. God is good.
We'll pull through.
Yeah, God is see us through. Okay,
Yes.
this is an exciting conversation that we're going to be having because the topic is relating to what a lot of us have gone through, the struggle of acquiring properties and, the stress and the tears and, the losses incurred as well. So, as I always do, for individuals that we didn't get your LinkedIn profile, so they might not have seen your profile. For those who will get to see this conversation, we have others on our website that are viewing live. What do they need to understand about you to appreciate what we're about to discuss today?
Okay. First, my name is Mansour Kafo, widely known as Max. One time, honorable member, I represented Nnewi North constituency in Anambra State House of Assembly. A business person. I've been an entrepreneur even before venturing into politics. Then, of course, like I always say, I believe that politics is a vocation and not a career. So I did my 1 year House of Assembly, then went back to my business. So currently I run a real estate company, Rip Food Properties Limited. And that's what I do basically for now, as at now. I'm a yearly fellow. I don't know if you start reading profile. I'm a yearly fellow. I hold a master's and doctorate degree in business administration, and I don't like reading my profile, so I think this should suffice.
Right. Wonderful. So let's unpack some of your career journey a little bit before we dive into the main topic. So you started, I remember you started with publishing business before you went to some other aspects and then went into politics.
Oh, yes. Okay. If you want me to take you through that, first, I'm this person that came from a very, these days we don't like saying poor background. And growing up in secondary school, I saw poverty dressing suit looking at me.
Right.
So growing up, the whole lot of businesses I did, even as a secondary school person, those that know me in the high school, then I had a small camera we used to do. I do photography in secondary school. I had poetry and all that. So when I got into higher institution, I was thinking what I could do to make ends meet and be able to support my schooling. And one of the things that came to my mind, because when I finished secondary school, I did a month program at the then Dr. Aloto College of Excellence and Computer Studies. I did training on graphics, how to design and all that. So it's a month promo program they did. So with that training on design and printing, when I got into higher institution, I decided to, experiment that. So what I was doing then was that I used to go to departments, I meet my friends who are president of departments. I discuss with them to do their yearbook, their magazine, and all that. So some of them give me, I will design it in my laptop. Then I'll go to Onisha and go and print it in one of the printing press then. So that was how the printing stuff started, actually. So I go to associations. I find associations that don't have flex banners and all that. I talk to them. Why can a big organization like you don't have flex banner and all that? Some of them will give me the contract. I will go and print it and come back. So before I left school, there was a lecturer. I worked on his book, and we produced that book. I got a publisher who helped me to go through both editing and all that. So the whole thing started as undergraduate. So when I finished, I registered my first company, Real Food Investment Limited, that started in 2008, and we started with publishing and printing. And I think that's where we came across. When you wanted to publish your book, Breaking the Limits.
Yeah.
So I think I still remember that. Is it Breaking the Limits or what's the name again?
Yeah, Breaking the Limits. And I have another version of it now.
Good. So that was how I started. So I got into printing, branding, publishing, and I was doing that up until I got to House of Assembly. Even up to now, the business is still there. In fact, that the printing aspect power our real estate printings and all that.
Right.
So the company is still fully much functioning. It's still there. So before then, sometime around 2012, I began to venture into real estate on a private scale. Right. So what I was doing then, because most of my printing and branding had to do with let me call it seasonal. Normally all this wedding, burial, all this normal printing, corporate printing, I use it to pay salary. Where we actually make the money during elections. So during the elections, like 2017 election, I practically branded for all the major governorship candidates, ABGA, PDP, APC, and all that. So after that, I always go to real estate to invest the money. So I started that. I bought my first land in 2012. So that was how I started going into real estate. So from 2012 till 2020, to House of Assembly, I have been into real estate and doing it very well on a personal scale. So what I was doing then is I buy 2 plots of land, I sell it, buy 5, sell it, So when I left House of Assembly in 2023, I felt I should now make it a full-fledged business. So that's how Real Food Properties Limited now came into existence.
Wow. That's impressive. That's an impressive journey. Let me index on some things. You're welcome. Let me index on some things because obviously how we began has some influence on, where our career takes us. So first, you said you bought your first land in 2012. I suppose that experience might have led you to be thinking about what to do with real estate if you have the capacity to, be in that space. Or was it like, the traditional thing that everybody is talking about, buying a land is headache? Or how did the idea come about, actually?
Okay, so when I, of course, going into real estate has been a passion for me. Even as far back as 2005, 2006, I was a student. I had, I've been fantasizing about real estate. I have read so much about Trump, the current president of America, the Trump Towers, and because Trump built a whole lot of things around real estate.
Yeah.
Even one of my mentors, role model then in stocks and shares, which is Warren Buffett. He speaks a lot about, or he spoke a lot about real estate. So I came to find out I was a voracious reader. So, and I know that I see a lot of big men. Don't forget, just like I told you that I came from a very, if you may call it a very poor in terms of finance, because we are not poor in other indices, but in terms of cash. So because of having experienced that level of poverty, I had the decision myself that I was going to break that shackles of poverty. So it pushed me into reading a whole lot about the rich, the Bill Gates, the Warren Buffett, the big men, the people that actually run the economy of the world. So I read a lot about them. And one thing was constant about all of them: real estate. You hear about them having properties in Wall Street, you hear about them having, so there is a whole lot. So that actually brought my interest. So when I got to 2012, I wanted to buy where I will build my printing company. So, but the land I wanted to buy then, I didn't have the money. In fact, the man told me 40 million. That was 2012. I had raised the money after the whole election. I wanted to buy. The man now said it was 55 million. In fact, I had to even borrow. Yeah, I had to even borrow. It's a very painful experience. The land is still there. It was a very painful experience. I had to even raise money to make it 55 million. The man said he was no longer selling, that the least he would sell was 60 million.
Wow.
So out of frustration, I had to go to a neighboring community, Isu and Osha, because I found out that I know that money, when you keep money idle, it will just evaporate. Let me use that word. It will just evaporate. So I felt instead of keeping the money in the bank and looking for land to buy, that is rather important I go to a green community and use it to buy lands. Then over time, I can sell and then use it to buy where I can use for office.
Yeah.
So that's actually pushed me to go to another where lands were cheap. You have lands of 500,000, 300,000 as at then. So I bought them as much as I could. Used one of them to build a farm. I had a very big farm then I built. That was 2012, 2013. So this is what dragged my attention, interest in real estate, because I found out that, you go around the world, you see buildings, anywhere you go, you see mansions, you see skyscrapers. I always ask myself, who owns these buildings? Is it government that built them? Now I found out it was individuals. And because it's individuals, it's owned by people, and this thing is called real estate. And I also found out that every other product on this earth can be mass-produced. The phone you use, one company can wake up tomorrow. We have Infinix, we have Techno, we have iPhone, we have Samsung. Another company can come up tomorrow, maybe Tom-Chris, and flood the market with phones.
Yeah.
But there is no company that will wake up today and flood the world with land. Land is a finite asset. It's already determined. In my local language, I always say,
yes.
God no longer
creates any land. Yeah.
So being that is a finite asset that is already determined, what it means is that the value can only increase. Because when you flood market with a product, it reduces the price. It can reduce the price. So because this product being land, because every other thing in real estate is about land. So when I talk about land, you understand?
Yeah.
You cannot build skyscraper without land. You cannot build an airport without land. You cannot build hotel, hospital without land. So I talk about land. So now, you find out that because land is no longer in production, what that means is that the price can only go higher, because there will be increase in population by the day. And those increase in population, there is no corresponding increase in land. So what it means that the price value of land will only, I see it as a sector that I should pay attention to. So I started studying about it. And I found out that real estate is a place that can actually make somebody to get financially balanced. And I have seen, just like I said, I have read a lot about the world billionaires, and I know their impact and their footprint on the area of real estate. So I had to start somewhere. So that was why I made the first investment in land in 2012 and continued it then. So when I saw that land I bought, that land I bought was it some of them I bought 250,000 naira then. So over time, some of them when I wanted to even run an election, I sold some. Some of them I bought 250,000 naira. People were begging me for like 5 million, 6 million naira. And I was like, so if I could invest 250,000 naira in a land and over a couple of years, I could sell it 5 million. Imagine if I was able to buy 10, 20, 50 plots. So having experienced the capital increase that I enjoyed in those properties I bought, I felt that it would be important that I also expose as much people as possible into real estate and what it holds for people. So that's actually what dragged my interest in real estate. It's not just, it was not a gamble. It was something that I was sure that this is it for me and for anybody that I also want to assist in making investment decision.
That's impressive. That's a very impressive pitch. Okay, so before I go into our main topic for today, I'm curious to understand, because you did mention your political career. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but I know now you're a businessman, no longer a politics as a main career. But what were some of the learning curves that you picked from that experience that has helped your real estate business today?
Okay. Like sometimes when people talk, I tell them that now I'm a business person, I'm not a politician.
Yeah.
But of course, policy is already part of my history.
Yes.
I cannot erase it in my CV. As undergraduate, I was a student union president. As an undergraduate, so that politics didn't start today.
Yeah.
So when I thought it was time for me to represent my people, I contested, and by special grace of God, my people gave me that support. I won. After one tenure, I had to step aside because in my place we have a zoning formula. You don't go for 2 terms because we have quarters. So this quarter will go this time. The next quarter will go the next time. So we already know who will go, the quarter that will go by 2027. We already know the quarter that will go by 2030. So that's how it's shared in my place. And I wasn't interested in opposing it. So I did 1 term and went back to my business. So I had not totally left politics because I feel that politics is a platform that you can use to make maximum impact.
Yeah.
Politics is a platform you can leverage to do some things that ordinarily you may not be able to do as a person. For instance, now, as a business person, I could have like say 20% that I employ, that I pay and all that. But as a political person, maybe you're a local government chairman, you may have more impact in terms of the number of persons you can reach. As a local government chairman, for instance, who has vision and knows what he's doing, you can impact as much as thousands of persons if you want. But as a business person, you can also impact, but the leverage may not be that fast. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Except maybe when you're able to grow to the likes of Dangote and all that. So that was one of the reasons I have that passion for leadership. I have that passion for change. I'm a change agent. I'm a product of Leap Africa. And just like I said, I'm a yearly fellow.
Yeah.
All these things about leadership, we call ourselves change makers.
Yeah.
And you cannot say you're a change maker without trying to make your own impact. Sometimes I laugh when I see people say politics is a dirty game, and if you are good, you must not be part of politics. And I laugh. Why I laugh is that someone says that if the wise refuses to lead, he should be ready to face the embarrassment of being led by idiots. So if you feel that politics, if you feel that politics is a dirty game and you must leave it to the dirty people, then dirty people will be leading you. So if you feel you have something you want to offer or you can offer, I believe that politics is a platform for you to leverage to be able to make that impact. So that was why I delved into politics. I have not left politics. Just like I said, I see politics as a vocation. You come in, you do the one you have the assignment to do at that point.
Yeah.
You finish, you go back to your business. I don't believe in rigmaroling around political corridor after being in government. Immediately I left government, I left the corridors of power, because I don't believe in moving around power or corridors of power when I leave politics. So I go back to my business. When I have opportunity, I feel there is something else I need to impart. If I contest and win, fine and good. If I don't win, I go back to my business. That's what I believe. So one of the things, I will not say that there is a direct link between my stint in politics and my business in real estate. Reason because, just like I told you, I started real estate far back as 2012.
Right.
I contested House of Assembly in 2019. So far back as 2012, I have started real estate. I had started real estate, and I was already doing it to, a reasonable, don't forget, not as a company, but as a private person who buys the land, 1 million, and later the value increases to 3 million, you sell it and buy another one, and keep growing your capital. So that was the level I was doing it before I left politics. So there is no direct relationship between, what I will say, that my stint in politics, impacted in my real estate career, because I had already started that. Of course, like, as a House of Assembly member, I was also exposed to some laws that has to do with, the laws of the state. So which can also, help me. For instance, now, as a House of Assembly member, I knew I had the opportunity of being in a lot of committees. I had the opportunity of being, I was not a member of Land Committee, but I had the opportunity of being a member of Public Petitions. So as a member of Public Petition in House of Assembly, we entertained numerous land cases. We entertained so many of them. So I believe I've also gained some experience there, where you see some complex land issues. This person is laying claim that this thing is his land. This person is laying claim, and this person, you find out that maybe Ministry of Land has some places they had, that we are not straightened up by them and all that. So all those experiences had also let me know what Ministry of Land can do, the impact of investigation and due diligence. So when I started my own business as real estate, as a full-fledged business now, I designed a very robust due diligence method or system that ensures that we don't go into land that are in dispute. Because as a House of Assembly member, there are battalions of cases where we had to deal with times where we had to deal with issue of land dispute. So many of them. So that could be the tiny spot I would say that my stint in politics has relationship with what I do as a business.
Right. Yeah, when you were talking, I was writing a few keywords because, as the nature of my job, I'm always listening for keywords. And one of the things I wrote down is credibility and self-belief and boldness. So I believe that your political career gave you that credibility that, you had credibility before politics, but now with your successful, it was 2 tenure, right?
1.
Okay. Yeah. It gave you that exposure with credibility that maximized easy entry into the world of real estate. So now, for individuals on our side of the shore or wherever they might be who are looking to invest back home, let's begin with the mistakes. What are the mistakes that you see people make often and on? I know you talk about some of them on your social media handle sometimes. What are the mistakes that you see them making that, you wish they all know about such issues and,
it will save them really a lot of the money they invest.
Okay. First and foremost, the mistake I see people, especially in diaspora, make in real estate is they trust so much on relatives and friends that are here to make their real estate decisions, their buying decisions, and all that. Of course, you won't blame them because they are not around.
Yeah.
One of the major challenges they have is that not being around, and because they are not around, they need someone they trust, someone they believe in, who can do one or two for them.
Mm-hmm.
So now, when you entrust your real estate decision, I've had a client or a prospect who sent his, if I may say, I'm sure maybe up to 70-something-year-old mother to come and oversee a land. And in the course of interacting with the woman, it's obvious that the woman is not, let me say, is not learned. Let me use that. I don't want to sound negative. But maybe it's not educated.
Right.
So now, there is virtually nothing you were telling the woman about the documentations of the land that she understood.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So she was like, why would my son leave our village and go to another town to go and buy land? So she was not even interested in even seeing the land.
Right.
Even seeing the land.
Right.
So maybe she tried to. Hello.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Maybe she has even tried to discourage the son, and the son refused. It was because he kept saying that if that means he doesn't listen. And so provided the woman is concerned for the fact that land is not in their village.
Yeah.
In fact, in the kindred, that land is useless.
Right.
So now imagine that woman going back to give her opinion about the land to the son. Okay, you can imagine what he would tell the son.
Yeah.
That the son is not good.
Yeah.
So that is what we see when you entrust your buying decision on someone who has little or no knowledge about what you want, or who has little or no interest in real estate.
Yeah.
There are people that see real estate as a risk. Every business is a risk, but I tell you, real estate has even the lower risk. Tell me a business that makes you money that doesn't have risk. Is it crypto? Crypto can make you today, it can crash you today.
Yeah.
Is it Forex? It can make you today, it can crash you today. Is it import? You can import goods and they will mess it up in the wharf. So many things. So there is no business that doesn't have risk. So if every business has risk, real estate is even the lowest of the risk because it's a tangible asset. You can see it, you can feel it.
Yeah.
So if you do your investigation very well, the risk is mitigated because the only major problem you will have is that the land is encumbered.
Right.
If not, the land is there. Even in the next 100 years, is there. So now, one of those challenges, just like I said, is entrusting your investment decisions on people that, one, either they don't have the interest or they don't even have the knowledge.
Yeah.
So when you go there, you give them that opportunity to decide for you or to advise you. Then they can give you decision based on their own
conceived ideas.
Sorry. So that is one. Two, I've had a case where, or not a case, cases where somebody will send someone, a friend, to come and see a land for him or her.
Right.
And this friend will come and say, okay, land with 10 million naira. The friend will tell you, tell the man 15 million and give me 5 million.
Right.
And we tell you, no, we don't do stuff like that because one of the as a person, one of the things we did in the company is what we call transparency. So all our properties have their prices stated on the flyers. So as I was asking one, I said, this property, the price is on the flyer. So how? He said he would go and do a new flyer and send to the man. He said, what if tomorrow this man finds out? He said, is it your headache? That is his headache. Is it not his brother? This person I'm telling you is his blood brother.
Wow.
I said, okay. So what if in the course of allocation, this man asked this person, how much do you buy? He said 10 million. and he knows that he bought 15. Every of his neighbor bought 10.
Only him 15.
How will he see the company? He said this thing, that the man will not even come, that this man lives in Canada and all that. So at the end of the day, we'll say, sorry, sir, we'll pay you commission when your brother buys. You understand? If you're the one that brought it, we'll pay you commission. But to add money on it, we don't do that. And the guy called his brother and told him, no, that from what he's seen, that land is not good. Do you understand?
Wow.
So these are some of the buying. Yes, these are some of the challenges they have. Because they are not around, they trust the investment decision on people who have their own separate interest, or don't have the know-how, or so many things. All right. Then again, some of them have this interest of, how do I put it? One of the challenges of someone abroad also is that because they are not around, they do not trust, some of them do not trust the process.
Yeah.
They do not believe that if them, they are due.
Right.
I had somebody that bought property from me from abroad. He kept asking, he kept emphasizing, please make sure you give me a nice place, a nice spot and all that. And I said, the fact that you are not even in Nigeria is one of the reasons why I will make sure if there is anything like good and bad spots, it's one of the reasons why I must give you a spot. Because I won't want a situation whereby when you come back, you feel cheated.
Yeah.
So the fact that you are not present is enough reason for me to be your mouthpiece.
Right.
All right. So they feel that maybe because they are not around, anything can happen. And don't also forget that in Nigeria today, a lot of people, especially those in diaspora, has had their hands burnt in so many investment schemes. Yeah. I've seen people that bought lands, and those lands were audio lands, if I may use that word. They are audio lands. Lands that don't exist. So you just told this land, you just bought it on flyer, and at the end of the day, you don't have any land. So some of them have been victims of this. Some of them have had their friends being victims of that. So it is difficult for you to convince some of them that you are good, or that you are different.
Right.
So it will not take the person to over time to look through your process and your systems, and now it's a challenge.
Right.
It's a challenge because, just like you said, one of the things that have helped me is that I have, over time, even before politics, tried to build an image or a credibility that people can trust.
Right.
Now, being in the House of Assembly and as a politician, the kind of marks I left and all that. So some people can now use that also to feel, this guy, if he cannot do this when he has public or free money, then it's not now that he will do it.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
But that credibility has also helped us to eliminate that challenge of trust. Because trust is a major challenge in this business.
It is.
Real estate is like, I tell people that real estate is like somebody's umbilical cord. There's always that attachment. When you see somebody buy land from you, somebody can dash you, what is it called? 1 million naira. Dash you 1 million naira and it doesn't mind. Somebody can misplace 1 million naira and they will cry over it a few days, and that's all.
Yeah.
But you see somebody that buy a land from you, land worth of 500,000. In the next 20 years, you remember that land.
It's true.
In the next 20 years, you remember that he bought land from you, 500,000, and he knows where that land is. So that attachment people have when they want to make investment decisions, especially when it has to do with land, that attachment is one of the reasons why they find it difficult to just part with their money without being extremely sure that they trust this person or the process. It's a major challenge.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Absolutely is. I remember my in-law, and yours truly also, I've seen a fair share of what you're describing.
my in-law bought a property somewhere, and he was aiming and planning to use it to build his house. By the time he was set to start construction, litigation started. Up to now, I hear they are still in, back and forth of the process. So yeah, there are a bunch of individuals that are going through horrible experiences in securing properties. So bringing us to the insider secrets and strategies that you offer diaspora, how does it work? So you have a company that have access to a bunch of landed properties or lands.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Rephrase, please.
All right.
Hear the last part.
Yeah, so I was trying to understand, is it like your company have access to lands or landed properties? So let's say I want to buy a property, a finished, completed building now. Is that part of what you do, or is it exclusively land? So I can build, or I can buy fully completed building from you as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We have different options.
Right.
While we started with what we call land banking.
Okay.
Where we get land in, mostly semi-urban and peri-urban areas. Of course, we get those lands that we feel that have strong potentials. Because there are some things we consider before we buy land. There are things that make land to improve in value. The things like government interest, things like corporate interest. There are so many things that can make land of a particular area that hitherto are not developed to have interest. For instance, now, when for the event of Dangote refinery, right, the lands around that Ibejuleke axis or corridor, where there's nothing you do with it, so to say. People really don't buy it because it was those places people don't consider them Lagos.
Right.
But now with the advent of Dangote refinery and the new airports that they want to do around that axis, the coastal highway, that is terminating around that axis, that place has become one of the hottest places in Lagos. So when people now say Ibejuleke and all that, it becomes part of discussion. Before, it's not part of discussion. So what we do is that, for instance, in Anambra State, we found out that people have a pension to buy land in Oka as in the town. Now, you get to see a good land in Oka as a town. The price is something else.
Yeah.
For instance, the area I live, a plot of land somebody put for sale the other time was 5 million. This is a place we bought 6 million, 7 million around 4-5 years ago. Now you're talking about 80-something million.
Wow.
So there are still other places. Yeah, there are still other places that may be cheaper around Oka. So, but what we now did was to go to areas that have strong potentials to also increase in value. Because one thing about urbanization is that once the city center is getting filled and the prices of properties there are surging, it begins to trickle down to the neighboring communities. Yeah. That's where you talk about peri-urban. That is because when you have semi-urban and you have peri-urban, semi-urbans could be far detached from the cities.
Yeah.
For instance, now you can have Oka and go into Mbaku.
Yeah.
And that is another city there. And create, then you can call that semi-urban. But when you talk about peri-urban, they are urban, surging centers or developing areas within the corridors of the city, the urban city. So now what we do is that we'll go and get land within this axis and we'll parcellate the land, give it basic amenities like perimeter fence and all that. Now we invite people to buy. Now when people, especially in diaspora, buy the land, they gain two things. First of all, they gain quick capital gain. When I mean quick, it's not a get to quick syndrome. Because you see somebody today, he buys land today, maybe in October. He buys land 2 million. And he wants to sell that land 4 million naira in December. It's just a Ponzi scheme.
Right.
Anybody that is promising you that is a Ponzi scheme.
Right.
Yeah. Because land is not a crypto. Land is something that takes a little time to mature.
Yeah.
So now we buy this land and we put some basic things around there. And we buy lands where governments also have interest and maybe other big corporate bodies have interest. So now we sell those lands and people buy to develop, build their own houses or commercial properties or the likes. So that's our short-term goal and what we do in the short term.
Okay.
Then we also have what we call build and sell project. For instance, our very first project in Abuja, it's a build and sell project. And they actually started like joke because this is the first time I'm sharing this. I've never shared it even on my private page, how we got the land.
Right.
We did what we call the joint venture.
Okay.
In the first one we did. That joint venture, we didn't have money to buy land. We approached somebody that has money to buy, that has a land that wants to buy, assuming that the land is worth 200 million. Now we don't have 200 million. Now we approach him, we say, okay, we can buy this, we can partner, we'll build on this land, then we share the properties on the land. So now we say, okay, for instance, this land can take 7 buildings. And each of the building can sell 100 million. Now, the value of his land is 200 million. I'm just giving you an example.
Yeah.
Now, but we don't have the 200 million. So give us 1 year or 24 months, 2 years to build on this land. Then you take 3 units, we take 4. So if you take 3 units, you can sell it 300 million, which is above the value of your land. While we take 4 as the developer and then sell. So when we take that 4 and sell the 4, it will cover the cost of building the 7 and also make little profit and move to the next one. So we started that. We also did what we call off-plan sale. Off-plan sale where you call someone and say, okay, this land, I have this land I want to develop. We don't have money to develop it. If we finish selling this, building these properties, it will sell for 100 million, 150.
Right.
But we can sell it to you at 80 million now. And don't even pay us the 80 million once. You're giving us 10 million every month. So now the person buys into it. It's called off-plan. So at the time the person is buying, he's just buying paper. It's signed on paper.
Right.
The place is still bush. So we move into the site, we now build. So from the money we are making from the off-plan sale, we are now using it to build. Now, when we build, at the end of the building, maybe you now have just like one, you will sell at the premium price. So you make your profit and go. So now, over time, we now buy land by ourselves, build, and then sell.
Right.
So it's a 2 different arrangements. So we have an arrangement we call off-plan sale, where you buy when we have not even cleared it, or maybe when we are still at the foundation level. Then we'll have where we have finished building, then you buy the building. You buy the building. So you are seeing what you buy, you collect your key, and you move in. The other one is off-plan. You are buying when either foundation has not been done yet, or we are still at foundation or taking level or carcass level. So you buy the house, then you move in. Then mostly in the East, we will still go into build and sell in the East. We are still into doing some studies on it. So, but mostly within the Southeast and South-South corridor, what we do as of now is land banking.
Right.
We buy land then and sell to people who want to build by themselves. So they buy the land and they build by themselves. Yeah.
Impressive. So this is really exciting because, it seems like the real estate strategy that is over here is becoming prominent over there as well. And I think it solves the problem of the litigation, the due diligence, all the issues that people go through. You see that they just go into a land or a building or acquire a land that is already certified, and what they need to do is to establish their expected investment. Looking forward, you've already mentioned some of the aspirations that you have for the new sites that you have eyes on, but are there other new projects that are in the pipeline, maybe some opportunities that you've not put on the market yet, that you can also share here to give priority information to our listeners?
Okay, yes. By 2026, we are entering. We want to deal more with a lot of premium projects.
Right.
Premium project puts in terms of land banking opportunities here. We want to expand on that, because the truth is that you cannot de-emphasize the importance of land.
Yeah.
Every damn thing you do on this earth, it has to stand on land. So anything at all, it has to stand on land. So we always believe there's a local balance adage in my place that says, yes. That means you must get land first before fighting for mats to lie on it.
Yeah.
If you don't have land and you're able to fight and got a mat, where will you lay the mat?
Mm-hmm.
So the primary thing is to have a land first. Someone called me sometime last month. A friend lives in I think US, and he said that he wants a place he can build so and so. When he comes back, he wants to build something like a plaza, when he comes back, But he doesn't have money as of now to acquire property he can use to build that plaza. So he was confused. I told him, well, we have good lands currently that you can buy. You cannot build that plaza there. But instead of you leaving the money, and maybe because there's this thing I believe that money, let me use that word again, evaporates. What do I mean by evaporate? I believe that a money that is not tagged to something must find something that will eat it.
Absolutely, yes.
Any money, any idle cash, I don't know how it happens. I may not have a verified experiment that I would say that I have done. But I have come to see that any money that is not tied to something will somehow vanish.
Yeah.
If you carry 100 million now and just keep in your house, keep the money 100 million naira in your house, and it's not meant for anything. Just give it a few years, it will finish, if it will even get to years, because a lot of opportunistic things will start coming out, and it will be eating the money.
Yeah.
So I told him, you can buy a couple of properties, a land from us. Now, when you buy it, when it is time, when you are ready, because he doesn't even know when he's ready. I asked him, when do you intend to build this thing? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? Is it 4 years? He said he doesn't even know that. He may even get to 10 years. I said, so there is no how you will keep the money cash for 10 years. So buy land that has value to increase, the potential of increasing. Then after you buy the land, when you are ready, then you can now divest, sell some, to now go where you want to buy and then buy. Do you understand? Instead of just keeping the money idle. So these are some of the secrets. You don't wait until you have the whole clear idea of what you want to do. For instance, now what I do, if when I wanted to look for where to build, I don't even know where to build in Oka then. But as at 2015 general election, after the general election, just like I told you, I was into printing and I do well. Political printing, branding, billboard, posters. I do it well. And after then, I always have a lot of liquid cash. So after 2015, I'd already considering, because I came into Oka 2013. So when I moved down from Lagos.
Right.
So after 2015, I was looking for where I can get for office and where I can build, where I will live, you know. So now what did I do? Because I had always believed that I'd rather build first in the city where I live before even building in village.
Yeah.
Because I believe that this is where I live. Why continue paying house rent when I can build there? And if I go and build in village, I'm not living there.
Yeah.
Even though later I saw the need to build in the village, but this was what was on my mind. So I now felt I need a land where I will build a house, and I need a land where I will build an office. So what did I do? Any place I see land that is, I feel that this place is good, but not yet developed, I buy it if I could afford it. So out of all the ones I bought, when I wanted to build where I will live, I found out that none of them was fit where I want to stay. One of them that I actually loved was a little bit waterlogged. So I felt the money I will spend to do the foundation on that place would, in fact, it can finish the house for me. So, but there are people that like questionable. That's why people buy water in Lekki and some feel it. So I sold that place and used it and buy where I am living now. That should be around 2017. So, and today I have achieved my aim.
Yeah.
If I was waiting till I get this place I am living now, since that 2015, I may not get it.
Yeah.
I may not get it. And that cash, if I had kept that money in the bank, hoping to use it to buy, one, inflation will be eating up the money. And the level of growth in the money will not match the level of increase in land.
Yeah.
So if I kept the money in bank from then as of today, I can bet you I will still be living, I will still be a tenant. I'm not saying being tenant is not good. So I won't be put it out of context. But it was a dream I had. And that dream, I started working towards it. If I go in Abuja, I'm a tenant. So if you must not have your own house, if you so wish. But sometimes it also gives security. The point I'm trying to drive here is not about ownership of house or not, but that you can buy properties when you feel these properties are good. Then, even if it doesn't tick what you want at that point, the box for what you want at that point, when you are ready, you can divest, you can sell some, and then move to where you want. Instead of leaving the money idle and then be looking for what you want. I don't know whether you understand my point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So what we advise people, especially people in diaspora, one of the secrets to advise them is that if you have idle fund that you want to invest, but it's not yet clear, because some of them, sorry to say it, even some of us here, some of them, they do not, sometimes they want to invest back home, but they don't even know what to invest. You tell them that
it's true.
Boutique is very nice. They want to invest in boutique.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, you tell them that it's block industry. They want to invest in block industry. So you tell them that it's hotel business, hospitality. They want to invest in it. So sometimes they are not here very clear. Not all, like me. I know at some point also there are some things I want to do, but it's not yet clear to me.
Yeah.
But if that is something that has to do with land, if it's something that will be on land, first thing I do that is always clear in my head is get a land. If I want to build an office in Abuja and I want it to be in Asoko, or I want it to be in Maitama, and I feel I don't have money to buy land in Maitama now, I go to Katampe, I'll go to Wasa, I'll go to Apo and buy lands there. I'll buy as many lands as possible I can afford in those corridors. Don't forget, I don't want to have a house, an office in Wasa or an Apo or Katampe, but I am targeting Maitama.
Right.
But because I don't have money for Maitama at that point, if I keep the money in bank, hoping when it will get to Maitama, I will be able to have, I may spend that money. So I go to all these corridors, these peri-urbans and semi-urbans, and buy the ones I can afford.
Yeah.
When I feel I am ready for Maitama, then I will be able to divest, sell those ones I bought in those areas. It may even be more than enough for me to buy a Maitama.
Wow.
But if you keep the money hoping till when you can afford to buy a Maitama, you may never buy land in the next 20 years.
Yeah. What my key takeaway for
when I see people say, I want to build a Mauka, you said?
No, I was going to say my key takeaway for this conversation.
I can't hear you.
I was going to say my key takeaway for this conversation is divest. So, yeah, it's a prominent takeaway for me for now. And by all means, I will come for special consultation. But since we are getting to the top of the hour, I wanted you to also give a final thoughts. If I want to acquire in a certain jurisdiction, let's say I want a particular neighborhood, are you able to do that for me?
Oh, yes. Even though it's not part of our business model as of now.
Right.
It's not part of our business model as of now to go out of our estates.
Right.
The reason is this. People call me, they say they want to buy a land in Lagos. They trust us to do the purchase. Sometimes we turn it down if we don't have a property there. The reason is that if you know what we go through in terms of due diligence to be able to get one property we put up for sale,
right,
it's a whole lot.
Right.
So we shy away. Personally, I shy away from when you come in and say, I want a land in Owerri, this, that. There are so many land flying in Owerri. Right. But before we can sell it to you, what will we invest in that search? It will amaze you.
Right.
I give you an example. Let me just give you a little example about when I talk about due diligence. There was a man that wanted to buy land for. He's a senior friend and someone that is like a mentor to me. So he called me and said he wanted to buy a land he wants to use to build something. Now, the area he talked, we don't have property there. So now, he's not someone I can say no to. So I said, okay, no problem. And I engaged one or two persons and they got this particular land. That land belongs to one big man in the state. So we went to investigate the land. The land has CFO. I sent the details to Ministry of Land, paid the fee. They did a search, found out that, okay, this land was given to one man in 2011. And now that man sold to this person that wants to sell to us. Now, when we did a search about when the man that wanted to sell to us registered the land, we found out it was registered like 2 years ago. Now, I searched the man that sold to him. I found out that the man died like 4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So the land was registered after the man had died. So don't forget, the land has CFO. We have seen the originals, every damn thing. So what did I do? I had to go to the company name of that man that was late. I paid to my lawyer in CAC, in Corporate Affairs Commission. He dug out the registration details of the man that was late. From the registration detail of the man that was late, we saw one of the directors in the company, which was why I searched for it, was the wife. And the wife phone number was there.
Wow.
So we were able to get the wife phone number and called. We were able to get to where her office. And we asked, we want to buy so and so land. This land initially belonged to your husband. Now we noticed that this land was registered recently after your husband was late. What happened? He said, yes, she was aware that the land was sold by her husband actually when so and so time, which tallied with the date in the document the man gave us. That maybe the man didn't register it that time. The man decided to register it afterward, but everything was that. Right. So we got even documents, we got written commitments and all that. And the woman was very much impressed. That was before we were able to now sell the land to the man. So in fact, at some point, the man was telling us that we love this land, that we should be fast. We should be fast before he loses it. I said, because my name is at stake.
Right.
So now you see the headache for just one transaction. So that's why I don't, when people say, I want to buy that filling station, help me investigate. When I shy away from it, it looks as if you are doing big man. No, I'm not doing big man. It's just because a lot of things are involved in investigating a property. So as of now, if you have a place you want to buy, and that place is a place we don't have property, we can help you investigate. We can help you investigate that, but not in all cases that we do that.
Right.
Because we feel that if we want to buy 100 plots of land and investigate it, the same stress we use to investigate that 100 plots is the same stress we use
for one plot of
investigate one plot we want to buy somewhere.
That makes sense.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's why we don't do, it's not part of our model. You cannot see us advertise it.
Right.
It's not part of our business model for now.
Right.
Yes.
Impressive. Honorable, thank you so much for your time. There are some other questions that I have for you, but let me save it so that we do a second round soon as we transition back to Accra. But thank you very much. I hope you get time to check in with us. I'm still going up to Saturday, so put me in your prayers.
Sure. You will do it. I trust you.
Thank you.
I've always known you as a strong.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thanks a lot. Monsieur Vadan.
Bye.
Venam.
Yeah.
I call you Vendam.
Hi, Chris. It's Venan. It's Venan.
Oh, no, I was talking to my next speaker.
Oh, okay. So I leave now.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. How's it going?
Yes, hi. Chris, how are you doing?
I'm very well. I thought you would be coming to the office.
I actually really did not think, well, I thought it was going to be in Lagos. So I didn't. And then I was like, this is just in my mood. It's fine.
Yeah.
I couldn't transition to coming in time because I was committed to other things. So I said, I'll just do it online.
No worries at all. I live here. I've been living here for 12 years now. Actually, 13 years. 13 years now.
You mean you or myself?
Myself. I have been living in Accra for 13 years.
Then we came to Ghana at the same time. I came to Ghana in 2013.
Oh, that's impressive. Yeah.
I came to Ghana from London in 2013. So could have maybe bumped
I know.
at the airport without noticing or something. I don't know.
I know. Life is so very small. So if I was, I've already had a look at your profile, but if I was one of the viewers on the website and I want to understand who you are, to be able to appreciate your thoughts, for the topic of the urgency of unlocking sustainable choices, what do I need to know about you to get a full picture of the topic you're about to share with us?
Well, I am an eco-evangelist, right? The person who goes about preaching green everywhere because of the urgency which we need to adopt greener solutions, and be it across waste management, be it across sustainable electricity or energy, across inclusive education, or agriculture or transportation. There's just so much that needs to be done with respect to implementing those solutions that would lead us towards a cleaner pathway, a cleaner trajectory for inclusive and equitable growth with respect to meeting carbon emissions, curbing plastic emissions, and increasing affordable living. So literally, I'm that person who would work across policy, finance, technology, and community to figure out what are the barriers that need to be addressed to unlock the implementation of sustainable solutions.
Impressive.
In a nutshell.
Very impressive. How did you get into this work? Was it education, passion project that became a career? What happened that, pulled you into this career path?
When you asked that question, when I finished school, I really wanted to become a medical doctor. I was the family doctor. So I left school. I traveled to Nigeria, to Cross River State in Calabar. And the plan there was to become a medical doctor. So I did the whole JAM thing and then actually succeeded. But then I actually changed my mind because there was too many strikes and all that. It wasn't if I were going to become a medical doctor, I would have probably finished 3 years later because of the whole strikes and everything that was back then. But that's not what changed my mind. I literally had this vision and passion for anything green. I remember telling my dad, bless his soul, why I wanted to study environmental engineering in Germany. It was back then in 1996, or it was 1995, I think. And then he was like, but everybody wants to become a doctor or a lawyer and everything, and then you want to do environmental engineering. Why? So back then I told him, look, if you look at our pathway at the moment in terms of the way we consume things, the ways we produce and everything, there would come a time when you will need people like us to be literally providing solutions that would address our wastefulness. He was a geographer, so he understood these things very perfectly. Some of my uncles never forgave me for that. If we were like, oh yeah, I'm the sellout, I refused to do medicine and didn't make the family proud. I think I still made the family proud, but I didn't heal people. I sort of healed the world with respect to the environment. Then I went off to Germany, studied environmental engineering, went to the UK, studied environmental impact assessment, and worked there for a while. And then PricewaterhouseCoopers asked me to come to Ghana in 2013 to head their sustainability and climate change practice. And that is how I ended up in Ghana, because I knew my pathway was always gravitating back towards Africa, because that is where, there's a lot to be done with respect to unlocking those choices that we need to be able to adopt this greener developmental trajectory.
Wonderful. Impressive. Okay. So the topic of green transition, environmental concerns and climate change has been, one that has garnered different kinds of reactions from people. So if I'm a skeptic in that context, what is it that I need to understand again to, see the picture that is being painted? Because sometimes, last year when I did the first edition, I had a conversation with one of the speakers that she was so passionate about climate and things. And we got talking about a case study in Nigeria that she shared. I don't know if you know these Boko Haram people.
Yeah.
Yeah. The incident of So she was like, she read this report about why Boko Haram is prevalent, that the report said it can be attributed to climate change because their dwelling places or pasture areas were getting dried up due to climate change. And, I was in pushback. I was like, well, let's have a second look at it. Not that I don't believe there is something happening in terms of climate change, but, historically, it seems there's been a lot of marketing about that subject. It started with global warming or cooling or something like that. And then it evolved into climate. And now, talking about the Boko Haram, we should call them bandits anyway. These are individuals that we know the Fulani people have never settled at one place for the most part. They like this transitional pasturing methodology. And it doesn't make sense in my thinking to attribute that incident of them, getting up their cows, going into innocent farmers' houses, massacring them in the name of climate change. So I was like, yeah, maybe they are facing something, but I don't think it can be attributed to climate change. So, and I'm excited that I'm having the same conversation with you. I'm wondering to myself, what is it about that subject that makes it a contention, Because I know some friends that really want to understand, the subject of climate change, and maybe they don't want to ask a lot of questions. They don't want to be labeled as deniers. It seems like there is a heavy energy in that space. What's it that people need to understand to even get involved?
Well, the bottom line is the biosphere has been changing over centuries. And those changes are partly induced by our activities. I'm trying to just speak simple English here. I didn't want to say anthropogenic activities and all that.
Right.
It's just our activities as humans. From the time of the invention of the steam engine way back in the 1850 something, you could actually see how global emissions actually started increasing. So there is clear evidence that our increasing affinity, for growth, kind of consumption of natural resources, technology, inventions, and all that is leading not just to depletion of the natural resources, but it's actually increasing the amount of emissions, of carbon emissions that we have in the atmosphere. So what is literally happening is the whole narrative of greenhouse gas emissions, the greenhouse effect, where there is a certain layer of, because of the increasing nature of the temperature of the atmosphere, the sun rays kind of come in and then they go back, But then when sun rays come in and can't go back because of our increasing activities, which has caused certain amount of gases which were not supposed to be there, the greenhouse gases, to kind of form a trap, an envelope around the earth, making it impossible for those rays to go out. Then they'll reflect and come back to the earth. Then you have either, cooling or warming. And it is a fact that over the years, you can actually share with me, I'm not sure how old you are, how old most of the watchers are, but do you understand that over the past 3 or 4 decades, you have actually seen changes in the patterns of weather across the rainy season and dry season. I remember growing up, it used to be sacrosanct that in May, the rainy season is going to begin, right? And in September, the rainy season finishes.
Yeah.
I bet you hardly have any rain from maybe, October to April or something. That was a pattern that was very, very consistent. But then suddenly, it just became rain can fall just any time, which is great. But then you have issues that are related to our activities, production cycles for farmers, and all that. So the bottom line is, because of our increased activities related to how fast we want to kind of live, how fast we want to kind of earn stuff, how fast we want to kind of increase, we just want to consume. And this, of course, is having an impact with the consumption of natural resources, and obviously having an impact to greenhouse gas emissions, and obviously having an impact to global warming or cooling, depending on where you are. So skeptics would be there, but the evidence is there. You mentioned the Boko Haram issue. Of course, there are totally different geopolitical attributions to how they sort of evolved and all that. But if someone is linking into climate change, I may not be surprised, because Fulanis have generally, I'm not saying all Boko Harams are Fulanis, no.
Yeah.
They have generally been nomadic in nature for centuries. And they have relied on greener pastures. They go from greener pasture to greener pasture. And so when they start going from greener pasture to greener pasture and can't find those greener pastures, not just because of the lack of greener pasture, because of the tensions attributed to our changing way of life, development, buildings, roads, and all that, all those tensions actually would lead to, and of course, climate change will lead to the drying up of pastures. Then you will not be surprised if they'll pick up arms, because, when those pastures dry out, then it's very difficult for other sort of connotations with respect to why they're doing what they're doing. But as I said, we are not saying that all Boko Harams are Fulanis, no. But going back to what you were saying, climate change could have been a factor because of the change in increasingly variable changes in our climatic patterns.
Interesting. Okay, so my next question will be, now we have some understanding, and yeah, obviously every one person knows that there's been significant variations of the behavior of our weather. Quite recently we had the type of cold I've never experienced in, I think it was September in Ghana. And yeah, it was almost like it was going to snow. Yeah. So yeah, there is a definite change in the system. One of the things that I've heard some people, ask questions about or discuss is, to what extent is this? Well, I guess you've already intimated on that, because all of these they have some bearing on human action. But the question is, to what extent are some of these, or fragments of this, deliberate action, like geoengineering, which we know is a practice, if I may. So in some circles where these conversations are discussed, there's been that kind of question. So have you had the opportunity to, listen to people that ask such questions and give an answer? Or if someone is on, listening to this meeting and they are wondering, to what bearing does human action like geoengineering, weather manipulation, have a bearing on, have an indicator of causation on climate change? What would you say? What would you say to such an individual?
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of alluding to the other thought that climate change is actually induced because of geoengineering, right? I think geoengineering has always been there, but if you were to sort of do geoengineering to the scale that would lead to the proportion of the impacts we have now, then it has to be a gigantic, maybe, tens of trillions of dollars of project, which is actually not even available or achievable. It will be difficult to geoengineer to an extent that would lead to impacts across the entire globe, simply because the science has proven it and linked it to our activities. Geoengineering has been there literally to provide the science with respect to, micro manipulation of climatic conditions, inducing thunderstorms and all that. But it would not necessarily lead to the scale of the impacts we are facing today across the entire globe. Because geoengineering is going to be sort of micro location, but we don't necessarily leave that generally. If most of those who do physics will know that this particulate matter literally would drop off from the atmosphere. We need to constantly keep those induced particles up there forever to be getting to the situation where we are. So science based to think about how long you would have to sustain geoengineering to lead this kind of climate. It's literally impossible, right? But the evidence actually shows that our activities have increased since the invention of the steam locomotive back in the 17th and 18th century. You could actually see how the emission patterns have increased to what they are today and will continue to increase if we don't address the issue with respect to adopting cleaner technology that would help us limit the extent of natural resource consumption. So I would say if you were to sustain geoengineering to maintain the current trends we have in the variability of climate change, it has to be some massive project that even Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Bezos all combined will not be able to sustain over the long term because of the inherent cost and all that. So I don't really think it's literally feasible to sustain that for a long term. And kind of really think that it is actually a factor to what we are facing today.
Okay. Let's get into, the conversation of today, which is unlocking sustainable choices. Now, you are spearheading projects that make this happen. How does it work out?
So, if you were to, let's just talk about something as basic as clean cooking. Let me just bring it down to something like clean cooking. You know that there are, I'm not sure what the figure is now, but somewhere between 2.5 to 3 billion people globally actually use biomass as a source of fuel, right? And when you have close to 3 billion people using biomass to cook, then you have a certain level of particulate matter, like soot. You've been into a normal kitchen, right? I'm just kind of using a very basic example. You've been into a kitchen in a rural area and you see how dark the walls are.
Yeah.
The darkness of the walls actually reflects the condition of their lungs. So I'm trying to link the impacts here. You have the health impact of them inhaling that every day. And then you have the environmental impact of the destruction of forest land to harvest wood for cooking, right? Assuming that most of them were using firewood to cook. That's the environment. And then you have the climatic aspect in terms of the amount of particulate matter that you have in the atmosphere. So you literally have a layer of soot in the atmosphere. What does that do? It literally acts as a climate forcer, because what happens when you have that layer of soot in the atmosphere, it also contributes towards the reflection of sunlight, sun rays back into the atmosphere, back to the earth. And so that again is sort of the climate factor. But then if you were to provide most of those who use biomass to cook every day with a clean solution, that would break down the amount of soot, because of combustion. Actually combusts, it kind of burns so well. The combustion is so well that it breaks down the amount of soot that is emitted by the cooker, and also reduces the amount of firewood that they use, because they would use less firewood to cook. And when you use less firewood to cook and you kind of produce less soot, it means they breathe cleaner air, right? So it's about how would you go about unlocking access to cleaner cooking for those 3 billion people across the globe. And it's been done in Ghana. In Ghana, clean cooking is one of the projects in Ghana's so-called nationally determined contributions, which is a set of activities identified by every country that is a party to the UNFCCC convention. That's those who signed the Paris Treaty, for example. There's the Brazil COP30 coming up, where it's kind of UN climate conference. So every country came up with a set of activities. They said, we would implement these activities unconditionally and conditionally. Unconditional means as a national imperative, they would implement these activities because they know that these activities would reduce the amount of climate emissions that go into the atmosphere. So Ghana, for example, has Ghana, Cameroon, Nigeria, every African country, they have this set of, nationally determined contributions. Right. I don't want to say NDCs because NDC gets so confused at that. NDC. So Ghana has clean cooking as a very, very key activity, programmatic activity in their nationally determined contributions, which means that they would program activities that would provide clean cooking solutions to other people. And this would be paid for by countries like Switzerland that's actually, bought some of Ghana's emissions from clean cooking, Envirofit and other entities that are producing the clean cooking in Ghana, not just for biomass stores, but then there's electric cooking, there is LPG now, and other sorts of, which literally gives people a cleaner transition, right? Cleaner cooking technology makes them cook cleaner faster, but then reduces the burden of the impact of cooking to the environment with respect to natural resource consumption and firewood. That is just a simple example. Yeah. You can see the drive towards electric vehicles at the moment. Interestingly, there's been a huge proliferation of electric vehicles in Ghana. I'm sort of really impressed. Because if you go to Europe, for example, every 10 cars you see, probably 6 or 7 of them are electric vehicles. But it's now increasing in Ghana. If the emissions from the sheer emissions from cars, not just the emissions from cars, the noise and the chemicals that are used to manufacture cars, repair cars and all that. If you would adopt a cleaner solution like an electric vehicle, which actually reduces the amount of petrol that will be used and inadvertently greenhouse gas emissions from consumption of petrol, then you're literally providing people with a sustainable way of living in terms of makes it possible for them to reduce their footprint. But the problem here, Chris, is the affordability of the solutions.
Yeah.
Which is why we're saying there is an urgency to figure out how do you make these solutions affordable for everybody? Because most of these solutions at the moment, be it a paper straw, be it sort of sustainable briquettes from my good friend Zach Cole, be it electric vehicles from various, BMWs, the BYDs, and all of them that exist, be it solar energy, or be it sort of affordable and, eco homes and all that, they still remain unaffordable to the masses.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to actually consume in a way that would make sure that we don't increase climate emissions by the so-called 1.5 degrees by 2030, we would have to make sustainable solutions affordable, available, accessible, and most importantly, aspirational to the masses. So that it literally reverse the 80-20, because I personally believe that at the moment, just 20% of people can afford the solutions.
Yeah.
The other 80% cannot afford, and the 80% are the masses, that you can actually see the sheer consumption that's still going on. So to reverse that trend, to make it affordable to 80 people, you need to really be implementing concentrated efforts that will make sure that these solutions can have prices that are affordable, can be readily accessible. And then through that, they can actually start aspiring, because if the masses don't aspire for something, it doesn't become a choice. And so that is why we feel, or I personally feel, that we need to speed up, right? We need to speed up the rate at which we make these solutions available to the masses, across making sure finance is cheaper for them, production, copyright in terms of technology transfer, and all that. So there's a lot that's still to be done. So that is why I strongly feel that we need to push towards making sure that sustainable living becomes more of a universal suffrage, right? It becomes the right of every human being. One of the other things we do at the moment is our project Net Cycle, where we collect. The Chain Africa is one of the organizations that I run. I'm kind of with Alex and Joshua, Nora, and a couple of other fellow colleagues. Evelyn, now I'm in the States. So we have this project we call Net Cycle Africa, where we collect waste fish nets from fishing communities. You'll be wondering why waste fish nets. Gear from fishing is actually a huge kind of causes a huge impact to fishing, because most of the time, ever so often, that gear, the FAO says 650,000 tons of this washes out into the ocean every year.
Wow.
What that means is it literally goes down into the ocean and then starts acting like a fishing, like a fishing net in the ocean. It's like ghost fishing. It traps turtles, it traps other fishes, traps sharks, and traps everything down there. But then it is unseen. No one really sees it. But this is what is actually happening. So we sort of are on the mission to figure out how can we get every actor, like blue economy actors across each of the 38 coastal countries in Africa, to be able to be a contributor towards this by collecting this waste fishness. Collecting it means preventing it from being thrown away. Sort of working with the fishing community to educate them about the impact of the
disposed nets. Yeah.
And then linking them to the global markets, because waste fish nets, especially nylon 6, for example, the recycled market is quoted at over 15 billion by 2034.
Wow.
So this market, someone needs a resource somewhere up there. But then we are here literally wasting it and letting it sort of damage our marine ecosystem. So we feel that if more people can do it, I mean, we have collected over 100,000 kilograms in Ghana so far, net cycle, which we have shipped to our partners in Europe, Aquafil, and they use it. I'll just show an example.
Yeah.
They convert it to things like this. This is a sunglass made from waste fish nets.
Wow.
Right. But yet again, this is actually unaffordable to the local fisherman down here. This will go onwards. The price of this will be something like 150 euros or 200 euros. Still unaffordable. And so we are trying to figure out how can we do this and many other things we are doing so that the entry sort of barrier to whoever wants to be part of the activity is actually lower, so that more people can kind of get on board. And then together, we can scale it up such that every coast on the shores of Africa has facilities that would recycle the waste fish nets and minimize the impact to the marine ecosystem.
Wow. Impressive. I really like the cool products, that you upcycled or recycled from the product, the fishing nets. I never knew that such trendy sunglass can be. Is a sunglass, correct?
Yes, sunglass. I can actually wear it so you can. Yeah.
It looks really cool. It reminds me of Niger Wild. Yeah. That's impressive. Okay. As we gradually transition to Sarah in Kenya, what would you say as closing comments to individuals that, might want to explore more to understand what they can do with you, or what they can learn from you in this space? What would you say?
Well, I mean, I'll speak, understanding that it's the Global Student Entrepreneurs Week, I think, especially with those who are seeking employment, they have to sort of think about the urgency of unlocking sustainable choices in both your career direction and daily life decisions.
All right.
Because the future of employment is increasingly linked to sustainability across meaningful jobs, resilient economies, paid thriving societies, which all depend quickly on how quickly we adapt to the changing pattern, towards green and socially responsible pathways. So they have sort of seek education and roles that directly support some of these transitional pathways, because they will be found wanting if they don't have some of those skills that would make them be consciously thinking about greener solutions. If you're taking finance, you think about sustainable finance, right? Not just finance. It's why the Bank of Ghana is pushing the sustainable banking principles, so that banks can actually be able to integrate environmental and social governance in their activities, how they lend and the activities that they support. If you're thinking IT, you think green IT as well. If you're thinking education, you think, how can we integrate these aspects in our curriculum if you think about engineering, we think about, regenerative engineering. How can we biomimic, the way nature actually lives, to be able to design things that will be increasingly regenerative? I think the future is gradually gravitating towards how can we live in a way that eliminates waste and reduces pollution in terms of the circular economy. So I strongly do believe that the youth of today need to start really thinking and shifting the focus towards traditional career patterns. Even if you want to become an entrepreneur, we literally hope that as Change Africa would have succeeded if 10 or 15 years down the line, if someone were to say, let's say Chris, for example, you come and say, I want to support a nephew, in the community. You will not think about plumbing or carpentry or technician or something. You will think, what sort of green skill can I, bestow upon this young man so that he can actually make an impact, become a change maker in the community? Because we're all born to be change makers.
Right.
And the youth of today increasingly have that burden because what is happening today, no amount of investment from government or private sector will be able to change the trajectory, but we need more people doing this, not just as a passion, but then intentional as a career pathway, so that we can put a dent and make a change to ensure that we can literally start making those sustainable solutions affordable, especially if you need to make them affordable. It means it's produced at scale and in a way that it can be cheaper for everybody.
Right. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for those captivating final thoughts, Venom. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. And thank you once again for supporting my marathon and ambition to steal this record during Global Student Entrepreneurship Week. So please keep sharing us on. And
I'm so proud of you, man.
Thank you.
It's such an honor to be actually, I was praying that I shouldn't make anything that would make something go wrong.
I know.
I'm so proud of what you're doing. We are to support you. Pray for more grace and strength, and power to see this through. We know you're going to make it. You got this, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Transitioning to Sarah. Wonderful.
Morning, Tom-Chris.
Hello, Sarah. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. It's been a while.
It has been a long while, and at some point we should also have a catch-up, but it's lovely to be part of this initiative. Very excited to be here.
Yes, I've been looking forward to sharing with you what we've been up to since our last meeting.
Good. Yeah, it's been several years. I don't see you, Tom-Chris. I don't know if it's on my side, but the camera doesn't seem to be on, but I hear you perfectly fine.
Am I on? I guess because, I'll be on the
Now I
website. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so they are using that camera. Let me show you.
I know you must have so many different things.
Yeah, that's how it looks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It.
Okay.
And on Zoom now I see you too. Perfect.
Yeah, wonderful. Great. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let me show you a quote that might give us a good introduction into our conversation of today. As you might remember, the last time we met, we were talking about young people. And in the email you sent me, you said something really interesting that we've put here. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. You said, I personally have been developing an external interest in working with young job seekers in Ghana to develop their personal skills to be able to effectively sell themselves to the job market
it is my own opinion that young people in Ghana today, especially young women, are not adequately equipped with the necessary confidence, initiative, and communication skills to be able to effectively determine what they want to change in their lives and to go about using such skills to get into the workplace. I realized from looking at SFAN websites that your work is very closely linked to this. So, yeah. Do you remember this, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, I remember the exchange that we had, and, you know, I've only increased my interest in this. I don't know whether I would still phrase it like that, but young people in Ghana are not adequately equipped. I think maybe it's that sometimes they don't have the support that they need, or they don't know where to go to get that support. Maybe it's not fair to say they're not adequately equipped. Their potential is there, but they need help to realize that potential, right?
Okay. Okay, wonderful. If you need us to adjust the statement, that's fine. We can do that. But picking it up from here, we are talking about creating opportunities for individuals that are entering the job market for the first time. So between when we last met and now, what have you seen across the continent where your work has taken you to, you know, that will make anyone listening to this conversation, and also your day-to-day job in delivering solution to this, you know, that will bring some parentheses to this conversation and make it easy for anyone to follow along?
Yeah. So that's right. So we met some years ago back in Ghana, and you were getting started. I think, you know, the early years of all of the work that clearly has grown since then, and you've managed to really network and get the information out there, particularly to young people, and then supporting them very directly. And it's very concrete what you're doing. So you're supporting people to have that additional human capital, those soft skills that people really need to connect with the jobs, but connect with employment that's going to deliver something to them. It's going to satisfy them. And it helps bring the skills to the different industries across the country and beyond.
Yeah.
So I think what has changed, I mean, maybe nothing has changed, but maybe what I think about more is the fact that, you know, looking forward for the continent as a whole, you have such a huge number of people in the decades to come who are going to be African. They're going to be living in a country across the continent. You've got 1 in 3 young people in 2050 will be African. 1 in 4 people as a whole, 1 in 4 workers will be African. So it's something that I think people can't avoid anymore. It's a really big transition that the continent is heading towards. And I think we need to prepare for it not only now, but also in the future, right? So we're heading towards something. And I don't know, when you talk to people, Tom-Chris, and when you talk to politicians or you talk to business leaders, you know, maybe they talk a lot about the demographic dividends, and that Ghana or other countries, you know, something good is coming and this dividend is coming. But then I've been doing some research recently, and this dividend is not automatic. It's not guaranteed. And actually the way that different countries are allocating resources now, you know, where they spend their money, what policies they put in place, there's a real chance that the continent as a whole misses out. That sub-Saharan Africa doesn't see this demographic dividend. And we just end up with, you know, a huge number of young people across the continent who, like now, are facing very high levels of unemployment. So I think maybe it's becoming more and more visible. People talk about it across the world. They talk about, hey, by 2050, 1 in 3 young people will be African. And it's such a huge number. I think it really gets people's attention. So I'm hoping that starts to shift a little bit the way governments in particular, because I work on government, I work on supporting government, you know, providing evidence, providing technical input. I'm hoping that certain governments will start to shift a little bit how they support the preparation for that in the decades to come.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Impressive. So investing in children and youth to reap Africa's demographic dividend. And you said you've done some research. Would you mind to share some of this research?
Yeah. So I'm going to say something which I know this is your last session before your break, right? So I want to wake you up a little bit.
Yes, please.
We can elevate the energy a little bit. So I'm going to say something which is going to confuse you or may sound a bit surprising. So if we're talking about investing in youth and supporting youth to have the skills that they need for the demographic dividend, one thing that I think that we need to do that we're not doing now across the continent is to invest in the very, very, very youngest children. So we do need to invest in the youth, of course, like everything that you're doing now, you're working on the here and now. But if we're saying the demographic dividend comes in 2050, 2055, the people who are entering the workforce in 2050, they're now babies. So some of the research that we did in this UNICEF research looking across Africa as a whole. So we looked at where the governments spend their money on children. How does that money on children get allocated from zero all the way up to 2021, the youth. And then we looked across Africa as a whole, and then we looked across the G20 as a whole to compare. So how does Africa spending on children by age compared to the G20? So the G20, on average, those countries spend their money on children fairly equally across their lives. So when they're 1-year-old, when they're 5-year-old, university, the spending is fairly equal throughout their life. But in Africa, we notice youngest children and the spend in children's lives. So if we think about having that return to investing in children in 20 or 30 years when they're youth and they're going into the labor force, it means that we're not preparing them now.
Wow, amazing. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to please recap the number that you mentioned because it seems my network was glitchy. I didn't hear that number. I would also appreciate if you could send me the link of the research.
No problem. So yeah, we'll share the link to the research. It's called Fit for the Future.
Fit for the Future. And
it looks at spending levels across Africa on children. And what we found is that on average in G20 countries, they spend about a quarter of their spending on children on the under fives. So things like preschool and child grants, childcare, these things that let women also go out to work. A quarter of all of their spending on children went on the under fives.
Wow.
Across Africa as a whole, it's 6.7%. So it's much, much lower. And where the bulk of the spending goes right now is when children are much older. And on average, a 16-year-old receives about 16 times more spending than a 1-year-old across the continent. So, I've got kids, right? So if I imagine when they were little, I'm not going to spend on them and I'm going to save all my money until they're later, until they're older, that's going to backfire.
Yeah.
So you need to invest throughout the life cycle because, of course, we need to invest in the youth right now. We can come to that, like the skilling and the quality of the jobs that are available right now.
Yeah.
But I'm really concerned, looking forward and also planning for the future, which politicians are not always so good at. They don't always think about the next 10 or 20 years because they know they're not going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of them come back, right? But usually they're not going to be there in 10 or 20 years' time. So they think about, okay, what can I spend now that's going to have a return in 2 years' time? And it's great as well if that supports people that vote as well. So we need to also think about the long term for 2050 and beyond.
Impressive. So when you advise African countries on investments, are these what you tell them?
So I think you have to be careful, right? You can't say, and I would never say that you're spending too much on older children. You need to take some of that money and put it on the younger children. Right? That's not an argument that's going to fly with anyone. And of course, we all want to see investment in secondary education. We all want to see investment in higher education and skills. But of course, as you know, the majority of kids are not there. They're not in secondary school, but especially the girls. They're not in tertiary education. It's a smaller, much smaller number, minority. So what we say instead is that as new resources become available over time, those new resources have to be allocated towards these big programs and policies for the very youngest children, like those ones I was mentioning earlier. Right. You take something like childcare, for example, to support parents to go out to work and to stimulate the young children a bit. Childcare doesn't really get any support from public budgets across the continent. It's almost invisible. It's not something which is widely supported. So we have to convince when we talk to government to share with them this information because the foundation isn't there. And when children grow up, you look at children in primary school, 1 in 10 children can form a sentence in primary school. The majority of them just don't have the capacity. So if you're already lagging behind at primary school, you think, when you get to 18, 19, it's going to be so much harder for you.
Interesting. Okay. So what about our young adults, our entry-level job seekers?
Yeah. So that's where we have a challenge now of creating quality jobs. And one thing I think that is very interesting to the work that you do, you're supporting people now to have the skills that they need and helping them to match with jobs. But I think for a lot of people at that age, supporting them with their skills is really important. But then a lot of them feel that they don't have anywhere to use those. Some across your job or overqualified. And the majority of people said, I'm overqualified. The majority of young Africans today feel that they've got better education than maybe they need for the job that they are doing. And I think we increasingly see this. You see this in Kenya, you see this in Ghana, where someone is doing a basic job and they have a degree from a university. So they have skills, they're building their skills, they're building their qualifications, but then sometimes the jobs are not there. So I think while focusing on skills is absolutely crucial, there are other parts to the puzzle, right? There are other things that are going to be needed so that we don't build frustration as well amongst youth. And we know that frustration amongst youth is a challenging thing, where you see lots of countries now that are having protests and uprising from, of course, the younger generation who are frustrated. So the skills are crucial, but they're one part of the puzzle. You need also the government policy, and you need those healthy economies that create jobs and particularly create formal jobs where people get paid.
Let me show you something.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. So you are the first to be seeing our beautiful demo for the new Ready for Work platform.
Great.
Where are you now? Just 1 second, please.
No worries.
Okay, here you are.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready, and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Very nice.
Thank you. I'd love to also share with you, this practical application from the website on how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me see if I can do that demo for you right away. Am I still on? So, we have been deep at work to when I met you, I had lots of things I wanted to do then, but it wasn't up to where my capacity was. So all those speeches I was trying to give you, I think you will appreciate it more when you see the platform of the video that I just played for you. So let me see how quickly I can show you.
Yeah, it's practical. It's that practical matching.
Yeah.
Not just supporting people, but then helping them get in touch with employers. And of course, you're providing that service to the employers as well.
Yeah. We've created something that is quite unique. It's a step away from the conventional system of talent acquisition and job matching. And I believe this is going to revolutionize the process of connecting individuals to career opportunities. So the platform really is distinct in every way. We are leveraging AI to inform skill acquisition. We want to help individuals understand how they compete with their colleagues in terms of their traction, efficiency, or adversaries, support service areas that they need, individuals that can help them along the journey, interpretation of what that means from AI point of view, and a summary of how they can progress. So after the student is done with all of these exciting processes, they get what we call a talent passport. And this talent passport will give the employer an X-ray vision that no CV can actually provide. So instead of the employer spending hours and weeks, reviewing CVs and doing this computation line by line, our system gives them the strengths, weaknesses, competency of the individual, the student, and AI interpretation of what that means, So it assesses the candidate based on their delivery on micro tasks, projects, and their performance in the course. We're using a lot of bandwidth now, so you might not see all the data. But so this is the talent passport, what it will look like. You have their elevator pitch, you have their career summary, behavioral skills, hard skills, probability for employment in the short term, in the long term, in the midterm, affinity for different kinds of jobs. So if I did UX, UI, for example, it will give me a rating average of the probability of getting a job in the next 6 months based on my performance and aggregation of what our employers have provided, the data. So this is going to plug the gap that we're discussing. But not just only this, because we have another system over here. Let me see. So you take notice that this is not my head. But look at what will happen, a beautiful magic that will happen here. So I've just put my document here and I click on let's go. It will plot my map for me, technical skills, people skills, and cognitive problem solving skills. And the system would calibrate all the functional skills under this. So now you will notice a combination because it's taking 60% of platform data and 40% from my CV. So now you see email writing, editing and proofreading, career coaching, research, UX, UI, and this. It does that for all of these elements to help me understand all the equity that I bring to the table for a prospect. So this way, when I see a prospective career opportunity, I don't guess, am I qualified? I know my most developed skills. I know the least developed skills. I know what I bring to the table, and I know how to put all that together in pursuing a career opportunity. It does that for all of this, but just so that we don't use a lot of the bandwidth, I can go nitty-gritty to the essential career maps of where I can target, whether a generalist, business side, specialist side, tech side. You see program management, business development, marketing, product management, entrepreneurship in general. It gives further indexes of what this signifies. And same happens here if I want to explore the general side. It gives me program management because, as you understand, some careers overlap on the business side and the generalist side. And on the tech side, let's see, data analytics, program management, SaaS, product management. Now it is getting to the tech angle of business operations. So I've seen this. Now, what can I do with all of this exciting information? Over here, when I click here, the calibration will take a bit of time to generate a career path for me. So in the short term, I could try head of product marketing, growth strategy manager, product manager, business development manager, executive career coach. In the midterm, I could try my hands on chief marketing officer, director of strategy and innovation, accelerator, senior program manager. In the long term, I could be Chief of Growth Officer. So now I'm ready to try to seek opportunities, and our agents will calibrate all available opportunities and excavate actual open roles for me. With this, I can now begin to source for career opportunities. So this might take a bit of time because it's just going far and wide. Every job board that you can excavate information from.
Yeah.
Let me see if it works. We haven't deployed it fully. I'm showing you as a demo, but let's see. So this way, students just don't get the exciting certification that we give and the skills. They're now connected to actual placement opportunities.
Live chat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And after it's generated the opportunity, I can start activating them from my what do you call it again?
Yeah.
The job
Which
tracker.
is what they're mostly there for. That.
Yeah. Let's see. It's still working.
Yeah. Well, it might take a little bit of time, but it looks very impressive. It looks very detailed.
Yeah.
I think one challenge you might have is making sure that all of that detail accurately reflects the individual. So making sure that, when a company meets someone, they've got, your recipe for that person from the platform, and what the person they delivers when they see them actually meets their expectations. So making sure that, you're constantly refining that accuracy to make sure that you stay credible and a authoritative source of this type of analysis.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge part of the work. So far, the analysis has been reflective. The only concern is if a candidate uses a CV that is not his own and they haven't gone through Ready for Work.
Yeah.
So that's where the only problem is. But if the candidate has gone through Ready for Work, then the reflection of what's shown here is accurate. If they are applying from an institution that wants to use Career Pilot to, find jobs for their students, then what they put is what they get in terms of the calibrations. If they copy someone's CV, then it will use that,
Yeah. No, but that's another style. It's another important angle for the platform for Ready for Work, because it provides all of that more nuanced information for the individual, because CVs are just terrible.
Yeah.
And the majority of recruitment today is still done through looking at a few pages CV, and it just doesn't give you that nuanced information and detail about an individual like this does.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. So we are not basing off of the CV. Not enough bandwidth, so I didn't get I didn't get anything here. But when we release some of the tools from the system, ideally it should give me up to 10 placements that I can add here, and I can deploy that application from here and track it from here. It's seamless. I know what happens at every stage, and that's how it works.
So then the other side of that, of course, is the demand for it and the demand to use the platform from the employers. So are you starting to see the demand increase in Ghana or elsewhere for using the platform to find the employees?
Oh, yes. So let me see if I can play that. Let me play this video for you. We had a gentleman come by. He's speaking actually on Saturday, I think. So listen to what he had to say when he came through. He pitched the platform better than I have. So
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because
1 second. Okay.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it would give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it, because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, oh, I'm great at this, I've done that. And then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user-friendly as well, right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, he summarized it well. You're right.
Yeah. So
yeah,
that's what we've been up to. Yeah, I was saying that's what we've been up to.
Mm-hmm. No, it's impressive, and I grow and prove that credit is going to grow from that. I was wondering as well, I think one challenge is for women, and sometimes the entry is even harder, right? When maybe they haven't had quite the same exposure or quite the same opportunities. So it's good to find ways as well to make sure that you're attracting as many women, or more than half of the people coming into the platform could be women, and making sure that there isn't that prejudice within the hiring processes. I don't know. I think sometimes there can be that challenge of making sure that women have as much access to these types of resources, and then, onto the jobs as well afterwards.
Yeah.
Do you find that's been a challenge?
Previously, yes and no. Oh, yes, because we send out information, but it's those who applied that we get to assess.
Yeah.
Probably we need to do more work in, sometimes there are communities of maybe organizations that might have scholarship for young girls that we can target to. So, we are trying different things, and yeah, it's part of what we want to do, which is one of the reasons why I put that quote on the website, But I don't know the best way to ensure that each cohort has that equal representation. It will be exciting to get it done. But we'll see. We'll try different things to see what works.
Yeah, it's a challenge, because you can positively discriminate, but then you still need to be able to deliver on the quality for the employers, and employers, they don't care too much. They just want the skills.
Yeah.
So it is a challenge. I mean, I noticed that when you're in a group of people, I don't know, you're speaking at a conference or an event and you ask, okay, who has a question? Well, certain people will always put their hands up and other people will not. Whereas if you change the question and say, okay, I just want to hear from the very youngest people in the room, or I just want to hear from a female speaker, then all of a sudden, like, oh, the dynamic changes and the space changes and people feel like, oh, I've been given permission to speak.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm sure when you are, I mean, you're still young, but when you are younger, you know, having that space to participate and having other people support you to have that space is so important. So yeah, great that you're working on that and you're thinking about those opportunities. Yeah. I think another challenge is also engaging with government and getting government to think about how they can improve the business environment for companies, because so many businesses across the continent, they're not even businesses, they're one person. On average, the firm size in Africa is like one person. So I think there's a lot of challenges as well on engaging on the policy side to create that enabling environment for businesses to scale up. Because we can't all be entrepreneurs. We can't all be Tom-Chris. People need jobs. People need wage jobs in other companies, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's part of what I do with the World Bank Youth Voices community. Obviously, regardless of what the size of business, if the environment is not favorable, then it will be challenging to execute and create market opportunity. So yeah, we need the government intervention.
Yeah, to support particularly young people to make it more favorable to them, you know, in terms of tax and the red tape they have to go through, cost of setting up business, you know, can be so complex and really deters people, I think, from scaling their businesses just beyond one person. And then, of course, the beautiful thing is that once you get more formal companies and more formal employment, then you get greater growth from that as well, because people start paying more taxes and then there's more money in the economy to provide the services. And it's this beautiful virtuous circle. So you're part of that. You're part of helping to drive the growth of economies across the continent. But you definitely need support. You need that help from policymakers and that space for employers. As you know, that gentleman was just saying, you know, it's a great platform, but of course he needs to be able to do business efficiently in somewhere like Ghana or Kenya, or, you know, and those are the easier places. There are lots of countries where it's even harder to do business. It's more expensive and people face a lot of challenges. So any voice, you know, you can keep having with government and in conferences across the region with the World Bank, like you were just saying, to keep that message that you can support on the skill side, but then government has to deliver their side of the buck, and which is to support employers. That's going to be crucial.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, which is why I was very excited to show you this platform. You know, we have big aspirations for it, for other dimensions of what it would do. This is only the introduction. So yeah, I know you are passionate about this space, and you've wanted to take on 10 mentees then. So yeah, you can also be our evangelist in so to say, in helping to put our voice in rooms that we cannot enter, that you have access to. So yeah, share us on as you advocate for us in those circles.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's such an important part of the puzzle. And yeah, there's not enough platforms like this. There's not enough organizations like this, and it takes a lot of hard work. So I see the work that you've put into it. And I know that you have a team with you, and I see how it's evolved over the years, and you've got to a point which is really impressive. So
thank you.
Yeah, it's a critical moment for you and for the organization and for the platform, because now you have to deliver and you have to hope that it snowballs, that the demand is there, and that you can create that knock-on impact. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. Today is the outdooring of the platform itself. We've been working on this for a very, very long time. We've gone to several organizations to make sense of what they need, from entry-level job seekers. And we've been hard at work to reflect those expectations in, the tools some of the tools that you saw. I didn't get to show you the employer side, but I believe that it is accurately targeted to the issue area. And these are first principle thinking, not like we saw this somewhere. I haven't seen this somewhere else. It was, basically, if I am a student and I want to learn digital marketing, I want to turn my skills into market opportunity, how do I go from that end to end? Because providing the credential is one thing, another is giving them access to opportunities. So we were thinking about it, we were experimenting with different things, and eventually we arrived at this conclusion, which many have told us, if we get the bandwidth to make it scalable, then it's a full stop. The AI tool is very expensive. Building AI system, as you know, is very expensive. So that's where we are now. We are looking to seal those partnerships, which is one of the reasons I'm doing this. I'm looking to mobilize scholarship for 100 people to use the platform and get into the job market. So that's our work now, getting those partnerships, getting those scholarships, and scaling the platform. There are so many young people. The market is ready, as you know. So it's just about us putting this tool into their hands and let them run with it.
Yeah, no, it's a great time and it's a great opportunity. And I think, that tipping point can come for you as well. And I know that at the outset with any organization, you always need external support and, you need funding and so on. And sometimes you're fighting between, do I chase the funding or do I focus on the work? And I think for a lot of companies like this, or a lot of organizations, the key thing is you can become eventually financially sustainable.
Yeah.
Because if you're always chasing the grants and chasing the donors, it consumes a lot of your time. And if you can make this into something which is financially sustainable, that's going to be the point of magic where this thing can really grow and become independent.
Yeah, that's the goal. So when you share these thoughts with governments, you talked about the role of government in creating a better business climate for entrepreneurs, particularly youth entrepreneurs. What do you usually hear as response from them?
I think they sometimes don't have innovative ideas about how to go about it. I think it's more kind of top level macroeconomic stability, and we have a lot of challenges across the continent. A lot of governments have very high levels of debt, for example, and it makes the macro environment uncertain. But then I don't know, I'm always the optimist, and I look at the growth levels, like the GDP growth levels across Africa. They're well above that on average for the rest of the world. They're over 4%. They're increasing in the years to come. So it's like there's this opportunity that we can tap into right now over the coming years. And I think sometimes policymakers just need small ideas, like how about subsidies or exemptions from paying certain types of tax if you're under a particular age, or you're setting up a business and you get a particular support because your youth and you want to add on your very first employee and making that more affordable, or just reducing the basic things like the red tape. You know how long it takes to set up a company in a lot of countries across the continent. Why does it have to take 3 months to set up a business? Like, it shouldn't. It should be something quick. It should be something that's more accessible. So I think finding those pain points that probably employers talk to you about. Well, Tom-Chris, I would love to hire 10 more people next year, but the cost of taxes is too high, or we didn't get any kind of subsidy when we started in the first year, or the electricity is still an issue, or whatever it is, and finding those innovative suggestions to help ease the environment for companies, because the skills are crucial, but you need to make sure that the companies are there to hire people at the end of the day. And I think that's where sometimes other organizations get stuck, where there are a lot of projects to provide skills to young people. And those projects last for a year or 2 years or whatever, and they're funded by a donor, and then they come to an end.
Yeah.
And then at the end of that,
now what?
So what? But like those people, hundreds of people, they have now skills, but can they then use them in an actual business setting or an employment setting? So I think that's the real crucial thing, to find out what are those pain points for employers. They're going to be specific to Ghana, specific to each country, and try to support the formulation of policy. And one thing that's particularly powerful is convening. And it's something that UNICEF does a lot, is to convene other actors to say, okay, we're not going to deliver the education system, but we can sometimes support other partners to come together. Maybe that's a role.
Is my internet slow? Am I on?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's reloading here. Sorry, Sarah.
Hi, you muted, but I see.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm back.
You're on your last leg.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. As we get to the top of the hour, so what are you working on now? What's new? Hello, can you hear me?
And yes, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you now. Yeah, I was asking, what are you working on now? What is new?
So there's a couple of things. One thing is that I've been looking at poverty levels in Africa.
Okay.
And I always find when you go into a room and ask people, what do you think is happening to poverty, or what do you think is happening to child poverty rates across the continent? And most people, if not the entire room, say, oh, it's been increasing. Whereas in actual fact, the majority of countries have managed to cut rates of poverty and to cut rates of child poverty. So I just find it interesting that sometimes even when we're discussing in the continent, in countries across Africa, with all kinds of people from all kinds of backgrounds, people still have this negative idea that there isn't progress. And there's just so much progress in so many different countries. We've seen some countries, particularly in West Africa, have managed to cut poverty rates in half in recent years. So countries like Benin and Cote d'Ivoire, but also countries like Rwanda, Tanzania have managed to really cut their rates of poverty, and particularly for children and for the youngest children, which of course is then going to have that positive impact, not just on their lives, but on the futures of the countries as a whole. So I just find it interesting. I don't know what you think, Tom-Chris, but sometimes people seem quite negative and their perceptions, and maybe you're a little bit biased that, well, in Africa, everything's difficult and we're not making progress. But of course, there are challenges everywhere. It's not easy, but there are great lessons to be learned from, great examples in different countries across the continent. And then, of course, there are amazing actors like SFAN and all of your colleagues and partners who are really pushing for change. And that's what we should focus on, and that's what we should celebrate.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Sometimes also I think access to information is not always just in time. So, if well, maybe it's not really access to information, because now we have the LLMs. So research publications should be accessible. So perhaps is the precondition of, like you said, some people think our government is not moving fast as they should, and so things are not working, or the government I want to be in power are not in power. So regardless of what the other guys do, then it might not make much difference for me. Yeah.
There's always a prejudice in our minds. All of us, we have something where we're unable to change our point of view, or it takes time, even if, as you said, we get the information. So we can all contribute to shifting those narratives a little bit over time, and demonstrating what works and being part of that positive, good news story. But it does take time, as you say, but eventually people will get there.
Yes, indeed. Okay, as we wrap it up for us today, this exciting day one, final thoughts.
Final thoughts is that I just think you're doing a fabulous job. I think you're moving in the right direction. And I think we need to use this as an example, use the platform as an example across the continent. Think big and see how we can elevate the messages that you've got, the practicality of how it's being used by employers, get those messages out to policymakers, get it out into other forums. A lot of your speakers are Ghanaian, which is fantastic, but, getting the message out there in Kenya could definitely do with learning from the platform that you got, because there is so many countries where this is a need. So final thoughts, we should be investing now, but we need to think to the future as well. We need to build from what we've got, so that when we get to 2040, 2050, 2060, maybe we're not going to be there, but the continent as a whole will be ready for that change.
Impressive. Thank you so very much, Sarah. It's been a wonderful experience reconnecting with you, sharing with you our work, having you join us in this exciting mission of breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon. Your enthusiasm for our work is infectious, and it's good to hear some of the positive inspirations that you bring. I wrote a couple of notes here, and the final thoughts that you shared will definitely go and cut it out and always use it in our team meetings and get inspired over and over again. But I would definitely keep you in the loop on how we progress, even beyond this Guinness World Record. So expect to hear from me again.
Great. I look forward to it, Tom-Chris. And thanks so much for the conversation today. I enjoyed it. And please go and enjoy your well-deserved 15-minute break.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Speak soon. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. Okay, I have to run, and my leg. I just feel like I should carry some of those, the 3 break, bring it forward, but keep. I don't have enough. Bosses, yeah. Okay, you can ask.
succeed in this second, for the second. So they have to feel the first. So the third part, they will see us feel it. Then
you do yours because you have your own data. You do yours because you know that if it's activity 1, you are activity 2. Group C is activity 3. This one is activity 4. So you feel your information. You don't need to wait for somebody to do their information.
If like we let them do it, like that will be seamless.
But you are not getting it. So you wait, you file it all out until they put it in the page. Then you waste a lot of time. If you know that they didn't take any break, then you will be calculating.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On the daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. I mean, inspiring young Africans to do big things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. I mean, readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, like, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kenam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials and in turn act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
How much minutes do I have left? Should be 40
Hi
minutes.
everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Transform Missions SFAN.
Tell her to connect.
Justice, CTO, and
I'm going to bring
SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential. And that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work. Our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cut across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it. And it's all ties to one goal, shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. I mean, inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedan. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. I mean, readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic, and I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party, so congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breadth of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, like, I'm amazed at you and your ability.
I keep
right
giving
now.
you last minute information.
Yeah, this has been an honor.
I keep giving you last minute information.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized
It wouldn't be
and
safe
plundered?
if you're driving and
The answer
joining
is
the
simple.
Zoom call.
Our education system, the bridge from
It
misery
wouldn't be
to
safe
hope,
if you're
and
driving
the promise
and
of
joining the
progress
Zoom call.
is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated
So, when
information
might you
and
get to your
data that has
destination?
zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office.
Okay, when you settle,
As a
please let me know.
for-youth, by-youth company, Stars from
Thank
All
you.
Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations.
Good morning, Tom-Chris.
Our Ready for Work Digital
good.
Career
Are you joining
Accelerator
online?
makes use of artificial
Yes,
intelligence and
Okay,
machine
can we do
learning
your
to
session
equip
ahead
job
of
seekers with
the other
skills,
lady because
create
she's not here
easy career
yet?
pipelines for them, and help recruiters make
So I should get online now, or what?
Yes, pretty
SFAN also provides
fast, please.
businesses and individuals with
let me set
on-demand
up and get
services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On the daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it. And it all ties to one goal, shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There were moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses. But one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. You know, I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. I mean, inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, you know, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the skill, the right skill, young people can change the world. That's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. I mean, readying young people, you know, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, I mean, helping about 100 people get education, get, you know, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am, and I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in, and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, like, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There were moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive. I'm awake. Impressive. What'd you say? Can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, but I can't see you.
Okay. Can you see me now?
But I'm mad at you.
Sir, we will connect. Oh, you know.
Well, welcome.
Here we are.
Welcome. Should have joined earlier. You were trying to be Queen Elizabeth. Huh?
You know, I had to get my laptop and get set up and all. Yeah, I was preparing for the 11 o'clock, so yeah.
No worries.
But here we are. Let's do it.
Okay. All right.
Are we?
Yeah, we are set to go. So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. All right. Would you mind to introduce yourself to all the people that don't know you as yet?
Yeah, sure. So, hello, everyone. My name is Erin Porche, and I am a global profit strategist, founder of Global Risk Consulting Group in the U.S. and Radically Rich Innovation Hub in Ghana, where we focus on connecting buyers to suppliers, procuring contracts, and employing staff virtually online. So I'm really super excited to be here and have this conversation today. And also my second time, 2 years in a row, supporting the Guinness World Record. So I feel like a game changer.
Okay. I can't be mad at you. All right.
We won't be mad. We don't have time. We don't have energy to be mad.
Yeah.
But trust me, I'm sure you'll understand.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Where do we begin? Your topic is, you have a lot of voice here. Get on point and outsource to Africa. You aren't just filling jobs, you are filling futures, building economies, and reshaping the global workforce. Okay, that's a mouthful, Erin.
Yes, indeed. That's how we do it, right?
You are too much.
Oh, that's what they always tell me. And my God, all I can do is have a talk with God about it. And I'm just doing what I believe is purpose.
Okay, wonderful. All right, then. What's this about? Tell me. What were you thinking?
Yeah, so at this stage, with On Point, we have we know that the world is digital and our voices, our voices activated just primarily online. So what we understand is that in Ghana, there is so much talent and there are jobs that are outsourced globally. So we believe that, we wanted to work to create jobs. Africa has a many skills, And we wanted to create a digital workforce. So with that, working with the diasporas, we have really focused on equipping over 3,000 youth here in Ghana to work online and work remotely and support in multiple areas and capacities, and teaching them AI, automation, customer support, data management, digital communications. And so we're really focused on being that bridge. Instead of outsourcing to the Philippines or India, why not outsource to Africa?
Impressive. How did this come about?
Job shortage. I'm in tech. I've worked online virtually since 2009. I made it my business. I've established other companies to set themselves up and operate online. I've even converted churches to provide their service online. So establishing that the systems and the communications and the structure to operate online, it's something that's second nature to me because, I did it in my career and also in my company and done it for others. And here in Ghana, I've just met so many amazing individuals that, were looking for jobs, looking for opportunities, and as well as, providing support to individuals in the U.S. Just saw that it was a great opportunity. So we partnered with YEA, Youth Employment Agency, to be that bridge, do the training for the staff, and focus on getting the contracts with the corporate entities and also small businesses to outsource to Africa.
Interesting. All right, let's talk success stories and then we will come back.
Yes, indeed. So success stories and real estate companies look to onboard individuals, do the information intake. And so being in real estate back in the US, it's, just naturally a ecosystem to reach out to and say, hey, we have some VAs. They always use VAs to provide customer service, customer support. So with that, getting them on board, virtually, while in Africa, that was the foundations of process that we worked to set up. And from there, the time adjustment, right? Training the staff to operate on a different time zone was quite an experience. But once we got the rhythm, we leveraged and utilized SOPs. And, some of the companies come with them, but then there's some companies that we had to create them for. And once we established the rhythm, we pretty much set the tone for how we support those companies, primarily customer service, data entry, intake. It's just now become a system and a standard, business practice of providing support. So with that, we've been able to employ staff, and now we've been able to have some great case studies with supporting clients in the U.S. And really now grow that, the outsourcing to Africa, because now we have we're in sync with the skills, the systems, and now we have the stories in place to showcase that it can be done. Some of the workers, work in an office, and then some will work right from home. We're really working to build that balance and that capacity, because we'd rather, of course, have less overhead and be able to, ensure that the staff can independently perform right at home.
Interesting. Okay, so do you have any success story in Ghana as yet, or is still experimentation as now?
Success stories in Ghana. Okay, so Ewo's Realty, and uses and leverages the VAs. Emails Realty is a real estate company in Ghana, and they provide everything from funding for housing development, identifying housing solutions, supporting diasporas in transition. So that was, the basis for, why we chose to start with real estate, right? Because that's, company right here at home, homegrown, that we've been able to, establish the systems and the relationship with. So we've done really well with the 6 or 7 staff in Ghana supporting Ewo's Realty, and that really became the blueprint for how we were able to establish the relationships in the client base for those in the U.S. That operate in real estate.
Interesting. Okay, so looking forward, I know already you have an ambitious goal of, you say 3,000 people. Am I correct?
So we have trained 3,000.
You have already?
Trained, yes, already. I have already trained 3,000 here in Ghana. And when we did the call for applications to become certified virtual assistants, got over 10,000 applications. That just showed the interest, the demand, right? The need to employ. So with that, we decided to, focus on the training program and, do a small test phase. And from there, up to 3,000, we started putting them to work. And that's what we were working to, to get more of the 3,000 to work. And also we were going to continue to train the other VAs, potential VAs, and get them going. But now it's all about procuring the opportunities and closing the gap from that side.
Interesting. Okay, so what next?
Yeah, so I'm super excited. I really believe that that Ghana can be the Silicon Valley of virtual administration, and to be able to connect online, connect digitally, connect virtually. We can really change the narrative for home with putting the workforce on the map and performing in this capacity.
That's aspirationally. So
you're on mute.
Yeah. Yeah. I was on mute. Sorry about that. I was trying to.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Yeah, I realized that when I was typing, it kept doing that click sound. So I didn't want to disturb your ear. So I decided to mute a little bit. Okay. So how are the constituencies that you speak with, how are they receiving this, your message of on point and outsource to Africa?
I'm pretty excited, right? To be able to, so we know that the world sees Africa as a hungry place in poverty, right? And when we show up and we say, hey, Africa is thriving online in the digital space, reliable, curious, ethical, can, match up to what's happening in tech and perform services and solutions. That's a different conversation. Instead of the, woe is me, let me donate, company and add value, support our growth and expansion by being an extension sitting in Africa, right? So very excited, very interested, very curious, and of course, they're paying for a service, so they want results, right? So that means we must perform, especially to the standard of what they are used to, right? So, bridging that cultural component. The great thing is they're even surprised that in Africa, a primary language is English. So again, it really creates curiosity and interest. And I'm like, okay, let's give it a try.
So it's an easy sale. That's impressive to know.
Yeah, because it's a different conversation. I mean, it's very common for the Googles and the Microsofts and the Deloittes and all of these agencies to outsource to places like the Philippines and to India and to Saudi Arabia. All of these places, and truly, who's beating that drum of outsource to Africa, right? Who's leading that lane, that zone of opportunities? So it gets the attention, right? And truly, I mean, we're just not exporting people; we're exporting potential, and people are interested in tapping into that potential and seeing, where they can get some results.
So what do you tell individuals that argue that some of these jobs, outsourced jobs, aren't really jobs? What do you tell such individuals?
Some of the outsourced jobs aren't really jobs. Okay, explain that to me.
So, there's been an ongoing debate about, the fact that some of the jobs that are outsourced to countries like Philippines, and Africa, some of them are really insignificant. For example, early on yesterday, I suppose, was it early on yesterday? I was having a conversation with one of the speakers, and we were talking about OpenAI. I think it was later in the day. We were talking about OpenAI's initiative in Kenya, where they use Kenyan talents for mission critical projects, really, but the payment was like in pennies. So, and there's been case studies like that. So what do you tell people who argue that such roles, such outsourced opportunities are just, not worth the paper they are written, the job descriptions are written on? What's your argument to such reservation?
So with that, initially, they're not my client, right? That's my first take. But should we go another further and and want to dive a little deeper to understand why they have that position? Number one, we're having the conversation because you have a company, you have a service and a solution, and there are some supports that you need from individuals, right? You need a team, you need a staff.
Yeah.
So how efficient are you operating? How are you yielding the results in that capacity? And how can we bring value to support you in accelerating your productivity, operating efficiently, and also yielding the results for profit and revenue, right? How are you serving your customers? What's that customer experience? So we bring those services and solutions to the table. And that is to enhance their business operations and their support. When we think about talent, identifying certain talents, there are shortages with individuals that have certain skill sets. So in that, we can do augmentation. We can even do fractional support. So we fill gaps where the company lacks, right? And that's how, I can, I guess, edify who we are, what we do, and the value that we bring. Yeah.
Impressive.
I mean, I see it as a partnership or collaboration.
Right.
You like it? You like that? I was waiting for that. I needed you to say impressive to me.
I did. I did.
Thank you. I got it.
Okay. So you've been in Africa for a while. You have a citizenship. So what's the misconception really now that you have an insider's eye, so to say? What's the misconception for companies that seek African talent?
The misconception is that the language barrier, right? You don't know or realize that in Africa, that we speak English, and we speak English very well and can articulate and are very savvy. We know that there's intelligence in Africa, but the depth of intelligence and how one can perform and align with how things are done in another environment, and I think is also a misperception. So the adaptability to actually perform and operate with integrity. Misconception, in that space, we're here to change the narrative in that regard, because people think about all the negatives, and truly, because I've lived in the States, I understand business, I understand operations, I understand the language, and the level of expectations for performance. I've been able to support articulating that and equipping and empowering and training the staff to be prepared to perform on certain levels. And even in our communication and interaction. And, that's been areas where we've had to, and we'll always continue to have to train, grow, and develop, from the professional development to the personal development. The thing is, people are trainable, people are coachable. So with that, when we take the time and make the investment, we're now able to yield the results. And yield the results with integrity.
So what makes you happy about Africa? Well, let's say Ghana, because Ghana is where you have your citizenship. What makes you happy about Ghana since you have your citizenship in Ghana?
Makes me happy about, I'm grounded in Ghana. And so that makes me happy. It's been a place where family relationships is not questionable, and it's a way of life, and I love that for my son. To be able to raise my 7-year-old Black African son in Ghana has been powerful, and there's a lot of peace in that, to raise him to be a man in this environment. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Interesting. Okay. So you have a project that you are training 3,000 people, and you've trained 3,000 people, and you are looking to train more people, and you are getting African diaspora, or rather international companies, to recruit these talents, and you are raising your young man in Ghana. You're excited about Ghana. So what next is in this mix?
What next in this mix?
Yeah.
Now that we've established a rhythm, in personally, in life, the education systems are great here. housing and comfort has been very interesting and challenging. So what next is securing my own, laying my own property, so that I can get out of the mix of rentals and landlords. Because that component, where you risk instability, is very challenging and very scary. That can be disruptive as the foreigner. So just frankly speaking, just establishing my own space, my own home, is next, because after all of the experiences, I'm still grounded, I'm still rooted, and still committed to remaining here. So with that, I guess making it official and having a piece of the land
to
occupy.
I'm going to connect you with Henry. I've mentioned Henry like 20 times in these past 2 days. Henry Asensio is one of the speakers, and he's a real estate guy. His company is called Cura Africa. So check him out. He's into providing data analytics that help individuals make decisions on real estate. So if you're looking to buy, rent, those kinds of stuff, I suppose that's what they do.
Okay.
So check him out on the speakers platform. But I'm going to ask about your experience, obviously. So tell me, spill the beans, all the beans.
I dare not. It's illegal right now. So
what are the experiences? Give me details. I like details. So let's go.
Well, truly, there's a lot of truth in the organized crime, right? And it has been sold and can be sold easily, and anybody can get it.
Well,
anybody can get it.
I said detail is not. I said detail is not proverbs. I need details, not proverbs. Details, not proverbs.
Anybody can get it. Anybody can get robbed blind and not know it. Not know that, hey,
were you robbed?
I just went to this house and viewed this house. It's amazing. I'm going to now transfer funds and make payment. And guess what? The person who showed you the house didn't even have access to sell or rent the house.
Details, not proverbs.
You just lost money. You just.
Let's get into the details. When, where, how much? Tell me everything. Come on.
The future outlook for On Point by 2026 is to establish Ghana as Africa's top destination for remote talent. I want to stick on the topic. I learned from you last year.
Right. Okay. That's all right. That's all right. I'll still come for my details anyway. So you can't run away from sharing those details.
Yeah. One-on-one, right?
Okay.
One-on-one.
All right.
One-on-one. We've been able to navigate them and find some great family, great friends, great allies to, rescue and help us navigate, these complex challenges that foreigners face, right? And truly, I just don't believe anyone is exempt. So we need to be informed and aware to ensure that we have trusted sources, trusted resources to support us, and when we are just navigating the different, establishing ourselves in a way of life here. But truly, I did want to expound a little bit more on the future outlook.
Yeah. Before we go to the future outlook, let me use the future outlook to close off when we get to close off. But, you are talking about establishing yourself, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, what made it easy for you? I mean, regardless of how excited you were and well developed your connection skills were, or I should say your connection skills are. I know that everyone gets to have reality shock when they go into a new environment. So how did you assimilate yourself into the ecosystem to the extent that you have? Getting to do the work you've done, connect with individuals.
Yeah.
What's the best practice that somebody who is looking to move into a new context like, say, Ghana can learn from you?
Yeah.
Because you came and in 1 year you had a citizenship.
Good question, and I'm glad you asked because truly for me, I will not say that it has been easy. It has been continuous commitment to how and why.
Okay.
I can't. And my why, check my philanthropic work on the continent. When that would happen, again, I thought retirement, but I came much sooner than retirement. And it was rooted in raising my son in this environment. I felt like the timing was good when we came to visit, and why wait until I retired? So that, so the why is twofold. Conditions and environment to parent and parent well in a healthy and whole, safe environment. And in addition to that, be able to operate in purpose. I find so much peace, so much clarity, and an acceleration of being able to perform in the midst of challenges and experiences that I've never experienced in my life. When I say nervous, disrupted, on high, experiencing the unthinkable, yet I have still been there and it protected me and to keep me. For those reasons, I've been able to continue to navigate. And one thing that I did when I first came to Ghana, within a matter of maybe 3 months, was I visited the Rotary Club, and I found family in the Rotary Club. Because of the nature of work that I've done in the past, I've, always been interested in community work, community service, and being in community with individuals of like mind. So me visiting the Rotary Club was foundational and a pillar in Ghana. And I would say that Rotary was my first family. Next to one of the churches that I attended. And they have been key from professional to personal. When I was sick, Rotary was there, right? I experienced malaria that almost took me out. And, gratefully, when I needed blood, Rotary was there. Establishing relationships, trusted individuals that take you in as family, that are willing to advise, give counsel and insight. And, those are key components that I believe any individual can apply and be able to thrive and be, successful in a transition to live in any country.
Okay, that's nice. All right, so would you like to share some of the reality shocks? Yeah.
Some of the reality shocks.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You are being too stingy with your information
jumped
today.
right out and came to mind to just share.
You are being
no.
stingy with your information to me this year.
I've learned because last year you got me.
I did, yeah.
An open book.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
Fueling Futures.
Doing much better this year. I'm proud of myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's progress. Thanks to SFAN.
Yes, indeed. I'm learning from the best.
Mm-hmm. Building economies. Thank you. Building futures, building economies, and reshaping the global workforce. So how has your experience of AI been? Because if we are talking about the future of work, building economy, reshaping the global workforce, obviously there should be a mention of AI in that index.
Yes, indeed. Hey, AI is an empowerment tool. I believe AI empowers us as individuals to affirm what we're thinking and be an extension to how we actually implement what we're thinking. So in the digital space with the remote workers, we leverage and utilize AI in many forms and facets to guide us in our work and also to carry out and perform the work. So we love AI. We leverage and utilize AI, and we apply AI. We even have the capability and capacity of introducing clients to AI and helping them to transition their company operations to leverage and utilize the tools and systems of AI. So we are all about ethical AI. And,
what does that mean?
Yeah. Ethical AI. Okay, so the utilization of AI and how we use it as an empowerment tool, coupled with our thoughts and our perspectives and our practices and principles, right? So we are transparent in the utilization of AI with our clients, and
give me an example. So if you prepared this presentation,
utilize it as a support in parallel to the.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So an example be if you prepared for this presentation with AI, then you believe you should disclose that there's an element of AI usage inside?
If we prepare, yes. I mean, sure, why not? You mean AI can give us talking points? AI can give us, actually, AI can give us a script. AI can give us data to leverage and utilize in our conversations. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, no. So you were talking about ethical AI, and you were saying you're transferring to your clients or your stakeholders about AI usage.
You're breaking up. Okay, you're back.
Hello.
You were frozen.
Sorry.
Yep.
Do you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was like, you said you are transferring to your clients about AI usage.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand what that means in practical sense. Is it like if you prepare for this conversation with AI, then you have the obligation to say, I use AI for this work?
So yes, we disclose that we utilize AI as a resource and a tool for our practice, for the work that we perform. Each time that we show up for a meeting, are we talking about or pointing out, well, AI did this, AI did that? No. But certainly in our introduction and in our works, we disclose and inform our clients that we leverage and utilize AI. Where we are building systems, business operations, and yes, we show them. Well, of course, we introduce them to the tool and in the practice of how they can leverage and utilize it in their companies. So, the disclosure comes in there, and pretty much they own the work or the result, the end product. And so yeah, I mean, the conversation and the utilization of AI is disclosed, through dialogue where it applies.
Does it make sense?
Yes, why not? I mean, like I said, AI is it's empowering, right? It doesn't replace us as individuals. I believe that it enhances our work and our productivity. And I also believe that it accelerates us to do more, faster, better, right? And like I believe, AI affirms, what our plans are, what our thoughts are, and just adds an extension to how we carry it out. But it's on us to execute, right? To implement. So again, acknowledge and give kudos to AI. Just being a part of the result that we bring, the solutions that we bring.
You said when we had the first conversation about AI that you were AI before there was an AI.
You remember, yes.
Of course, I have to remember. I have to remember. My mind is still
that was
there.
actually this time last year.
Absolutely, yeah. My mind is still there, very sharp as a tack. Even though
I love it. No doubt.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's go to future aspirations that you were talking about. You were going to talk about a moment ago.
Future aspirations. Okay. So I think that, I want people to understand that Africa holds 60% of the world's population under 25. And that is truly just a massive workforce that brings innovation, new ideas, and young, vibrant energy. And I believe that the virtual work really reduces the pressure of just migration, but it can also just keep talent at the helm of how we do business. So I believe that remote work is it's critical for individuals to consider it. And for those that are already doing it, to just rethink who's performing on their behalf. Because certainly in, here on the whole, youth that are consistent, they're curious and they are growing with the constant evolving technology. From leveraging and utilizing AI, learning it, the automation, and just communicating in the digital realm. They have no qualms on being the face online and leveraging and tapping into that digital sphere. So I just really, want people to see the opportunity for leveraging and utilizing VAs on the continent, because truly, it really just adds value. And for our future outlook, we really want Ghana to be seen as Africa's top destination for remote talent. And we're just continuing to, build those partnerships for those outsourcing networks, from corporate to government and all of those development agencies. I mean, we've started, with the real estate market, but certainly anyone that can leverage and utilize customer service, customer support, we're open in that capacity. So we also aspire to create a workforce exchange platform. So really looking forward to that. And I just believe that Africa doesn't need saving. It's more that we just really want to be seen, that we can get in sync with the skills and with the systems, right? And that we can perform on a stellar level and really be able to add value as a collaborator or partner with other enterprises.
Okay. Wonderful.
Chris.
Hi. I'm here.
It's so good to
I'm alive.
hear from you.
I'm awake. I'm alive. I'm awake.
Yay.
I remember.
What we call this?
I'm awake.
Okay.
I'm alive. Very impressive.
Okay. That arm movement. All right. I'm with you. Hey, that just made my blood flow a little
It did?
better.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
good.
you. Look at that transfer.
Yep. Yes. The spirit is moving.
Yeah. This is jump and jack. Day 2.
Yeah,
I'm so happy to be a part.
I'm planning to bring. Yeah,
again.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm planning to bring my day 5 1 hour rest from the 2 hours. The schedule has 2 hours on day 5 for my rest. So I will just borrow one from there and add it to today. So today I'll have 2 hours.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll have 2 hours
super
rest.
awesome. Yeah. Power up.
Yep. After your session, then we'll go on I'm a live break.
Hey, you're gonna thrive high. You've done well with the planning and the way that you all, just plan ahead of time and put some contingencies in place.
Yeah.
To keep things moving forward. I love that.
The contingencies is a problem sometimes. But yeah, we keep trying our best to make it excellent as we promised. One of the things I dislike is to make a promise and not being able to fulfill it. Like saying I will do something and never getting to do it. It's something that I don't like. And so I really want to do my best to ensure that we have an excellent programming. And I'm trying my best as well to structure my rest in such a way that, I can use my body better. Yeah.
I think you're doing well. I mean, all of what you just said, it's active and being applied, right? We have been able to connect the line and show up and contribute.
Yeah.
Right alongside you. So, the experience that you're creating and, just really enabling for us to be a part of has been phenomenal. And we riding with you. I think if we can, throw you about 10, 15 minutes of energy or rest, we got you, So awesome. I do intend to stop by and be present in the room at some point in this journey. I think.
What are you bringing me?
What do you need? What do you want? Or should I talk to the staff?
Okay. No problem. Talk to them.
And let us know. Hey, make it plain.
Energy.
You have not because you ask not. So.
Energy, or a day of
energy.
Bring me a day of sleep bottled in a can.
Okay, bottled in a can. You're gonna consume it and power up. Okay, we got you.
Awesome.
We got you. Let's start working on that right now. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
In the meantime, receive it. Oh, there you go.
Yep. I got it.
Awesome.
Okay. Awesome. So back to your topic. There are some aspects of your topic that we need to have another look at as we are getting to the top of the hour.
Okay.
So have you met organizations or entities that are looking to create investment opportunities for African companies? Because, I suppose that's the other side of the coin.
Say the question again.
Have you met organizations or entities that are looking to establish funding opportunities? Yesterday I spoke with Claire Lavelle, and we were talking about collaboration between Africa and France, and I was telling her that one of the most pressing need for African entrepreneurs is funding for their businesses. So obviously a good number of entrepreneurs that have raised on the continent, raised in the US. So I'm wondering, have you met such organizations that want to source for the best and brightest early stage entrepreneurs on the continent?
So yes, there are many social enterprises and organizations that want to empower startups, empower individuals to establish enterprises, and support various.
And you haven't connected me.
Right? Say again.
And you haven't connected me.
And I haven't connected you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we have so much work to do. I believe we established some connections, and actually went after some of these funds.
Wow.
But there's so much more to do, truly.
I will take that to the back office.
Money is there. Say again?
I will take that to the back office.
Yeah. I mean, the money is there. There's no question about it. Money is flowing and floating all around.
Absolutely.
It's really just a matter of being in the flow of where the opportunities align with what we are trying to do and carry out, right?
Yeah.
And of course, ensuring that people know that we're serious about what we say, what we put out there in those pitches, and that we actually have thought through, and I'm just talking planning, the practicality of, can we actually pull this program or this project off, right? We have the capacity and the capability. Are we able to build a team around all the way? Ensuring that we can show how we are utilizing those funds. When we are able to better position ourselves with integrity and show that we have done the planning and we have thought through how we want to go to market, but funders have the money to give. And so, yeah, they're out there and we're in conversation.
That's a political statement. But I'll take it in faith. Okay. Last question.
Say again.
That's a political statement, but I will take it in faith.
Oh, what's political?
What you've just said.
Break it down. Let's talk about it.
What you've just said. We know there are so much money, but where are they? Where are those individuals?
Hey, I have Opportunity House on WhatsApp. I'm putting it out there. Now, what you do with that information, if you're able to package a response, that's another level, right? But we've got to show up and avail ourselves for the opportunities, meaning we need to respond to the opportunities that are put out there, respond to those applications.
I'm waiting for you to feel them.
Find you, unless we can position ourselves on social media to attract, and that does happen. If we're really good at painting the picture and telling our story and putting those asks out there, we can attract as well. So there's multiple ways to get the funding.
Abundance.
It's just a matter of presence.
Abundance.
But
is that where you live in your mind?
Say again.
Is that where you live in your mind? The state of
Is that
abundance.
where I live? In a state of abundance, yes, it is certainly a mindset. And I believe everything we need is within our reach.
That's good. Okay, so have you thought about, getting a group of women together? Say you want to build a bridge between Africa and the West. Have you thought about creating that bridge to help, people like yourself that might want to transition to the continent to make it easier for them?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually support people in that capacity.
How does it work? So let's say I'm coming to Ghana to take up residence. How would the process work?
So first, come and visit. Come and visit for a week, a month, whatever your schedule allows, right? Come and have the experience, because what you see online can be great for the individual who put it out there, but what connects and aligns with, with ourselves as individuals, that's a different experience. So I always invite people to come and visit first. And in that, we lay out a series of experiences to encounter during the time that they're here. And once they've experienced Ghana, it's no question, yeah, I want to be here. And so from there, what does that look like? And one thing that I do is what's already in your hands. At what stage are you in life? One, because funny enough, I attract individuals at all ages, the older and the youngest. So looking at where you are in life, how are you going to fund and finance your future, in that transition? What does that look like? So assessing that, looking at current experience, what are you doing in work? Can that translate to you working virtually or remotely? And do very well with, helping them to even pitch to their existing company to convert from going into an office on a daily basis to operating remotely. Is that possible? Just assessing, what does supporting the lifestyle look like should you make that transition? So we do quite a bit of what people would consider legacy planning, family planning. in preparation for that transition. And, from there, we have the relationships with those that are in the real estate space and still working and developing with that. Ewell's Realty, is one that we know that we can trust at this stage. One that we can trust at this stage. So, just positioning what that transition could look like for many individuals that are retired. What is that philanthropic work or that passion or purpose work that you want to do? Of course, Rotary is the first that I recommend. But if that means you want to establish your own company or your own business, you want to establish your own NGO, how to get that done. We do everything from residency permits to helping them get on the list to get citizenship.
When we started.
But it's all about planning.
50.
Really, the planning components are very important to just think through what this could and would look like. Because for me, I jumped. I jumped and I moved, right? And I certainly had to learn along the way.
Wonderful. So, summative statements.
Sorry?
Final words.
Final words. Okay. So my final words, if you're watching this from wherever you are, if you're a student, a CEO, or an investor, I invite you to look at Africa differently. Know that Africa is open for business, open for collaboration, and open for transformation. Africa is where it's at, and truly to be a part of Africa and experience a part of Africa, connect with us at On Point. Thank you so much for having me.
You have 8 minutes, so let's take it to the top of the hour.
I have what?
8 minutes.
Oh, I have 8 minutes. Oh, okay.
Let's take it to the top of the hour.
Okay, sure.
Right. So what else do you want to promote?
Promote? Certainly, again, I live in the tech space, and I'm seeing so many amazing developments and work that's happening here on the continent, from agritech to edutech. And while there are many conversations that are occurring, a lot of growth and change in the infrastructure is occurring. And I love how individuals are investing, the government is investing, and committed to change. So we are in critical times of transformation, and change is happening. So mindset and how we perceive and receive the change is something that I believe people don't talk enough about, because when we're faced with change, that means we go through a process of accepting the change or identifying where we align with that change, not necessarily fit in the change, but align, right? And how that change translates to how we carry out our lives. So I just believe that it's important that, where we are purposed and passionate about, life and business, get connected to the different programs and projects and conferences that are happening, and find your space where you can plug in and apply yourself and add value or bring forth solutions. Because I believe that we are doing a lot of performance, but I believe that we can do more when we actually allow ourselves to operate as a collective and collaborate. And, we talked earlier about getting into the flow, knowing that money circulates locally while, it impacts globally. And truly, I've been able to support Sonorco Academy and GIZ with, the gig economy and, mentoring women that are in the gig space. And, being able to be a part of that program and just learning about the skills and the experience that these women have, and just really helping them sort through how they can now tap into a global marketplace. Now, that's aside from on-point VAs, right? Women in gig economy. It was just so powerful to see how they were able to now say, okay, great, I've done this on a local level. Now I can duplicate these accomplishments and these solutions that I've been able to do in my own backyard. And now I'm ready to give it away and perform it and do it for other individuals, internationally, globally. So I just believe that it's all about posture and positioning, how we show up in the marketplace and how we show up.
What are the words that you use? Posture and positioning.
Say again.
There are two keywords that you used. Posture.
Posture.
And positioning.
Yes, and positioning.
Okay. Go on.
Yes, and so, when we show up to these events, we met at an event, right? There's opportunity there and opportunity to learn, to connect and align and meet individuals that are on a similar or same quest that we can collaborate with. And I believe that we can find fulfillment when we show up and have clarity on what it is that we want to accomplish. So yeah.
Impressive. Okay. So last word. What are the different things that people can reach out to you for help with?
Yeah, so anyone who is interested in outsourcing their company needs, On Point is available to supply support, and we have an intake form. You can connect with me on social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook at Lady Erin Love. We're available to source VAs. We're available to train individuals. We're available to establish and set up companies in the digital space, and also available to help companies leverage and utilize AI. And finally, for anyone that wants to transition and position themselves to do life or business in Ghana, I'm available to support in navigating those spaces as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. And that is a few seconds to the top of the hour. But Erin, thank you so much for holding the fort.
Yes,
I hope I gave you good concentration today.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
thank
indeed.
You. Thank you so
great.
much.
I was so shocked that you remembered the comment about people calling me AI before AI existed. And, it's just so funny when you work in the military and the service in the government. They've been leveraging and utilizing AI for decades, right? And we just didn't have the language, right? So with that, the practices and the systems and the way of just thinking and doing the work was compatible and parallel to AI. And now we have the language, and now we see the systems, and now we see the tools. And,
now you're ready to fly. Okay.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Stay strong and thrive through this thing. You got it.
Will do. For now, I'm going to go shut an eye from the 1 hour from day 5. So
enjoy.
Thank you.
See you, okay?
Right.
Bye.
Skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it. And it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses. But one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes, and he was just there and awake, and it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am, and I'm grateful. I am in awe and shock that 85 hours in, and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our